Chapter 190, Night Talk. Chapter 190. Night Talk. The Bienjuan Commandery garrison troops stopped to rest at Shai camp. They gathered around the bonfire, stripped off the cloth they had used as protection from the snowstorm, and started to wolf down their food. While Qi Juin was removing Zhujiu, she noticed their spears were not the same as before. She took her seat before passing the hot tea over to Lu Guangbai. For a long time, Lu Guangbai held his silence while holding on to the hot tea. "His lordship," sipping the tea, Qi Juin hummed in affirmation. Lu Guangbai asked, "How are Jiming and Suin doing?" "Not too good." Qi Juin deftly sliced the roast meat with a dagger and popped it into her mouth. "Jiming can no longer ride on horseback ever since he fell from his horse. All he can do now is to sit still in dying and oversee battle operations on the ground, which is a tremendous disadvantage when facing up against Hassan. Suin received a heavy blow when he gave chase to recover his lordship, and his injuries are rather serious. The battlefront in the north is now desperately short of a commander-in-chief. Li Bei is on the brink of an imminent crisis. I want to head back to dying with the commander-in-chief." Lu Guangbai looked at Qi Juin. "I discovered the Biancha cavalry's weakness while traversing the desert. There are several things that can only be discussed in the commander-in-chief's and Jiming's presences. Who knows if you are a spy?" Qi Juin wiped her fingers. "This is Li Bei, not Qidong. I'll hand over the troops to Zhao Hui and have them remain in Shai camp as part of the garrison troops." Lu Guangbai gently placed his own spear by his feet. "I can offload myself of my troops and armor and let the commander-in-chief escort me back to dying." Qi Juin jabbed the dagger back in place. As she stared at that blazing flame, she said, "I'll be heading back tomorrow. You can come along." When the day broke the following day, Qi Juin brought along Lu Guangbai on her journey back. By the time they had made it back to dying, it was in the dead of night 2 days later. Without alerting anyone else, Xiao Jiming stood in front of the steps to receive them. Light snow was falling when Lu Guangbai dismounted his horse. He regarded Xiao Jiming with a gaze that was both familiar yet foreign. Qi Juin tossed the reins over to Qi Wei and patted him on the shoulder when she walked up the stairs as a signal for him to follow. They stood ahead of him, silently urging him on. River of ice armored cavalry, Xiao Jiming. Wind guiding the scorching plains, Qi Juin. Fire beacon amidst blowing sand, Lu Guangbai. They chased one another in those years of their youth, all too shy to bring up their ambitions. It was as though no matter how much time passed, they would always remain shrouded under the radiance of their fathers. But the churning waves toppled over those walls that had previously kept them sheltered from the elements, and now they finally reunited again amidst the heavy snow. Lu Guangbai met their gazes and took a step towards his journey home. Lu Guangbai first paid his respects to Xiao Fengshu, then followed them into the courtyard. The heated, sectioned-off room was located in a remote area that was connected to a ground heating system one within, which ramped up the temperature until it was hot inside. Qi Juin shed off her coat when she entered and crossed her legs to sit down. The open side door faced a small pond, and the scattered rocks in between were all blanketed with a layer of fresh snow. A few branches of green plum edged along the snow-white paper of the door at an oblique angle across the night sky, the only embellishment in this secluded quietness. After a moment of silence, Lu Guangbai spoke up. "Half a year ago, I left the Bienjuan commandery and headed east to the desert. I wanted to wipe out the Qingshu tribe and take over their pastures so that the Bienjuan commandery and I could mutually watch out for each other. But I failed, and so I was forced to continue going deeper into the desert. In the 5th month, I reached the eastern side of Gadail, where I saw Amuer's granaries. As expected, Amuer supply lines are really in Zhongbua." With chopsticks in hand, Qi Juin absent-mindedly took a few bites. Having the granaries placed in the middle is the most suitable if the intent is to supply the northern and southern battlefields. Amur's fields are there too. Lu Guangbai held the teacup with his fingers and looked at both of them. He reclaimed the wastelands there and had the Liaoying tribe farm the land the way we do at the same time that they send out the falcons to hunt. The Qingshu tribe down south is merely a ploy to mislead Qidong. Amur has partitioned the land east of Gadail into an undisturbed region. He carried out a new experiment there, imitating our garrison reclamation system. 2. He is presently working on establishing a new city. Xiao Jiming and Qi Juyin were both taken aback. We must unify the lines of battle in the north and the south. Lu Guangbai said slowly. We even have to tell Kudu to cease the infighting. Amur has already grown into a behemoth. He wants to become the great ruler on both sides of the Chasha River. There are 3 objectives for my trip up north this time. Qi Juyin set down her chopsticks and paused for a moment before continuing. The first is to see what exactly the scorpions are all about. The second is to evaluate whether the Libe armored cavalry can still be salvaged. And the third is to persuade Jiming to call a truce and make peace with Kudu. That's impossible, Xiao Jiming retorted in a mild tone. Libe has its own supply line now. Considering that we have formed an alliance with Zhongbua to the south, making peace with Kudu would mean handing over the advantages we have in hand now. If Libe refuses to give up being antagonistic to Kudu, then Kudu will not render any assistance to Libe, Qi Juyin said. As you know, the Empress Dowager is a stubborn old mule. I will never! Xiao Jiming stared at Qi Juyin and said, decisively and resolutely, ever hand my younger brother over to them again, as well as my wife and my son. No one can ever take them away from me again. Libe does not need Kuda's help. The Empress Dowager should first get the 8 great training divisions to ensure her own safety. Xiao Jiming was rarely this blunt. His overly scholarly and refined appearance often made people forget that he was the one who established the Libe camps. Half a year before, he was also the commander-in-chief of the northern battlefields. Lu Guangbai was worried that they might get into an argument, so he said in an attempt to appease, It's pointless to discuss it again. Qi Juyin raised herself up a little to look at Xiao Jiming. I know Xiao Jiming will not agree. Lu Guangbai sighed and called out in resignation, Commander-in-Chief. I just want to remind you that, before the unification of the battle lines happens, we are no longer in the same camp. If both armies form an alliance, then whose commands do we all heed? Qi Juyin waved her fingertip between herself and Xiao Jiming. Libe still has to be wary of the regards Kuda sent. If, and I mean if, Qi Juyin said cruelly, the Libe armored cavalry were to lose their commander-in-chief again, then who is going to assume responsibility for the battlegrounds in the north? Qi Juyin had long warned Libe of how dangerous it was to pin the faith of the entire army on one person. Libe was a rigid iron wall with impenetrable defense that padlocked its commanding generals to its camps. Zhao Hui had to bring along his 3 great training divisions of Luyang when he headed up north, and Guowei had to take along his Changzhou camp when he headed down south. The swapping of battle lines was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. If the commanding general died in battle, then the probability of launching a counterattack was akin to 0. As a matter of fact, all the military camps had this problem in the earliest days when Dazhou set up defenses at the frontier. Due to geographical constraints and varying recruitment stipulations at the various areas, the specifics of the military camps all turned out differently. The commanding general was the heart of the soldiers, and the soldiers were the limbs of the commanding general. If both parties wanted to have a flawless tacit understanding with one another, then they needed years or even decades of learning to get along with one another. For this reason, it was a major taboo to change generals just before the battle. Qidong was the first to realize this problem. They were not like Libe, who had to face the open grasslands and the complicated swamps. They had the Qianfei Watchtower and Suatian Pass on both sides to shield them. As long as they could keep up with the defenses of their one and only opening that was Bianjuan, they would be able to rest easy. Thus, during the reign of Yongyi, Qi Shiyu set the recruitment standard for the entire territory of Qidong. Their soldiers did not need a specific commanding general. Everyone was familiar with the same battlefield. When Qi Zhuyin took office, she set up the general's barack in the Tsangjuan commandery. More than 10 of the commanding generals under her command went whenever they were deployed, which made it fairly easy to swap across battle lines. Even if anyone was unfortunate enough to become a casualty, it would not affect the overall war situation. But with gain comes loss. Qidong did not have generals with such distinctive personalities as those from Libei. Their monotonous selection criteria already determined that generals with such individual styles would remain a rarity in the years to come. Xiao Jiming said, "There is still zhongbo between the northern and southern battlefields. It's not possible for us to merge as one, and there's no need for anyone to decide whose command to heed. Kudu is now intercepted by Huaizhou, Cizhou, and Chazhou to the northeast. Before they can send their regards to Libei, they would have to first talk to Shinzichuan. As for being the commander-in-chief, Zhuyin, I have long since lost my qualification to be Libei's commander-in-chief." Xiao Jiming held up the teapot with his long, slender fingers as he brewed tea with deft movements. There were no signs of self-pity or self-reproach to be found in his expression under that thick steam. When Hassan took away my father's head, he told Yi that he was returning the favor tit for tat. Xiao Jiming's hand paused. His expression was indifferent as he looked at Qi Zhuyin. "I know you think that the way we control the Libei armored cavalry is too centralized, but at this point in time, I have to stick to the old path. We will still use the most direct method to fight back, and that is an eye for an eye. Our faith does not lie in my father. If that's what Hassan really thinks, then he's grossly mistaken, for our faith lies beneath our feet. Hassan defeated my father, but he can never defeat Libei. 30 years ago, my father gained the strength from the land beneath his feet to march forward courageously. And it was with this strength that Libei has come this far today. We will never concede defeat at this point. The new Alpha Wolf is young, strong, and competitive with the desire to win. He can stand at the very front and take my father's place. When we start to fight back, he can swiftly rally together the hearts and minds of those who have lost morale. I am not that man, but I have taken over the heavy responsibility of tempering him. I want him to shine in all his glory and brilliance when he emerges from his sheath." Qi Zhuyin went on to say, "But as far as I know, he has not truly engaged with the various major camps. Your chief commander of Libei isn't the obedient puppy of Qidong. He hasn't won over Libei at all. But he is familiar with the whole Libei territory," Xiao Jiming said. "He has run through all these roads in these 6 months. He knows the swiftest paths to deliver supplies, the most direct routes to mobilize reinforcements, and the consumption status of the various camps at the sites of battles. These are all gifts my father gave him. Zhuyin, all he lacks is a little time. And here's where I come in." Lu Guangbai picked up the thread of conversation at a well-timed moment. "How to go about unifying the battle lines is for you both to deal with, but how to deal with Hassan ahead and by time for Libei is the other matter I want to talk about. You modified the spears of the Bianjuan garrison troops." Qi Zhuyin remembered those spears. "That's right. After my defeat to the Qingshu tribe, I encountered the other tribes one after another." With hands on his knees, Lu Guangbai paused for a moment before continuing with a heavy expression. "I lost all the battles." "Oh!" Qi Zhuyin racked her brain to console him. "That sure isn't easy. What's more, I was fighting on a hungry stomach. I could only scurry between them for the sake of our daily meals. We kept trading blows, and it was from these exchanges of blows that I discovered the cavalry's weakness." As Lu Guangbai spoke, he turned back and brought the spear on his back to his knees. He undid the strip of cloth to reveal the body of the spear within. "You increased the length of the spearhead." Xiao Jiming measured with his finger. "But isn't this a tad too long? You even added barbs." Qi Zhuyin examined it. "How did you secure them on?" Lu Guangbai smacked their hands away, and fondly caressed the spear like a prized possession. I'm an infantryman. Back at the Bienjuan Commandery, when we fought battles with the Biancha cavalry, we relied on the terrain for our ambushes. But in the desert, there are only sand dunes. With all the previous advantages we possessed gone, I was forced to go head-to-head with the cavalry. At first, I wanted to create some distance between us and the cavalry to give us time to make our escape, and so I lengthened the spear. But as it turned out, the spears were too long, which made it hard to hold our direction when brandishing it, and being unable to turn around in time to meet the cavalry's onslaught of attack would mean being cut down to the ground. Lu Guangbai realized during this process that the cavalry were circling them, since they had no way to attack from the front as they had to avoid the spearheads. So I changed the pole of the spear back, but increased the length of the spearhead. Lu Guangbai looked at both of them and smiled. As long as the battle formation is fixed so that the spearheads face outwards on all four sides, it is a mobile battering ram. If they charge over at high speed, they will be stabbed off their horses by my soldiers. The excessively long head of the spear also made it impossible for them to wrest it away from the other end. Once they get hit, it'd be hard for them to survive. Xiao Jiming and Qi Juyin fell deep in thought. Lu Guangbai continued. But the cavalry was quick to react. They no longer launched linear assaults, but encircled me to hem me in. This feels to me like fishing, so I proceeded to secure the picked daggers I had grabbed from them to the side of the spearheads with hemp rope. Even if we didn't get to stab them when both sides engaged, we could still make use of the barb to drag the cavalry off their horses. However, hemp ropes were out easily, and that is why I will have to borrow money from you guys to add barbs to this batch of spears. I don't have money. Bringing up this matter was all it took to get Qi Juyin mad. I'm a commander-in-chief, but I own a buttload of debts. I even threw the rouge expenses of my father's concubines in to pay them off. I will lose my shit with whoever talks to me about money now. Lu Guangbai looked at Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming said, Our Libe, Shen Zichuan is presently at home too. How about you discuss it with him? Lu Guangbai wrapped up the spear. He made as if to speak, but then hesitated. Eventually he only asked, Why is he here? Didn't he used to tread on a path different from us in the past? The world is in a state of chaos, Qi Juyin said. Shan Zichuan is now the Tiger III of Zhongbua, who has a close and mutually dependent relationship with Li Bei up north and who steers the Yan clan of Hezhou's ship down south. He has erected a wall around himself, northeast of Kudu. Basically, he can be summed up in one word. Lu Guangbai said, which is... Xiao Jiming answered demurely, rich. Zhongbua lies between the north and the south, and the issues we have to discuss now all come back to Shinzichuan. We can't skirt them around him. Qi Juyin said, Besides, the so-called unification of the north and south also requires effort on Zhongbua's end. Now is a good time to cut off that supply line of amurs. He will bring his advisor. Xiao Jiming sipped his tea during the in-depth discussion tonight. I only have one question. Qi Juyin held up her teacup with both hands. What exactly did you Li Bei use to convince him with? This question stumped Xiao Jiming. After a moment of silence, the hereditary prince replied, Looks, I guess. Silence momentarily descended upon them. Back to the topic. This spear can go up against the cavalry, but it's not suitable for the Li Bei armored cavalry. Qi Juyin steered the subject back to the matter at hand. During my time in Shai camp this time, I discovered the scorpions were not as strong as I had expected. The iron hammers are only effective against your Li Bei armored cavalry. Put them on the battlefields in the south, and they become a liability. They don't pose a threat to our Qidong garrison troops, so in my opinion, AMUR will not remove these scorpions from the northern battlefield. But if they remain here, the armored cavalry can only cower back into the campgrounds and fight defensive battles. They won't be able to continue fighting battles in the fields. Before we find a way to deal with the iron hammers, Xiao Jiming said, defensive battles can buy us time. Hassan is aware of what you're planning to do. Qi Juyin recalled the details of the defensive battle at Shai Camp. He added iron shields to the cavalry and equipped them with military weapons meant for sieges from Dazhou. Perhaps he is still adapting to them, but he will soon find his own direction from actual battle experiences. In half a year at most, Hassan will be able to make use of them proficiently. By then, not even defensive battles will be enough to protect Li Bei, which is why we need the aid of the Qidong garrison troops. Xiao Jiming knocked on the teapot. I'm guessing that AMUR's crop fields on the eastern side of Gadale have not reached the point where it is enough to supply the 4 tribes. He remains dependent on the grains from Dazhou. Shen Zichuan will completely choke off AMUR's supply lines in Zhongbua. The Qidong garrison troops only need to head out of the Bianjuan commandery and go on the offensive against the Qingshu tribe. Increasing the pressure on AMUR in the south will suffice. Qi Zhuin's head started to hurt. She had to obtain approval from the Ministry of War in Kudu to deploy troops eastward. This was not the same situation as not handing over Lu Pingyan. If Kudu broke off their supply of military provisions as a result of this, she would have to deal with the aftermath on her own. But she did not mention this and merely nodded as an indication that she had heard what he said. The next day, Xiao Jie received Meng in the courtyard. After remaining at the site of the battle for multiple days, Meng was covered all over with snow, and its claws were filthy beyond recognition. Xiao Jie let it perch on him and cleaned up its feathers and talons. Gu Jin entered the courtyard and softly reported a few words. Xiao Jie looked back and saw Lu Guangbai standing in the light snow. Lu Guangbai had just kowtowed to Lu Pingyan. Instead of entering the building after coming in, he sat beneath the eaves and watched as Xiao Jie approached. He could not help but sigh with emotion. You brat! Did you grow taller again this past 6 months? At this age, Xiao Jie released Meng and sat by Lu Guangbai's side to undo his arm guard. I won't be growing any taller. Lu Guangbai, who was drenched in snow, looked at him. You will become stronger still. Xiao Jie stroked the arm guard and said nothing. Suin, let me tell you a few things, okay? Lu Guangbai addressed Xiao Jie by his courtesy name. He no longer called him Yi, which implied that Xiao Jie was not a wolf pup anymore. He could sit as equals at the same table with Lu Guangbai, not just as his little brother. Lu Guangbai looked towards the courtyard. You know of your brother's past, but definitely not the commander-in-chief's. During the earliest years, when we were in Qidong, the Qi clan didn't have an heir of lawful birth. Qi Shiyu decided to find a capable person among his sons of common birth, but to no avail. It was at that time the commander-in-chief said she wanted to be a general. Qi Shiyu took it as a joke, as did I. I thought there was no way a woman could become a general. It was good enough that she could hold an embroidery needle. But she was so insistent that Qi Shiyu put her under the Songjuan commandery garrison troops, right under his nose. Qi Juyin threw herself into it with great enthusiasm, but she quickly realized that it was pointless. She did not fit in. There was no one here who was willing to accept her, much less be willing to listen to her orders. They were polite with her, but that was only on account of Qi Shiyu. She then insisted on being transferred to the Bianjuan commandery. Lu Guangbai continued. Qi Shiyu entrusted her to my father, but she was a very disobedient one. At that time, my brothers were still at home, and I had no wish to become a general at all. After she came, I assumed I would finally no longer come in last. But who would have known that she was so tough she left us all trailing behind her in the dust? Qi Juyin treated herself with the patience she used on embroidery. She got used to hearing the ridicule and even knew what they said about her behind her back, but she never seemed to get angry and continued to remain in the Bianjuan commandery. Lu Guangbai brushed off the snowflakes on his knees. Qi Shiyu seemed to let her be, and so she was left in the Bianjuan commandery. Many people wanted to take advantage of her when we were in the desert. Those people yanked her by her ankles and told her to scram back home, but all she would say was no. She crawled out of the yellow sands with her hands and feet, and even her teeth, falling until she was badly bruised and battered all over. She really looked like she was about to eat up those people then. But when Qi Juin stood on the sand dunes, she burst into tears. She was on the verge of a breakdown as she shouted, "You pieces of shit!" She grabbed Lu Guangbai by the collar and questioned him over and over again in anguish. "Which part of me isn't good enough?" The trepidation from the past still lingered as Lu Guangbai continued. "I almost died of fright then." Xiao Qie asked, "What happened after that? Did Qi Shiyu take her back?" And then she wiped her snot and tears clean and dragged her blade back to the camp. Having spoken to this point, Lu Guangbai laughed together with Xiao Qie, but he followed up closely with a sigh. Afterwards, she made a small meritorious service. According to the rules, she should have been promoted to squad commander. My father agreed, but no one was willing to go under her command. She sat there from dawn to dusk. Finally, she asked one of the soldiers why he was unwilling to follow her. The latter answered it was because you can't even lift the executioner blade. The Bianjuan commandery garrison troops did not use executioner blades. Such blades were heavy and bulky, and there weren't many people who could truly carry it onto the battlefields. However, Qi Juin seemed to believe it. From then on, she abandoned the slim blade she had previously been using and switched over to the executioner blade. It was too ludicrous. Back then I thought she was stupid. It was as if she could never understand that the reason why everyone rejected her was not that she was not capable enough, but because she was a woman. The words this world had uttered the most number of times to Qi Juin were a pity you're a girl, but she herself had never possessed such a sentiment. She thought that there was nothing bad about being Qi Shiyu's daughter, the same way she thought that there was nothing surprising about how some people enjoyed embroidery and others being on the battlefield. Lu Guangbai looked at Xiao Qie again and said, "Qi Shiyu eventually took her back. She didn't give up when she returned to the Sangjuan commandery and tagged along with Qi Shiyu's commanding generals to learn the ropes. Her spectacular talent had already been put on display a long time back, but there was no one willing to appreciate it until that battle that year, when her brothers had all abandoned Qi Shiyu, and there was no one in the Sangjuan commandery willing to step forth and face up to the enemy head-on. That night, Qi Juin rode over to countless homes on horseback, only to have too many doors slammed shut in her face. Against all odds, she left the Sangjuan commandery and attempted to persuade the various major garrison troops until her voice went hoarse, and she did so regardless of whether anyone heard her. Finally, she took her father home, just as you did. That was the beginning of her rise to prominence. It propelled her forward into the limelight from then on. Kudu was unwilling to confer upon her a noble rank or title, and many people assumed she would be intimidated because of this. But Suin, I never again saw her cry in anguish the way she once did in the desert. She matured quickly after going through all these trials and tribulations. Qi Juin could assume the position of commander-in-chief of the Qidong Five Commandery's military forces not because she was forced to, but because she can. That is where she should be standing. She was born to be on the battlefield. The same goes for you too, Lu Guangbai said. At the hour of Su in the evening, the north and the south gathered. At the hour of Su in the evening, the north and the south gathered. Xiao Qie lifted the curtain, and Xin Zichuan led Xiao Sun by the hand as he bent over to enter. The discussion in the hall came to a temporary halt. Xiao Sun took off his fur collar and oversleeves himself, then handed them over to Gu Jin before making a beeline to his father's side, where he sat on his heels. In this interval, Qi Juin turned aside to whisper to Lu Yizhi, "You couldn't have given your son away to him, could you?" Before Lu Yizhi, who was holding the teacup with both hands, could answer, she saw her son turning his head to look at Qi Juin as if he had sensed what she had said. She whispered back, "Oh no, Sinner heard you." Xiao soon bowed in greetings to Qi Juin, who drank her tea sheepishly. Xiao Sun resembled Xiao Jiming, but he was not as refined and easygoing as his father. He did not like to smile, and when he kept his little face straight, he appeared particularly solemn. Lu Yizhi ruefully said, "Who exactly does he take after?" On the other side, Shen Zichuan had already taken his seat, with Xiao Qie and Yao Wenyu to his left and right respectively. To the left of Xiao Qie were those from the Libei camp, and to the right of Yao Wenyu were those from the Qidong camp. Those of them who were from Zhongbua had the fewest number of people, but they were also the ones with a sense of presence that proved most difficult to overlook. Zhongbua still has 3 more prefectures it has yet to reclaim, Qi Juin said to Shinzichuan. We hope that the prefectural lord will be able to complete the reunification of Zhongbua before winter next year. If the commander-in-chief is willing to go easy on Fan Zhou and Deng Zhou, Shinzichuan said, I'd naturally be happy to oblige. That's hard to say. Qi Juin smiled. I can't do anything about it if Kudu forcibly commands me to crush King Yi. Yao Wenyu knew what Qi Juin meant. It wasn't that she could not do anything about it. She wanted to use King Yi in exchange for next year's military provisions from Shinzichuan, so that she could make sufficient preparations for going on the offensive against the Qingshu tribe. The fact that the commander-in-chief is now sitting in Libei, Yao Wenyu said placidly, means that abandoning the punitive expedition against King Yi is merely a matter of words. The battle lines in the north and south were going to be integrated into one, and Qi Juin had successively turned a blind eye to Kudu's deployment orders one after another. If she was truly afraid, she would not have come to Libei at all. But Qi Juin simply had to take a stab at fleecing Shinzichuan. She was already poor to this extent. I came to Libei without anyone noticing. This is not the same as going against the ruler's commands. Your Tizhou is such a beehive of activity this year. If I delay taking down King Yi any further, your military drill ground is going to be set up right at the entrance of the city of Danqing, Qi Juin said. The address, prefectural lord, is worth ruminating over too. The way I see it, it's no different from the words, King Yi. That's a gross misunderstanding there. Shinzichuan smiled. From Chazhou to Danzhou, our Tizhou has been going by the book and playing by the rules. How remarkable a title is the prefectural lord? Nowhere in the current stipulated rules and laws is it said to be inappropriate. I'm merely a guest of Tizhou's prefectural prefect. This was taking advantage of the loophole of not establishing his own banner to rise in revolt. In truth, Tizhou had long broken itself away from Kudu's jurisdiction. It was just that Kudu had not dared to issue the official notice all this while. One of the reasons was that they feared Tizhou would really ally itself with Libei in a moment of desperation and fight their way to the city of Danqing. The second was that they were afraid the other areas would follow suit. Yet, owing to their internal strife, they did not show any intent on delivering an offer of amnesty to Shenzichuan if he pledged loyalty to them. As a result, Qi Juin could only count on King Yi to threaten Shenzichuan. If this threat had been made a month ago, Shenzichuan would have had to think of a way to deal with it. But now, he was the key of all present here to decide if the establishment of the northern-southern battle line could come to pass. Money and grains became his greatest playing cards. He wanted to exchange what he had in hand for maximum benefits. Just like how Qi Juin wanted to fleece him, he similarly wanted to fleece Qi Juin too. Han Jin is in your hands, Qi Juin said. Tizhou is guilty of a crime just based on this alone. Han Jin. Shinzichuan enunciated these 2 words with no traces of fear in his eyes. Who knows whether or not he's in my hands? This was why Qi Juin was usually loath to go to Kudu. It was too exhausting dealing with these kinds of seasoned schemers like Shinzichuan. They would talk in circles without making any progress and pass the buck around until everyone was at the end of their ropes. This simply reminded her of the feeling when she had to demand money from the Ministry of Revenue before. Even if I let off Fan Zhou and Deng Zhou and let you eat them up, What about Duanzhou? Qi Juin then changed direction. You have less than 40,000 soldiers on hand, of which 20,000 are new recruits. Don't you think you're being a little too hasty in trying to recapture Duanzhou back from the Biancha people? By this, she meant for Xin Zichuan to plead with Qidong to dispatch troops and help them. But Xiao Jia piped up, I'll head over to Duanzhou by the second month at the very latest. Although Zhongbua doesn't need Qidong's assistance for the time being, the ability of the Qidong garrison troops to deal a blow to the Qingshu tribe concerns the situation on the battlefields in the north, Yao Wenyu continued. So Cizhou is willing to help share the commander-in-chief's burden. Before coming over to Libei, the prefectural lord has considered the issue of the military provisions on the commander-in-chief's behalf. As long as Kudu really dares to cut off the commander-in-chief's supply of military provisions, then half of Qidong's military provisions next year can be borne by Hezhou. Yao Wenyu was merely embellishing his words. When Shen Zichuan was fleecing Yan Heru the sheep in Danzhou, Yan Heru said that he would also shoulder the burden of Qidong's military provisions. Shen Zichuan took out a part of it and ordered Yan Heru to think of a way himself to supply Qi Juin. So what they said at this moment could also be considered the truth. The only thing was that they slightly omitted some key details and erased Yan Heru from the picture, acting in accordance with Shen Zichuan's aim of seizing every opportunity available to maximize their own benefits. Yao Wenyu continued after a moment's pause. The commander-in-chief is right. Zhongbua only has 36,000 men now that can be considered soldiers, which is negligible compared to both parties present. But Duanzhou is the gate of Zhongbua facing the east. If it's not shut tight, then there's no way we can cut off Biancha's supply line, not to mention the possibility that Biancha will use the chance to erode Zhongbua from within and sever the connection between the battlegrounds in the north and south to catch Libei in an encirclement trap. Qi Juin inwardly thought. So, sure enough, Yao Wenyu continued, so we hope to establish a bridle path with direct access to Libei and Qidong next year and obtain some pointers regarding regimentation of military camps. Regimentation of military camps was a reserved and subtle way of putting it. Qi Juin felt that what he actually meant to say was that Shen Zichuan would like to obtain the help of the Qidong's commanding generals in training a garrison troop capable of heading into battle on behalf of Zhongbua next year. Libei was all cavalry, and the garrison troops of Zhongbua was infantry. He could only ask Qidong for help with this matter. This revealed much ambition on his part, or at the very least, that was what everyone present could intuitively sense. It made clear that Shen Zichuan did not want to rely on the Libei armored cavalry, nor simply borrow soldiers from Qidong. He sought to restore Zhongbua's line of defense and establish his own armed forces. Money truly makes the mare go. Everyone in attendance unanimously sighed with emotion. The conversion of military provisions into silver, coupled with the expenses for the bridle path, equipment, rebuilding of the city, and so on would add up to as much as several million taels for the year. In the past, Kuda would come up with all kinds of excuses to fob them off because they had no money. Yet here Shen Zichuan was getting down to action right off the bat. Also, about the cavalry the prefectural lord and his lordship discussed in detail previously, Yao Wenyu questioned, will Libei still be able to supply the battle steeds at the beginning of spring next year? There was currently a severe deficit of battle steeds on the battleground. If Libei was unable to bear the burden of supplying the battle steeds when the pastures sprang back to life at the start of spring, then he could postpone it as per Shen Zichuan's wish. Xiao Jiming replied without pause, yes, but Zhongbua has to let us use Mount Luo as a riding stable. This was what Xiao Jiming was planning. The only general in Xiao Qia's hands was Tan Taihu, and stationing him in Danzhou was equivalent to giving him to Shen Zichuan. When Xiao Qia headed for Duanzhou in the second month next year, it would be inconvenient for him to switch battle steeds relying on the present Bianbua's bridle path. But If Li Bei were to establish a new riding stable on Mount Luo, it would not only ease the strain on the Bianbo camp in transporting supplies, but also allow Li Bei to build up a minor line of defense in Zhongbua. Even if Duanzhou were to fall, or if Shen Zichuan were to turn against Xiaoqie, Li Bei would not immediately fall into the position of a defenseless, passive player. Is Duanzhou planning to establish a cavalry? Lu Guangbai asked. Shen Zichuan did not have that much of an opinion about this cavalry yet, so he merely answered, "Giving the light cavalry a try. I can only make a decision after obtaining the battle steeds. Next year." Is General Lu planning to remain on the battlegrounds? Lu Guangbai nodded. Right now, Li Bei needs time. My troops can hold off the scimitars of Hassan's elite force on the battlefields for the Li Bei armored cavalry. I'm also rather intrigued by the scorpions. In that case, I have a request too, Qi Juin said. Since Lu Guangbai will be staying on the battlefield, then, as an exchange, Xiaoqie will have to head down to the southern battlegrounds during the 6th month next year and hold down the fort at the Bianjuan commandery on my behalf. Xiaoqie was stunned. Qi Juin tapped the desk and said nothing more, but Xiao Jiming and Lu Guangbai both understood the significance of her words. Qi Juin was giving Xiaoqie a chance. On the banks of Chashe River, heaven blessed the Liaoying tribe with a man called Amur. Then it bestowed upon Amur a son with extraordinary talents. They led the Biancha cavalry to prominence along the riverbanks, relying on their strategies and scimitars to break down Dazhou. Perhaps in Amur's eyes right this moment, the stage was all set to usher in an era of Biancha's reign. He saw the great curtains opening up before him. Biancha would bid farewell to the pain and suffering of trudging barefoot across the snowstorm. After going through so many tumultuous ordeals, they were finally about to leave this barren land to establish their own dynasty on that fertile soil. The territories of Dazhou in the east and west had thoroughly split apart this winter. Shen Zichuan's barrier barred access to the eastern and northern borders. He used half a year to complete this wall and bridge together the northern and southern battlefronts in the tattered mess that was Zhongbua. Even if he had yet to explicitly direct his weapon at Kudu, the way the scale had tilted had already exposed an inkling of his ambitions. This year, Li Bei did not light any lanterns or set off firecrackers, but it was not utterly lacking. Here, Shen Zichuan got to enjoy a New Year's Eve dinner. While staying up that night, he fell asleep. Xiaoqie placed a new fan and a few copper coins by his pillow. When Shen Zichuan woke up, still half asleep, Xiaoqie stroked his head, lulling him back to sleep again. In the night, Xiaoqie stripped off his shirt. His entire back was occupied by a wolf extending from his left shoulder all the way to his waist. All of the rage, howls, and anguish that tore him apart were engraved here in ink. This wolf was not a picture of perfection. The placement of its left eye was reserved for the injury at the back of his left shoulder. It looked as though it had been gouged out, making it appear unusually ferocious. Xiaoqie remembered the humiliation in that heavy snow. Hassan was right. Everyone ought to return the favor, tit for tat. Chapter 192. What the Snow Beckons. Chapter 192. What the snow beckons. As soon as the New Year was over, Zhongbua was hit by a blizzard. The sudden snow came so hard and fast that there were incidents of houses collapsing in the various prefectures. Fortunately, the repair of the bridle paths had been expedited before the New Year, so communications from Chazhou and Danzhou to Cizhou were not cut off. Luo Mu and Tantai, who made timely reports of the casualties and dealt with the situation before dawn, keeping the damage caused by the disaster under manageable control. The advisors in the study stayed up all night. Likewise, Shen Zichuan did not get any rest either. The previous year's heavy snow was a disaster in our Cizhou, so before the snow fell, the Yamen has repeatedly confirmed the inventory of the granary reserves. Zhou Gui flipped through the book on the table. Meanwhile, the reinforcement of residential dwellings is indeed a problem. We cannot wait to come up with a solution only when the houses collapse every year. But Kong Ling sat opposite him. Where will this extra expense come from? There isn't any money left to spare, due to the war this year. Shen Zichuan had been pinching the center of his brows until it was now a little red. His head was spinning as he sat in the main seat. The clicking sounds of abacus beads being flicked in the partitioned area had never stopped once. The people in there were all assistants who had been specially transferred over from the shops in Hazhou and Jueshi to assist with accounts. Charcoal braziers had been set up inside the study as it had been chilly the past few days, but after several hours with that many people crammed in the room, the study grew unbearably stuffy. The war is of crucial importance, Shen Zichuan said, so let's not cut down on the military expenses for the various prefectures. Have it allocated from the taxes and duties paid by the merchants last year. The period before spring is a hurdle we have to overcome. As long as we can survive these 3 months, things will naturally take a turn for the better once the snow melts. Yao Wenyu made a slight attempt at reassurance. The tea the merchants obtained from the mutual market has also been selling well at Yomi Harbor, so we can increase the commercial tax by an appropriate amount this year. If we are going to keep the copper mines in Jueshi going, we have to deal with the Provincial Administration Commission of Jueshi. Shen Zichuan turned his folding fan and pushed aside the cooled tea beside his hand. Whether things can still keep running smoothly after spring this year will depend on how Kuda decides to play their hand. Jiang Qingshan personally assumed command of Jueshi, so he was most well acquainted with the business dealings coming and going in the territory. If Kudu ordered him to choke off this tea trade route running through the northwest, it would be indeed a blow to Cizhou. On the bright side, Kong Ling rubbed his knees. The timely snow augurs a good harvest. That's indeed the case for our 3 prefectures, but the commoners of Fanzhou and Dengzhou will suffer. Shen Zichuan had been thinking of Fanzhou these days. King Yi seized the granaries of the 2 prefectures for himself before the turn of the year, and many people have starved to death even before the snow fell. I've been having sleepless nights, turning and tossing over this matter. We are going to pit our troops against Duanzhou in the 2nd month, Zhou Guo said. So it'd be best to settle the issue with Fanzhou and Dengzhou now. Cizhou garrison troops had only 20,000 soldiers. Including Denzhou, they had 30,000. They had to face up against the Biancha cavalry from Duanzhou in the 2nd month, as well as split their energy and attention to dealing with King Yi. As such, there would be a void in Cizhou's defenses. If the 8 great training divisions came feeling their way over from Danqing during that period of time, they would be really overwhelmed. It's also an opportune moment now to take down Fanzhou. Yao, when you brushed aside the tea foam. King Yi is so insatiably greedy that the commoners in Fanzhou have long been voicing their discontent. He can't last for long. Why don't we make the first move and issue an official denunciation come proclamation of war? It's different from the bandit suppression situation a year ago now that Cizhou has reached an agreement with the northern and southern battlefields. Assuming we make the first move to issue an official proclamation and King Yi refuses to surrender and insists on fighting, it will give Kudu a reason to deploy their troops. Kong Ling, who had always placed priority on stability, was not in favor of the idea. Mr. Qingfeng has a point, but the prefectural lord has already been appointed before the new year, so there is no benefit to keeping an outward show of peace with Kudu. Yao Wenyu did not take a drink of his tea. He looked at Shen Zichuan. In my opinion, Kudu will not dare to dispatch their troops now, even if they have a reason to. Kong Ling was still of the opinion that it was inappropriate. If the crime of rebelling against the state is substantiated at this moment, the business in Jueshi this year is bound to be affected. All things aside, if Jiang Qingshan were to make use of this opportunity to seal the Shi clan's copper mine, wouldn't our losses far outweigh the gain? Your lordship, in my humble opinion, the better tactic would be to send troops to Fanzhou on the quiet. His lordship's occupation of Zhongbo is already a foregone conclusion. Even without this proclamation, Jiang Qingshan will still think of a way to seal the Shi clan's copper mines. Yao Wenyu said. Both men differed in their views and held fast to their own arguments. Shen Zichuan tapped his folding fan against his fingertips and said a moment later, Xinwei, draft up the proclamation. They discussed the entire night in the study, seeing as the arrangements had been more or less made. Fei Xin called for the attendants to serve breakfast. Everyone helped themselves to the meals and hurried back for a rest, considering that they were going to continue with the in-depth discussion of the plans for the deployment of troops at night. When Kong Ling rose to his feet and saw Yao Wenyu about to head out, he turned aside to lift the curtain for him. Yao Wenyu bowed to him, and Qiao Tianya entered to push him away. After everyone had left, Zhou Gui trotted along the corridor, panting for breath as he caught up with Kong Ling. Oh my! Zhou Gui rubbed his chest with one hand and reached out with the other as he shouted, Qing Feng, Qing Feng! Kong Ling stopped in his tracks to wait for him. You should have called out to me earlier if you have something to say. This walkway is extremely slippery. If you were to fall in a moment of carelessness, it would take you a long time to heal. One catching his breath, Zhou Gui lamented with a wave of his hand. I could still run several li along the fields the year before last, but I really can't do it anymore this year. It's truly the case that time flies and old age now beckons. Look at the rush you are in. Kong Ling tightened his fur collar around him to keep out the bitterly cold wind. Are you here about what happened earlier? It has been a long time since I last enjoyed the snow with you. Zhou Gui tried to cover it up only to make his intent all the more conspicuous. My wife has been keeping a close watch on me these days, and I have been looking after my grandson the whole day in the residence. Today is just perfect. Kong Ling sighed and said ruefully, You do better not to learn to be so furtive like the others. He drew back his hands and took shelter from the wind before continuing, There's no need to persuade me. I will not change my opinion. Zhou Gui could only say, Still, don't harbor a grudge against Yuanjua because of this. Do you take me for a kid? Kong Ling walked side by side with him. The fact that Yuanjua can speak frankly without reservations shows that he has a clear conscience. A difference in political views is only inevitable. It's mindlessly playing along that's taboo. I understand that, and so does Yuanjua, and that's the prefectural lord's stance on the whole matter given that he didn't seek us out for a private discussion. Zhou Gui had been castigating himself because of Gao Zhongxiong's incident. He no longer took decision-making into his own hands and always had to ask Shin Zichuan before taking action. During the recent discussions of official business, he also told the advisors on his payroll not to be complacent, fearing that they would clash with Yao Wenyu again. Zhou Gui saw a branch of the withered willows in the courtyard snap, and the wind sent it falling into the snow and over to the corner of the wall. Having caught his breath, he said dejectedly, I'm just afraid it will cause us to be even more estranged from one another. Water which is too clean has no fish. Tu Kong Ling raised his hand to brush away the snow on his white temples. He schooled his expression and said with all seriousness, Which yamen in the world is truly without blemish? You've been the prefectural prefect for so many years in Sizhou, and you know that it's equally complicated both in the upper and lower echelons. There is no end to vices such as corruption and bribery, and they can never be fully eradicated. You have done a good job managing it the previous years, and the prefectural lord understands that too. From start to end, he has never blamed you or taken it out on you. Killing those two advisors was merely a reminder to you, not a warning. Your cautiousness of late will only serve to remind him of this matter. Tough was the governance of one's subordinates, as was deference to one's superiors. Zhou Gui took a few steps and said despondently, My father-in-law was reluctant to recommend me for an official post in the capital, also because he assessed that I was not cut out for it. I have no sense of propriety when it comes to certain matters, and I have to rely on fumbling my way through trial and error in order to determine whether to tighten my control or relax my approach. This is too difficult for me. since you have not done anything against your conscience. Why do you have to be so terrified?" Kong Ling shook his head slightly. "Don't make a conscious effort to give way to Yuanjue anymore. He is intelligent and quick-witted. So how can this little thinking of yours escape his eyes? You'll only end up creating a genuine rift over time." It was gusty when Shen Zichuan was on the way back to his residence. Fei Sheng held his arm out to hold up an umbrella to shield Shen Zichuan from the wind, but the wind was so strong that it sent Shen Zichuan's coat flapping all over. With his back to the wind, Fei Sheng said, "Master, let's switch to a sedan." Shen Zichuan could barely open his eyes from the intense wind, and he was so freezing cold that the tips of his ears had gone red. "It's just a few steps. Why would we need a sedan for that?" "But it's cold." Fei Sheng was worried that Shen Zichuan would catch another cold with just these few steps. He had been exceedingly careful these past few days, both outside and inside the residence. Even the hallways in the courtyard had thick, heavy drapes hung up, the bottom of which the attendants would weigh down whenever they entered and exited to keep the cold out. For prudence's sake, the ground heating system inside was also kept running at all times. After much difficulty, they made it through the main entrance. Ding Tao, who had been waiting in the side room, flanking the principal room, immediately jumped out. Along with Li Xiong, he stood in front of Shen Zichuan like a block of wall. As they shuffled along slowly, Shen Zichuan said with a headache, "You may stop shielding me from the wind. Let's leave quickly. All we're getting standing here is a draft of wind. It won't be long before one of us collapses." Ding Tao had grown taller again during this period of time. "Master's instruction was to shield you so that no wind can pass through, or he's going to whip me." He patted Li Xiong and shouted against the wind, "Da Xiong, move faster!" By the time Shen Zichuan finally reached the veranda, his cloak had already been soaked through with snow. It felt uncomfortable to have it covering his neck, all dripping wet, so he raised his hands to undo it. Fei Sheng took it in a fluster and called for the maidservant to dry it. He was also about to drape a new cloak over Shen Zichuan, but the latter simply went on ahead without even looking back. Fei Sheng had been in such a state of elation after having gotten the assignment of recruiting new members back in Danzhou that he even found Qiao Tingya pleasing to the eyes when he saw the latter upon his return. During the period of time Shen Zichuan was in Libei, he remained at home with Ji Gang, mulling over the Ji clan's boxing style while listening to the latter. Now that Shen Zichuan had returned, he was like a mother hen going all out to take meticulous care of Shen Zichuan in every way possible. "The Marquis has to run around the battlefields now, see," Fei Sheng thought as he followed behind Shen Zichuan. So long the prefectural lord did not fall sick, the Marquis would be happy and would not send dirty looks his way later. Everyone was going to be a family in the future. He could not always remain a thorn in Xiao Qia's flesh. Shen Zichuan entered the main hall and huffed into his hands as he took a seat. Fei Sheng asked, "Master, are you going to drink the medicinal decoction simmering over the stove now?" Shen Zichuan did not want to drink it. He had not been ill the past few days, and he was concerned that he might get a nosebleed from overnourishment should he continue taking all these tonics and medicines. Moreover, there was no one at home other than Ding Tao who had candies. So he pretended not to hear and continued to flip through the documents on his table. Noting that Shen Zichuan's expression remained unchanged, Fei Sheng waited by the side. After a moment, he spoke up again like clockwork. "Master, the medicine!" Shen Zichuan patiently raised his head and looked at him. Fei Sheng pretended not to comprehend the expression in Shen Zichuan's eyes. There was not only Xiao Qia, but also Ji Gang backing him on this issue, and they were both people that Shen Zichuan could not afford to offend. Shen Zichuan could only relent in resignation. "Go bring it over." Fei Sheng swiftly left to get the medicine, but a moment later, it was Qiao Tinya who lifted the drapes to enter. "Yan Haru is here." Qiao Tinya did not put the drapes back down and turn around to look again. This jabbering brat ran over to Yuanjua to make a ruckus. "I've brought him over." Shin Zichuan dipped the brush in ink and said, "He's here to deliver the silvers. Treat him with a little more courtesy." Before they could finish their conversation, a person came in from under the drapes. Yen Haru was all decked out from head to toe in a brand new, vivid red and golden threaded brocade robe with embroideries of, unsurprisingly enough, golden ingots. There was a string around his neck with a brand new abacus hanging off of it. It was so tightly strapped on that a red mark had formed on his nape, but even so he could not bear to take it off. The eyes on this lad's fair face curved into crescents as he jovially exclaimed, "Here I've come to extend my New Year greetings to your lordship. Happy Spring Festival. I wanted to come and pay my respects to your lordship a while ago, but alas, it turns out you were in Libei. See, the moment you came back, I rushed right over. I've not only prepared precious gems and jades for the marquis, but also picked out for your lordship a number of pretty." Fei Sheng, who was carrying the bowl of medicine behind, locked eyes with Qiao Tinya. With a raise of his arm, Qiao Tinya held Yen Haru down. Li Bei was in mourning, and Suzhou had not gaily decorated its streets for the festivities this year either. Shin Zichuan and Xiao Qia themselves were both dressed in plain mourning clothes, and Shin Zichuan had even removed his jade earring during this period of time. Who would have known that Yen Haru would be so insufferable the moment he opened his mouth? He was simply asking for a beating. Shin Zichuan wrote "rejected" on the paper and did not even spare Yen Haru a single glance. Chapter 193. Misgivings. Chapter 193. Misgivings. Yen Haru corrected himself at the last minute and finished up his words. "Pretty Rui scepters. How polite of you to have prepared a gift." It was then Shin Zichuan set down his brush. "Show young master Yen to a seat." Qiao Tinya released his grip, and Fei Sheng pushed Yen Haru in while saying, "Quick, quick, quick! Serve tea to young master Yen." Yen Haru suffered an enormous loss this time. He had carefully selected many a number of people from Tsueching, all of them exceedingly good-looking young boys and girls. He originally meant to get on Yao Wenyu's good side by letting Yao Wenyu take his pick first, so that it would be a lot smoother when he dealt with Shan Zichuan later, but he did not even get to see Yao Wenyu at all. On entering this courtyard, he thought of giving them to Shin Zichuan. After all, which man did not love beauties? It was not like Xiao II was some ravishing beauty that could put flowers to shame. Yen Haru stroked the back of his head and marked Qiao Tinya down in his book of grudges, then held up the hems of his robe to take his seat. He still wore an amiable expression, but his smile was restrained as he said with some melancholy, "The Prince of Libei was a hero of all times. Who doesn't know of his exemplary military achievements? I was simply worried that the prefectural lord and marquis would be overwhelmed with grief. If your health were to suffer, you would be doing a disservice to the late prince, who was ever the compassionate man. See, that's why I rushed over playing the jerk, all just to amuse a smile out of the prefectural lord. My deepest condolences, your lordship." Yen Haru spoke in officialese with a hint of Huzhou accent. He could not change his habit of adding words like "see," "yes" or "no," and the likes, which made him sound like a spoiled child using them. However, it was indeed quite impressive to be seeing him say words of comfort in such a well-mannered way now. Shen Zichuan thanked him for this kindness. After all, the expenses in the entire territory this year were massive, and Yen Haru was inextricably involved in every single account. While Yen Haru was speaking, Shen Zichuan took the medicine from Fei Sheng and drank a few mouthfuls. With a gentle expression, he said, "When I was in Libei, I heard you supplied Bianbu camp with tens of thousands of taels for the repairs of the bridle paths." "Those were just chump changes," Yen Haru said. "Nothing of significance that the prefectural lord should keep in mind. Besides, the battle lines are now unified, yes? Libei and Qidong are both fighting against the Biancha Baldies. I'm but a mere merchant who can't be of help in any other way." This is just a small gesture of my goodwill. Fei Sheng scoffed to himself in secret, marveling at how this lad was not much worse than himself when pretending to be a decent human being. Look at how he was going on about the unification of battle lines now. Yet he did not show the slightest twinge of guilt earlier in Danzhou when he led the merchants to do business with Bianxia. Shen Zichuan finished his medicine and spoke after a moment's pause. "What's the nature of your business in coming to see me today?" "That's exactly it, to see your lordship." Once again, Yen Heru flashed a smile. "Your lordship is now like my own kin elder brother. I'll miss you like crazy if I don't see you for one day." Acting without thinking, he straightened up in his seat and said, "Why don't you take me as your younger brother? I'll kowtow twice to you." Yen Heru was indeed shameless. He addressed Kaiyu as Pa, Lei Changming as Big Bro, and even Lei Jingjia as eldest nephew, the last time he came across him. Now that the tides had turned in Shen Zichuan's favor, putting him in control of the entire situation, he wanted to pass himself off as Shen Zichuan's younger brother. Was it a big deal to remain in a lowly, subservient position? It was nothing compared to money. This lad saw it more clearly than anyone else. "Sure." Seeing Yen Heru getting all delighted, Shen Zichuan continued, "Kowtow twice to Shinwei first, and we can be considered a hail from the same clan." Yen Heru almost spat out loud in disdain. He was not a fool. Being associated with Shinwei in any way would ruin his reputation, and he would be cursed by all in both the East and West. He beat a retreat and said with waning interest, "Then forget it. We have rules at home, so kowtowing to Shinwei is definitely a no-no." He said to Shen Zichuan, "Your lordship." "Your lordship, Shen Zichuan said. Yen Heru perked up and said, "Well, I have something else to discuss with you. Hasn't Qidong already come to an agreement with our Xijo? There will definitely be no problem with the commander-in-chief's military provisions this year. I'll make up for it. All of it." In no hurry to respond, Shen Zichuan drank the tea to rinse his mouth. "Sure enough," Yen Heru continued, "Kudu is afraid of you now. You have powerful military forces all around you. If you were really to come to blows with Kudu, how would the 8 great training divisions be able to hold their own against you? But lowering their heads like this isn't the way forward either, so I'm thinking Kudu will cut off our business to Jueshi from this year onwards. At least, they won't leave the Shi clan's copper mines and fleet of ships in your hands." Snap the fleet of ships at Yongyi Harbor concerned the business of Li Bei's mutual trade market. Unrefined tea was worth nothing in Jueshi, and it was only through export with this fleet of ships that profits could be made. Yen Heru did not feel bad about the seizure of the Shi clan's properties. In any case, those were not his shops. The Yen clan could no longer trade in grains in Zhongguo now, and Yen Heru had to find a substitute to fill in this void. He was eyeing the harbor. "What do you have in mind?" Shen Zichuan set down the lid of the teacup. "Give it to me straight." "I think we should," Yen Heru plopped down on the table, "forgo Yongyi Harbor." While tapping on the tea lid, Shen Zichuan raised his eyes to look at Yen Heru and saw the ambition in the latter's eyes. Shen Zichuan did not reply immediately. He remained in his seat patiently, and in no time he figured out Yen Heru's plan. Yen Heru blinked. "We can build a new one." The Yen clan of Hezhou occupied the waterways in the south of Dazhou. This was the key reason its businesses could spread all over from east to west. But after their goods arrived at Jueshi, they had to be handed over to the Shi clan's fleet of ships at Yongyi Harbor for trading. That was why the largest share of profits from this route did not go into Yen Heru's pocket, but Shi Hongshuan's, which was now also Shen Zichuan's pockets. Yen Heru had been feigning civility with Shen Zichuan, all this while in all kinds of brazen attempts to cooperate with Shen Zichuan because he saw the trade route in the whole territory shrinking. He had to keep up with Shen Zichuan's speed. To Yen Heru, Jueshi's intent to seize and seal off the copper mines and Yongi Harbor this year was an opportunity to capitalize on the timeliness of it all and get a step ahead. A few years ago, it was tough going for Yen Haru to venture up north. Li Bei would not collaborate with him, so he simply established a small trade market in Danzhou and made use of the pawn shop to launder money for officials around the world. It was the same now. He was still just as gutsy. Giving up Yongi Harbor meant that the Shi clan could no longer hold back the Yen clan in the west. Yen Haru wanted to hold sway over the internal and external waterways and put himself on equal footing with Shen Zichuan in this turbulent time. Shen Zichuan stroked the edge of the tea lid with his fingertips. How are you going to get around Jiang Qingshan? You are holding a handle against Jueshi in your hands. Yen Haru grinned, revealing his canine tooth. In the past few years, the merchants have gone to Danzhou to launder money on behalf of the local officials, and there are plenty of officials from Jueshi in that name list. If the account books in the pawn shop were to fall into Jiang Qingshan's hands, they would have hell to pay even if they don't die. I've dropped countless amounts of bribe money in Jueshi in order to gain access to the market there, and now it's time for them to repay the debt. There were hundreds of officials and lesser functionaries in just one region alone. Even if the prefectural prefect himself was upright and impartial, there was no way he could ensure that all his subordinates under him were uncorrupt. The administration of a prefecture and a city were extremely complex, and there were only so many investigating censor circuit in the various areas. There were simply too many unseen blind spots from top to bottom falling through the cracks, and all of these were openings Yen Haru exploited. Yen Haru was able to do business on such a large scale next to the Shi clan in Jueshi, because these people were his subjects who had rendered meritorious service by protecting him, and now the same people were all stepping stones who would pave the way ahead for him. Shen Zichuan was going to have to reevaluate Yen Haru anew now. Yen Haru had always appeared quite the shameless one from the time he was in Danzhou. Even when he had been given the cold shoulder, he could continue on with a broad smile, making others forget he was the helmsman of the Yen clan of Hezhou who had profited off others' misfortune in Zhonghua just a few years ago. He had also been quite decisive when he abandoned Lei Jingjia, and was even willing to encircle and kill Lei Jingjia in Danzhou to win Shen Zichuan over. No matter how sweetly Yen Haru addressed said person, he would not waver in the slightest when it came to taking their lives. He was truly a money grubber, just like how he would never go out without a golden carriage. He would not even show his face if the person sitting across from him did not have enough bargaining chips of interest. Liuzhou, which lies along the coast, is a land with auspicious feng shui. Its location is remote, and it lies quite a distance away from Yongi Harbor. What's more, it's a crescent-shaped bay, so the fleet of ships will not lie exposed on the outside. As long as we seal the mouth of Liuzhou's prefectural prefect, Yutan, we'll be able to continue doing business. Yen Haru rapped that golden abacus of his. Make good use of that list of names, and the merchants headed towards Jueshi will no longer need to pay tax and duties to Jiang Qingshan. You will have the final say over the tariffs and inland commercial tax. In the future, when you come to reign supreme and take all 13 cities of Jueshi under your command, these corrupt officials will be the first gift I present to you. Kill them when the time comes and wash the land all over in blood, and we'll see who still dares take bribes on your watch. Exploit all resources to the fullest, and get rid of them once they outlive their usefulness. Yen Haru had not even come of age 3 this year, yet he was already well acquainted with the words ruthless and merciless. He flicked away noisily on his little abacus with that harmless, innocent face of his, calculating with it not just money, but also lives. Shen Zichuan had no reason to reject Yen Haru. He indeed needed a new harbor to avoid Jiang Qingshan. He was not even willing to concede over the copper mines. The various expenses were increasing this year because of the war. By the time he took back the remaining 3 prefectures, the costs would no doubt skyrocket again. You are a far-sighted one, Shen Zichuan sighed with emotion. I cannot compare to you when it comes to doing business." After Yen Haru took his leave, Chiao Tinya set his hand on the chair's handle and looked on as the door-hanging screen rose and fell. This lad should be killed. He is resourceful and extremely good at getting on a person's good side. Shin Zichuan glanced at that gently swaying hanging screen too. In time he will become trouble. Yen Haru walked out of the residence and stepped on someone's back to get onto the horse carriage. As the carriage began to sway, he took off the golden abacus around his neck and tossed it onto a satin cushion. Rubbing the back of his neck, he asked, "Have you found Harigu?" Yen Miao lifted the curtain of the carriage and entered to kneel at the side. Everyone in the Shin residence keeps their mouth tight, and the imperial bodyguards are everywhere. I can't find him at all. Yen Haru was a little displeased. He ticked off the beads on his abacus and threw a tantrum. What imperial bodyguards? They're just a bunch of beggars who hung up their hats to become lackeys in Sizhou after leaving Kudu. Because of the Liuzhou harbor matter today, I've caused Shin Zichuan to have misgivings about me. Who knows? He's probably plotting my death right now. Yen Miao happened to be the messenger for the pawn shop in Danzhou. In fact, he was also the shopkeeper who handled the incoming and outgoing accounts for the pawn shop in Danzhou. He might have been the son of a servant serving in the Yen clan, but the fact that Yen Haru had him stationed in Danzhou a few years ago was evidence of Yen Haru's trust in him. Yen Miao lifted his head slightly to speak up by the dim light. From what I can see of Shen Zichuan's actions in Sizhou, he doesn't seem to be as vindictive as the rumors have it. The war is of utmost urgency now, and both the northern and southern battlefronts are borrowing on his strength. Little young master, you mustn't lose your head and ruin your relationship with him. He had me take responsibility for providing for the 2 prefectures' granaries at the start of spring. Yen Haru slid the abacus bead back and forth. That's essentially serving me with a warning, no? Do you think he isn't one to seek revenge over a small matter? I think it's just the opposite. Kong Qingfeng rejected him thrice, yet he didn't fly into a rage and continued to treat Kongling with respect. Yen Miao said, "We've supplied the grains for the 2 prefectures, along with the military provisions for Qidong this year. We will also be providing the funds and labor for the construction of the new harbor in the west." He ought to have taken notice of little young master's sincerity. Yen Haru suddenly swept away the abacus on his knees. He endured it for a moment before opening his mouth. Eventually he said, "Miao, you don't understand. Shin Zichuan treats Kongling well because Kongling is still willing to do his best for Sizhou despite being unwilling to work under Shin Zichuan in an official capacity. Kongling was the one who negotiated the business in Huaizhou before autumn, and it was also Kongling who played the peacemaker when there was animosity between Shen Zichuan and Zhou Gui's advisors before the new year. How else do you think a blockhead like Zhou Gui can still get to be an official in Sizhou? Shen Zichuan is making the best of his resources. He knows to put these 2 men together as a team. Not only will they not turn against him, but they will also put up an unassailable defense of Sizhou on his behalf. As for me, if he genuinely and sincerely wants to have a long-lasting partnership with me, how could he tolerate the lapdogs by his side barking at me time and time again?" Yen Haru was about to say something else when Yen Miao suddenly straightened up and warned in a low voice, "Little young master." Yen Haru promptly paused. After a momentary silence, he heard the sounds of horse hooves outside of his carriage. He picked up the abacus and crawled over on his knees to the side of the carriage drapes. In a soft whisper he asked, "Who's that?" Yen Miao answered, "The Libe armored cavalry." Yen Haru felt a sudden pang of fear. He clutched his abacus tightly, wanting to take a peek while the carriage swayed. But then the carriage came to an abrupt stop. Lang Tao Shui Jin slowed down and stopped by the side of the horse carriage. Against the entire sky of snow bearing down on him from above, Shaoqia cracked his whip in the air, and Shenyang and the Libe armored cavalry behind him followed suit and came to a stop too. Yen Haru patted his cheeks with both hands and pulled the carriage curtains open. "It really is the second master. I've been thinking of you on the way." Xiao Qie turned his head slightly to sweep a glance at Yen Miao, who was kneeling inside before looking at Yen Heru. "You've been to see the prefectural lord." Yen Heru gulped. He had heard that Xiao Qie had run in the snow for half a night in order to retrieve the Prince of Libei, and that he had not only escaped freezing to death, but even broke the necks of more than a dozen men. Yen Heru did not know if it was because of the rumors, but he felt Xiao the Second's sense of presence swell suddenly. That imposing and intimidating aura assailing him was so overwhelming that he involuntarily broke out into a sweat all over. "I did, yes." Yen Heru looked as though he was feeling very warm as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. "I brought some gems and jade for you. If you find them acceptable when you see them on your return, let me know. There are plenty of them in Hezhou." Xiao Qie had just come over from Bianbu camp, and he had no wish to engage in idle chatter with Yen Heru, so he merely nodded on hearing him and left with his men. The Libei armored cavalry passed by them like the wind, and it was only then that Yen Heru dared to rub his arms and shudder a few times. As if remembering something, Yen Miao said to Yen Heru, "This second master has been looking for the venerable eating." "Is that so?" Yen Heru tilted his head to look at the fine spray of snow kicked up by the Libei armored cavalry. His gaze gradually sharpened, and he said with a smile, "But having Shun Zichuan sick is far more reassuring to me than letting him recover." Chapter 194. Sound Sleep. Chapter 194. Sound sleep. Qiao Tianya had still yet to leave the room. Shun Zichuan said, "When you return later, let Yuanjua know about Liuzhou's harbor. We'll discuss it in detail later. The weather has been cold recently. Keep the ground heating running. Don't let him fall ill again." Qiao Tianya, who was more at ease before Shun Zichuan than Fei Xing was, answered, "I'm keeping my eyes on it." Shun Zichuan thought for a moment. There are quite a number of people this year sending in their visitation cards one with requests for a meeting in the hope of seeking a prospective career here. Ward them off these few days until Yuanjua recovers from his illness. You did well today. Yen Heru has ulterior motives. Don't let him in next time too. Qiao Tianya fished out a folded paper from his sleeve and pushed it before Shun Zichuan. "I'm here about this matter, actually. There are quite a number of scholars with a literary reputation among those who sent in their visitation cards. Yuanjua has taken a close look at them and prepared 2 lists of names for you." 2. With warm fingertips, Shun Zichuan brushed the paper open for a look. "This is a list of those you can retain but cannot use." Qiao Tianya pointed to the left. "Well, this is a list of those you can retain and use." Shun Zichuan looked over the list of those that could be retained but not used. They were all scholars who were rather well reputed. Of these people, few were usable, because what Zhongbo was in urgent need of at present were practical doers who would actually get things done. But these people came all the way from afar to throw in their lots with Shun Zichuan. For reputation's sake, Shun Zichuan could not slight them either. He had to keep them in his residence as literary retainers. On the contrary, those of use in the other list were basically all unknown nobodies. "We need a group of people after early spring," Shun Zichuan said. "When the time comes, include the talents picked out from Zhougui's end and draw up a name list for the various prefectures to make arrangements to settle them in." Shun Zichuan intended to reclaim the remaining 3 prefectures before spring. That way, he would be able to make it in time for the spring plowing. Otherwise, he would have to stress over the provisions again at the end of the year. Qiao Tianya acknowledged his order. On hearing the sound of footsteps under the eaves, he rose to his feet and announced with a smile, "The second master is back." After Xiao Fengshu's demise, Xiao Jiming became the Prince of Libei, and calling Xiao Qie second young master was no longer appropriate, so they simply changed their address of him to second master. 2 Xiao Qie stood still under the eaves as Qinyang and Gu Jin Each stood to his left and right and helped him take off his coat. The maidservant waiting in attendance at the side presented a hot handkerchief to him, which he took to wipe his hands. Ding Tao hurriedly lifted the hanging screen for Xiao Jie to enter. Ever the tactful ones, Xiao Tianya and Fei Sheng promptly made to retreat, but Xiao Jie asked, "Where's Harigu?" Fei Sheng cast a sideways glance at Shen Zichuan and answered only when he saw Shen Zichuan give his tacit consent. To reply, second master, "He's at our Beiyuan military drill grounds." Taking his cue, he bowed to take the handkerchief from Xiao Jie's hands. At the same time, he said, "Master has made arrangements for the imperial bodyguards to do a daily head count to prevent them from running all over the place." Gu Jin, Xiao Jie looked back and said, "Make a trip to the Beiyuan military drill grounds later and look for Harigu." Shen Zichuan was sitting right behind, so naturally Fei Xing would not speak out of turn and ask why. He bowed again to Xiao Jie and withdrew with Xiao Tinya. As guards, they could not very well stand under the eaves and converse with each other with their master still inside. So the few of them simultaneously headed to the foot of the veranda at the side to discuss matters. It was warm inside the room. As Xiao Jie removed his blade and undressed, Shen Zichuan gazed at him from where he was seated. Xiao Jie, having ridden his horse nonstop from the battlefield to Bianbu Camp, and from Bianbu Camp to Zhongbo, found it all worth it to see the expression in Shen Zichuan's eyes. He leaned over, his body completely blocking off the chair from view. "Losing weight now, are we?" Shen Zichuan was still holding the brush. He caressed the smooth shaft of the brush with the pulp of his fingers and whispered back softly, as if he could not understand his words, "Kissing where?" Xiao Jie lifted a hand to pinch Shen Zichuan's chin to prevent him from shying away, then moved his head close and pressed him up in the chair for a kiss. When Shen Zichuan tilted his head up like this, he would reveal his bobbing Adam's apple as he absorbed all of Xiao Jie's iciness and dissolved it into nothingness. Not wanting the brush anymore, he slid his hands up along Xiao Jie's arms. At the same time, Xiao Jie picked him up and wrapped them around Xiao Jie's neck. There was no consolation in a lover's kiss. That was a sentiment that could also be bestowed upon by others. Only the insatiable desire laid bare during moments in which they sought each other out was the real deal. This was a lick like no other between lovers. Xiao Jie needed such a dependency that was both secretive and extreme. That was where he belonged. It was also his territory. Shen Zichuan was burning up from the kiss. Xiao Jie set him on the table and braced himself against the table with his arms to gaze at him with all the seriousness he could muster. It did not take long for the flesh from the tips of Shen Zichuan's ears to spread rapidly to the corners of his eyes. He seemed as if he could not hold up against Xiao Jie any longer. He could not even withstand such an invasive gaze. That was, to him, a different kind of devastating seduction. Both of them were evidently intimately familiar with one another. Even with their eyes closed, they could find each other's most sensitive spots. But at present, Shen Zichuan could still feel his heartstrings stirring from Xiao Jie's tantalizing gaze. The quickening of his breath brought on tiny beads of sweat that trickled across his smooth, satiny back. Xiao Jie looked so very dangerous, as if he would ravage Shen Zichuan like a tempest once he was freed of the shackles holding him back. He needed Shen Zichuan way too much, but he was remarkably restrained. Desire surged like magma under thin ice. Through Xiao Jie's eyes, Shen Zichuan sensed a love so doting and gripping it would physically hurt. This was the change elicited by the suppression of desire. Very slowly, Xiao Jie kissed Shen Zichuan and reached his arm out to toss his outer robe into the chair. "I'm going to the bathhouse." Shen Zichuan brushed off Xiao Jie's fine sweat with his fingertip, then pulled away and blinked to motion for him to go on ahead. By the time Xiao Jie came out again, he had already changed into a clean set of attire. He was wiping his hair in the inner chamber when he saw a small box on the table. He opened it. It contained jades Yan Haru had sent over. Outside, Chunyang was talking to Shin Zichuan. I have to return to Bianbo camp 3 days later, but master will be staying. Shen Zichuan seemed to be looking at the documents and was slow to answer. The second month is right around the corner. Is the location to build the stables on Mount Luo already decided? Xiao Jia picked up a piece of red jade and caressed it. Chunyang answered, yes. Once we reclaim Duanzhou, we can begin construction. Shen Zichuan said, the new spears General Liu wants will be more or less ready at the end of the second month. When the time comes, transport it via the new bridle path to avoid taking another detour. The rest were all about trivial and tedious duties. As Xiao Jia listened, he thought of the defensive battle a few days back. Xiao Jia was now leading the imperial army to guard Shotter camp in Jiangsheng's place. Guo Weili and Zhao Hui were both transferred back to their original camps, while Zhu Qianqiu and Lu Guangbai were jointly in charge of guarding Shai camp. Xiao Jiming's intent with this arrangement was obvious. The Li Bei armored cavalry had given up on advancing and was now relying on the 2 men who were best at defenses to face Hassan's attacks. Li Bei had completely switched from going on the offensive to being on the defensive. Not only that, but Xiao Jiming had also made an adjustment to the battlegrounds. In the past, a change of general was equivalent to a change of battle line in which the armored cavalry in the same camp had to be swapped out as well. It was different now. Other than Zhu Qianqiu, who would remain in place, the other 3 commanding generals of the 3 camps would all be irregularly rotated. This gave Guo Weili a headache. Soldiers he was used to leading would no longer follow him, and there was even Zhu Qianqiu to keep an eye on him when he fought defensive battles. It was like his chain had shortened to the point it was strangling him by the throat. It made him uncomfortable all over. Xiao Jia had to break away from the imperial army and learn to adapt and get along with the armored cavalry of the remaining 2 camps. This was even more so for Lu Guangbai. He had to familiarize himself with the cavalry and reverse the way he thought as an infantry on the ground. Everyone seemed to have been tied up by the limbs as they crashed into one another, unaccustomed as they were to fighting battles in this way. But the effect was evident. Since the rotations were not in order, Hassan could not be sure who exactly his opponent was each time he launched an attack. Without Xiao Fangxiu, the morale of the Li Bei armored cavalry was indeed low, but even so, the Bianxia cavalry did not get their wish. Hassan not only faced Zhu Qianqiu, who used to guard Tianfei Watchtower, but also had to guard against the Bianjuan commandery garrison troops, who could conceal themselves in the snow. Hassan had no idea what happened to Li Bei behind that wall, except that victory did not come as he expected, and both parties had instead fallen into some kind of unsettling stalemate. It was here Hassan finally got a taste of how formidable Xiao Jiming truly was. The new prince of Li Bei was totally poles apart from Xiao Fangxiu. He seemed to have cowered back and hold himself up, but in reality he had delimited a battle line in the east, making it impossible for Hassan to press forward even the slightest. Xiao Jia put aside his distracting thoughts and closed the box. Chunyang had already taken his leave, and Shin Zichuan was still writing something. The rustle of ink and brush blended into the sound of the snow. Xiao Jia did not go out to disturb him. He knew Shin Zichuan was in a rush to take down King Yi before the second month. What's more, Shin Zichuan still had to go to the study later to further discuss the deployment of troops. Xiao Jia set down the handkerchief at the side and fell back onto the bedding. He did not know if it was intentional or not, but Shin Zichuan did not let the maidservants clean up the bed when he got up last night, and Xiao Jia could still seem to catch a whiff of Shin Zichuan's scent as he rested his head on it. It relaxed him enough to dispel the heavy, depressing mood that had tagged along with him from the battlefields. Xiao Jia closed his eyes and fell asleep before his hair had even dried. At the hour of Yu, Fei Xing came to call Shin Zichuan, who extracted himself from his work and said, "Open the windows. It's rather stuffy." As he rose to his feet, he remembered something else and added, Never mind. Wait for me at the door. Fei Sheng retreated out of the room with his head lowered. Shin Szechuan's nape was aching from having bent over the desk for too long. He lifted the hanging screen of the inner chamber and heard Xiao Qie's steady breathing when he entered. Xiao Qie lay on his side, with half of his face burrowed in the bedding. He was in such a deep sleep that it was apparent he had been exhausted for a long time. The injury on the back of his shoulder had yet to fully heal, and he seemed to feel nothing even though he was pressing down on it in his sleep. Shen Szechuan leaned over and gently pulled away the back of Xiao Qie's collar for a look. Afraid that Xiao Qie might aggravate the injury by pressing his weight down on it like this, Shen Szechuan pushed him over so that he laid on his stomach. Xiao Qie, smothered as he was in the bedding, was still not fully awake, and it was in this way he remained sprawled on the bedding and murmured, "Military intelligence report." Shin Szechuan leaned in closer to Xiao Qie's ear. "No military intelligence. Go back to sleep." Without opening his eyes, Xiao Qie turned his face to the side to breathe. Shin Szechuan lowered his fingers to wipe his sweat for him very carefully, with exceedingly gentle movements. Xiao Qie grabbed that hand of his and grasped it in his palm, refusing to let it go. Shin Szechuan murmured admonishingly, "I'll be back real soon, Whenever he used to speak in this tone back in Kudu, chances were that he was miffed at Xiao Qie. But now the way he said it was so light and so gentle, like the caress of a soft feather. Not even hundreds of yen, Haru, could hold a candle to him. But Xiao Qie did not let go. Fei Sheng waited for quite a while at the door. Seeing as it was getting dark, he feared that Shen Szechuan would catch a cold should the snowstorm intensify at night if they delayed any further. So he hurried in and said softly across the hanging screen at the door, "Master, it's almost time." After a moment's pause, Shen Szechuan replied, "Go stop Yuanjua from heading over to the Zhou residence and tell him to come straight here instead. Then send someone to summon Zhou Gui and Cheng Feng over." Fei Sheng could tell from his words that he meant to discuss official business at home tonight. He asked, "Then, shall I invite the various gentlemen to the side hall?" Sitting at the edge of the bed without lighting up any lamps, Shin Szechuan said, "Let's hold the discussion just outside of here. We'll just keep our voices down." Fei Sheng nodded and took his leave, aware that the operative phrase here was "keep our voices down." Hence, before the gentlemen made their way over, he called for his subordinates to quietly set up a screen in the hall, moving the venue of the discussion off to the side corner. Zhou Gui and Kong Ling did not see Shin Szechuan when they came in. As they looked at each other, Fei Sheng hurriedly guided them behind the screen. Keeping his voice low, he said, "Master is in the inner chamber." Kong Ling lowered his voice. "The second master too?" Fei Sheng nodded slightly. As if still not reassured, he added, "He's sleeping." They were in the middle of brewing tea when Qiao Tinya pushed Yao Wenyu in. Fei Sheng had laid out a rug inside earlier so that the wheelchair would not make any noise when it entered. As Kong Ling watched, he could not help but let loose a laugh, thinking Fei Sheng to be truly a genius. Yao Wenyu did not inquire about Shin Szechuan's whereabouts after settling in. Handling the teacup with care, he said, "Xinwei's proclamation was published today. There should be activity from Fanzhou later on. I will have to trouble Your Excellency to keep a close eye on the matter." The three of them did not have loud voices, so they were all rather at ease gathered here. Zhou Gui nodded his head in answer. Fanzhou has now been surrounded. King Yi and Mount Luo have not come to an agreement, and the troops under the former are too weak to resist. My guess is that he will not put up a fight to the death, but he will definitely make use of the opportunity to bargain with us. It would be best not to have to deploy troops. As someone who had suffered the ravages of war, Kong Ling would rather resort to reason. King Yi made a series of boasts to the citizens of Fanzhou during his rise to prominence, yet he has achieved not a single one of them to this day. He should also be aware of just how powerless he is to resist. The only concern is that the men under King Yi will not concede even if King Yi himself is willing to. Yao Wenyu thought about it and said, Fanzhou and Dengzhou, where King Yi is sitting, both have a major banditry problem, one that is even worse than it is in Chazhou. Then there's also interference from the brothels where Suiqing and the likes are selling women from decent families. These people all know that surrendering is akin to a death sentence. Xin Zichuan raised his hands to cover Xiaoqia's ears as he listened to their discussion in the darkness. Yao Wenyu was right. Whether for official or private reasons, there was no way that Shen Zichuan would let off these bandits and brothels. These people were the root cause of the decay in Fanzhou and Dengzhou, and keeping them alive would mean retaining a scourge of calamity that would hinder the two prefectures' progress. So Shen Zichuan would never go soft on them when he started killing them. What if we pretend to pardon them when our troops are at their gates? Zhou Gui said, Then make the arrests after the city gates are open? Kong Ling shook his head and said as he served the tea, Have you ever considered that if they make use of the opportunity to incite the common folks of both prefectures, it will equate to tarnishing the prefectural lord's reputation? Xin Zichuan was presently treading with caution everything he did. It was imperative they took Xin Zichuan's reputation into consideration while striving to take over the world, in order to overwrite Xin Wei's notoriety. Every move they made from Chazhou onward had been conspicuously one of benevolence and magnanimity. That was why they had to have a justifiable reason for his deployment of troops into battle. There must be no involvement of any kind with the bandits. Otherwise, even if they occupied Zhongboi in the future, Shen Zichuan would not be able to establish a virtuous reputation for himself. Shen Zichuan was listening to their conversation when there came the sound of footsteps beneath the eaves. Fei Sheng had gone to the kitchen to call for someone to brew the concoction. So how was Gao Zhongxiong supposed to know what was happening inside? He patted the snow off him and called out as he entered, My greetings to your lordship. That proclamation, the three people who were off to the side turned their heads towards him in unison and shushed him. Gao Zhongxiong was so freezing cold his cheeks had gone red. He immediately stopped talking and shrunk his neck back. He was still feeling trepidation when he saw Zhou Gui beckon to him. But seeing as none of the gentlemen said a word, he gingerly tiptoed over to them and bowed down to say in a very soft voice, I'm here to submit my report to his lordship. Unsure how to go about explaining it, Kong Ling could only say, later, Why don't you take a seat first and have some tea? Chapter 195, Mastiffs. Chapter 195. Mastiffs. Gao Zhongxiong did not dare to ask any further, and sat at the side, all prim and proper. The freezing cold had gotten to him quite badly on his way here. It was gradually getting better now, with some sensation restored in those ears that had been frozen numb. Seeing as Gao Zhongxiong's robe was still old, Zhou Gui said, It's bitter cold in Xizhou. You're way too flimsy dressed. Gao Zhongxiong looked a little embarrassed as he clenched the hem of his clothes and answered in a small, mosquito-like voice, Yes, yes. Kong Ling could see that something was up. As someone in a yamen with limited funds, one you're in a far worse position than the others with lucrative posts. Money that passes through your hands are all bits and pieces of silver. What's more, you have only just arrived in Xizhou, and it isn't easy for you to settle down in a whole new place. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to bring it up. The show of concern put Gao Zhongxiong at ease. His eyes misted over, and he hurriedly stood up. You have all shown me utmost solicitude, and his lordship, too, has treated me with such tremendous kindness. Zhou Gui immediately waved his hand. Take a seat. There's no one else here tonight. There's no need to be so formal. Gao Zhongxiong had no wife, children, or relatives in Xizhou. No one dared to let him pick up the tab during the usual yamen's social functions either. By all logic, his monthly salary should have been sufficient. However, he dared not tell a soul that his money had all gone to finance Hanjin. Last autumn, Shen Zichuan released Hanjin from prison and put him up at the side courtyard. Han Jin had a hard time in prison, and with adequate food practically guaranteed on his release, he ate and drank to his heart's content for quite an extended period of time. There were people in the courtyard taking care of his needs, and when he was back in the pink of health, a young male servant even came over to play with him. The lad took him along to throw dice and hold cricket fights. Keeping him so entertained, he abandoned himself to pleasure. In less than 2 months, he forgot all about returning to Kudu. Then he got addicted to gambling. Unable to remain in the courtyard, he started venturing outdoors with the lad, having the whale of his time drinking and having fun without a care in the world. But there was only so much monthly budget Shin Sichuan allocated to Hanjin. Since he could not stop himself from gambling, he had to think of a way on his own. And so he set his sights on Gao Zhongxiong again. He ran to Gao Zhongxiong's house almost every day, shouting disloyal, turncoat slave to as loud and clear as he possibly could, and stood in Gao Zhongxiong's path, demanding money. Gao Zhongxiong could do nothing about him, and he was embarrassingly low on funds, so how would he still have the money to buy winter clothes? Inside the inner chamber, Shin Zechuan's fingertips had already gone numb from being grasped by Xiao Chai, although he was as perspicacious as ever as he listened to their conversation. The wind had picked up again at night, sending the cotton-like snow dancing all over the sky and the wind chimes under the eaves tinkling ceaselessly. Fearing that the din would disrupt the discussion within, Gu Jin, who had just returned from Beiyuan military drill grounds, called for someone to take them down. As he swept away the snow from his hair, he saw Fei Xing walk over to him from the walkway, looking for the second master. With medicine in hand, Fei Xing motioned to the room with his chin. "He's resting. Master doesn't allow us to call for him. The journey has been hard on all of you. It's snowing so hard that just spurring on the horse alone is enough to be the death of me." Gu Jin had just gotten off his horse, and his ears had gone so numb from the biting cold wind that he could feel nothing in them. "Second master hasn't had a decent night's sleep for half a month running." Fei Xing sighed. Gu Jin made way for him. "Go on ahead. Don't hold the prefectural lord up from taking his medicine." Before Fei Xing entered the room, he said in a hushed tone, "I think everyone will be busy for quite a while, and there's no need for anyone to guard this place too. When Chen Yang and Xiao Tianya come over later, go to the duty room with them for a break. I'll get someone to serve snacks and hot tea. Just make do with these first to fill your tummies." It was hard to say when Xiao Chia would wake up, and when he did, he would no doubt want to discuss official business. They had been on the go for several days running, and they would not be able to withstand standing like a pole here under the eaves with the wind blowing. This was indeed very thoughtful of Fei Xing. The duty room was just a stone's throw away from the courtyard, and they would be able to come over right away without any delay if they were called. Accepting his kindness, Gu Jin cupped his fists to say his thanks and held up the hanging screen for him. Shen Sichuan did not let them light up the lamps, so Fei Xing naturally did not carry one. He entered with the tray in his hands and ladled out the medicine into a porcelain bowl. They were still speaking softly in the outer room at a volume Shin Sichuan could hear. Shin Sichuan took the spoon with the hand he could move and drank it slowly. Fei Xing tried his best not to make a sound, but Xiao Chia still woke up. With brows furrowed, Xiao Chia took a moment to orient himself before he sat up in one swift move. His black shadow abruptly enveloped Shin Sichuan, giving Fei Xing a fright. Xiao Chia was still drowsy from his sleep. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shen Sichuan and asked in a hoarse voice, "What time is it now?" Shen Sichuan set his spoon down and looked at Fei Xing. "Second master, it should be the hour of high now," Fei Xing answered. To Xiao Chia's surprise, he had slept for almost 6 hours, and he was still holding on to Shen Sichuan's hand. As he lowered his head, he rubbed his nape with his other hand and asked, "Is Gu Jin back?" Fei Xing took Shin Sichuan's medicine bowl and answered, "Just did. They are all currently in the duty room. If second master wants to call for them, I'll get someone to summon them." "Do it." Xiao Chia said right at once. Tell them to go over to the side hall. I'll be there in a while. On hearing the sound of talking in the inner chamber, those outside stopped conversing. Fei Sheng stepped out with the empty bowl, signaled to the various gentlemen with his eyes, and made his way out under the hanging screen to get someone to summon Qinyang and the rest over. Xin Zichuan moved his numbed fingers that had reddened from Xiao Chia's grip. At the same time Xiao Chia put on his outer robe, he asked, "Have you been sitting here all this while?" All Shen Zichuan could feel in his mouth was the bitterness of the medicine. He was still thinking over the matters in Fanzhou, so he half-heartedly replied, "Been sitting until my waist ached." Xiao Chia poured himself a cup of cooled tea and held it in his mouth as he dressed himself quickly. When he saw Shen Zichuan stand up, he stood in Xin Zichuan's path, refusing to let him leave. As Shen Zichuan looked at him questioningly with raised eyebrows, Xiao Chia pinched the latter's chin and fed him the tea mouth to mouth, taking away that lingering bitterness. Shen Zichuan was not tall enough to reach up to Xiao Chia to begin with, and Xiao Chia did not lower his head when he held Shen Zichuan's chin, so Shen Zichuan could only stand on tiptoe. Xiao Chia led Shen Zichuan into his arms, and Shen Zichuan gripped Xiao Chia's sleeves as Xiao Chia created such havoc in his mouth that Shen Zichuan felt weak all over. Unable to hold in the tea, and sensing that it was about to spill, Shen Zichuan had no choice but to swallow it down hastily, only to choke on it and burst out into fits of coughing. Those in the outer room had already drunk their fill of tea. Listening to the coughs, Zhou Gui was worried that Shen Zichuan had caught another cold. He was about to voice his concern after a moment when Kong Ling interrupted him. "The ground heating system is making this room too warm. I'll push Yuanjua to the door to get some air." Yao Wenyu wrapped his overcoat around himself and said, "Then I shall have to trouble Mr. Chengfeng." They whisked Zhou Gui outside and stood under the eaves for less than an incense time 3 when they saw Xiao Chia lift the hanging screen and step out. The group bowed in obeisances and greeted Second Master. Xiao Chia's chin was red from being bumped against. Seeing as Qinyang and the rest had arrived, he returned the greeting and said, "I've been busy on the road these few days and inadvertently ended up holding all of you back from your discussions. I'm truly sorry. Second Master has been working day and night tirelessly on the battlegrounds. It's time you take a rest." They bowed once more to Xiao Chia. Without further ado, Xiao Chia stepped away and led his men over to the side hall. Zhou Gui felt cold standing in the same place. He swept a glance around the rest and asked in bafflement, "Shall we go in?" Yao Wenyu sighed softly at Zhou Gui, but he could not help but smile as he lifted his hand in a gesture and replied, "Let's go in. Your Excellency, you first." While Cizhou was having discussions through the night, Fanzhou had already received the proclamation. This was not the first time King Yi had received a denunciation-cum-declaration of war from Cizhou, but the few times it happened last year had all been all talk and no action. Shen Zichuan did not have the intention to mobilize his troops to fight him, so he took the proclamation this time as an empty threat too and did not think much of it. Fanzhou's yamen had been expanded and renovated anew. King Yi housed all the gold, silver, and treasures he plundered from the 2 prefectures here and called it the state treasury. He claimed to be saving them to purchase grains and lands after spring, but in reality he had appropriated them for himself and was using it to fund his debauchery. With the snow as heavy as it was this year, the number of common folks from the 2 prefectures who either starved or froze to death was beyond measure. A few days ago, the residential dwellings in multiple locations had also collapsed and crushed even more people to death. The lower ranks reported this to King Yi, but he had turned a deaf ear to them all and continued to indulge in the company of women. For a bunch of those who had stood by King Yi's side from the very beginning of his revolt had been slaughtered in the fight for crop fields, and the majority of people who still remained were bandits from the 2 prefectures. When King Yi was establishing his position, he had once promised the scholars of both prefectures that he would change the current situation of the prefectures and restore the livelihoods of its people. But he wielded his blade the moment he took control over the yamen and slain the scholars who remonstrated against him. Many of the commoners of the two prefectures, finding themselves in a perilous situation, attempted to flee under cover of the snow, but they were executed on the spot by the soldiers under King Yi's command. Even if someone was brought back alive, they would be branded with a mark on the chest and set aside in Fanzhou's prison as animals for King Yi's winter hunts. It was after the third night watch at midnight, and King Yi, with his potbelly, lay on satin cushions drinking himself drunk under the music of reed pipes. He lifted his golden cup high and said, "Fill it up!" Two scantily clad women on both sides of him poured the wine for him. King Yi held his arm up and muttered, "Keep pouring! Keep pouring!" The red, pomegranate-like wine spilled over the rim of the cup, and the woman twisted aside to cover her face, seemingly bashfully, as King Yi roared with unbridled laughter. King Yi had long lost his sense of propriety, and was now exposing himself with a public display of his degenerate, gluttonous self. Due to his obesity, he had difficulty moving, and he even had to open his arms as wide as he could to hug the women by his sides. Tsuei-ching was sitting in the seat to the bottom left of King Yi. She had a new face with dashing looks holding her pipe for her. As she smoked, her eyes darted down below his waist. "I escaped death by the skin of my teeth and fled back from Danzhou. What will your highness reward me with? I think this one will do. He is going to be incredible after a period of training for me." This man was a handsome one with an unpowdered face, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, kneeling before Tsuei-ching. He raised his head to look up at her upon hearing her. The expression in his eyes was sultry and frank, and it was so titillating that it sent an electrifying tingle through Tsuei-ching's body and made her heart itch. King Yi, being too obese, needed the woman serving him to help him turn his head. He cast a glance at that man and sneered. "You have got a good eye. Do you know who this is?" Tsuei-ching lifted a foot to step on the man's chest, feeling the solidness underneath. "I've never seen such a character. Honey dear, would you like to leave with me?" King Yi roared with laughter and hissed maliciously. His surname is Hua. He's Hualingyun, the eldest lawful son of Huiqing, the garrison troops commander of Dengzhou, who was bitten to death by dogs. Back then, when I wanted to take over Dengzhou as its master, Huiqing would rather die than yield and killed my second younger brother during the battle. After his capture, I had him tortured for 7 days and 7 nights before dumping him at the hunting grounds to let the dogs tear him to pieces. Tsuei-ching uttered an "oh my" in surprise and moved in to scrutinize Hualingyun. With a cackle, she said, "Then your highness is truly a magnanimous one to have kept him by your side and raised him to be so well-built." "I initially wanted to kill him," King Yi said contemptuously. "He looks the part of a gentleman, but he's as timid as a mouse. When he saw his old man being eaten by the dogs, he immediately kneeled down to hug my thighs and begged me to spare his life. For that, he was even willing to slave like an ox or a horse for me. So I kept him by my side as a dog." Tsuei-ching started feeling up Hualingyun, and Hualingyun showed her an ingratiating smile. She tenderly gave him a push and said, "Good dog, show me exactly how obedient you are." King Yi tossed aside his golden cup and said, "There is nothing he can't do, and he holds up pretty well. I sent him over to Chief Fang for 7 or 8 days to have fun with, and he was still alive when he returned." The expression on Tsuei-ching's face frosted over. Old Fang IX is already so advanced in age, and yet he's still so despicable. He can't even control his bowels anymore. Yet he still wants to vie with me over a man. Baby, look at me. I'm much better looking than old Fang. It must have been hard on you serving an old macaque like him." Hualingyun's chest heaved. He was in a partial state of undress, with his clothes secured around his waist. He was all docile and obedient as Tsuei-ching came pressing in towards him. The interior of this hall was already a lewd scene, made even more obscene by the whiny moan Tsuei-ching let loose at being fondled by Hualingyun. She fell back onto the cushion and motioned for him to continue. King E, having overindulged in carnal pleasures, was presently only bothered with drinking his wine. He loved wine as he did his life, and he drank himself bloated in this rowdy ruckus as he rested upon the tender, fragrant bodies of the women serving him while they massaged his shoulders and kneaded his legs. His snores boomed like thunder. The snow outside the hall fell for half the night, and the people inside were all dead asleep by the time it was almost dawn. King E, his arms spread out, exhaled stale air that reeked of wine. Hua Lingyun wiped down his body and cleaned up the sweat. He looked at King E a short distance away from him amidst the undulating snores, then soundlessly stepped over the others to make his way over to squat down next to King E's pillow. King E did not like to bring his guards along when he was making merry. He feared death, so the guards, armed with their blades, all had to stand outside the doors. Hua Lingyun had served as a plaything under King Yi's command for an entire 6 months, suffering all kinds of humiliation imaginable before he managed to get such an opportunity. He looked at King E as if he was looking at those dogs that had bitten his father to death. 3 soft knocks sounded right outside the door, and that was when Hua Lingyun knew that the matter had been done. He did not stand up, however. Instead, he patted King Yi's cheek at the same time he picked up the cushion. King Yi's snores were cut short in his throat. He reached out a hand to brush away the empty golden cup, and as the cup clattered noisily to the floor, he opened his eyes. On seeing Hua Lingyun, he broke out in a cold sweat and reproved in a stern voice, "Get away." Hua Lingyun had already burst into action. He ruthlessly held down the cushion over King Yi's head. King Yi struggled violently, and the flailing of his thick limbs startled the others in the hall awake. Hua Lingyun held down that pasty flesh with pudgy rolls of fat under the cushion. King Yi was still gasping for breath. Tsuiching woke up, but she did not realize what was happening around her. The terrified King Yi shouted in a muffled voice in between heavy breathing, Men, save me!" Hua Lingyun started laughing even as King Yi was struggling. He suddenly released his grip, abandoning his attempt to smother the latter. King Yi tried to scramble up in a panic from under his hands, but he was too fat, and he sank into the cushion, shouting himself hoarse, "Men, come quick!" Hua Lingyun touched something from the bunched clothes around his waist. He followed after King Yi. King Yi crawled on the ground naked, like a maggot, gradually coming to a realization amidst his shouts. It was as if the guards outside the door were dead. They were indeed dead. King Yi started to cry. He moved his obese body with stacks and rolls of fat and prostrated himself at Hua Lingyun's feet. Lingyun! He reached out to pull over a woman and shoved her towards Hua Lingyun. "Don't kill me, and I'll give you fan, Zhou. I'll give you everything tea that's mine. I'll even give you the title of King Yi too." With his chest heaving, Hua Lingyun bent his head down and yanked King Yi by the hair to drag him towards himself. King Yi did not understand how the situation could have changed so abruptly. Everyone from top to bottom in Fanzhou was still at his command before he had fallen asleep. He kicked out his legs and squealed loudly like a pig being slaughtered. It finally hit Tsuiching what was happening. She fumbled for her clothing in a fluster. Seeing Hua Lingyun dragging King Yi towards herself, she hurriedly shook her head. "It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do." A blast rang out at this instant, and the thunderous sound of something blowing up on impact roared in Tsuiching's ears and made her ears buzz. She cried out involuntarily, her eyes wide opened as she froze in place, stupefied, and with a face splattered full of red and white filth. The area between Hua Lingyun's thumb and the index finger was hurting intensely from the recoil of the bronze gun. The burning sensation thrilled him. King Yi's head was just like a watermelon being trampled into pulp. Deadly silence descended upon the hall, and then Tsuiching suddenly shrieked out loud and crawled on all fours like a madwoman. Clutching her clothes, she ran barefoot across the hall and lunged at the doors. The doors opened, but Tsuiching stepped back and fell on her buttocks, her eyes on the doorway where there were firearms everywhere. You abducted women for him. Hua Lingyun stood in the gloomy darkness and sent the splattered gore from King Yi into his mouth. He promptly spat it out. As he stared at Suiqing, he said in an icy voice, "You even reared mastiffs you held in captive for him." Suiqing shook her head and covered her body as she scooted across the floor. She heard the sound of barking and saw those mastiffs boring their way out between the gaps of the human's legs. Hua Lingyun stepped on King Yi's corpse and said, as though he was sizing up meat on the chopping board, "All of you ought to get a taste of it." Suiqing's eyes widened. She wanted to run, but she had gone weak in the knees. She could only watch helplessly as those mastiffs broke free of their chains and pounced on her at the same time she screamed uncontrollably. Under the sound of the mastiffs tearing and devouring, Hua Lingyun draped his wide-sleeved robe over his shoulders. He picked up the proclamation that King Yi had flung away and promptly proceeded to crumple it. Chapter 196, Old Man. Chapter 196. Old Man. After breakfast the next day, Xiaoqie put on his heavy armor with the intent to head over to the Beiyuan hunting grounds. Xin Zichuan slept little these few days, and it was only until last night that he got a good night's sleep, so much that he was still a tad lethargic when he stood under the eaves to see Xiaoqie off. The snow had ceased today, and the sun shone so brightly the courtyard was practically glittering. Xiaoqie let Meng perch on him and turned back to talk to Xin Zichuan, only to see Xin Zichuan standing sleepily in front of the door with an unhappy expression. "When will you be back?" Xin Zichuan asked. Xiaoqie undid the chain on Meng's talons, and Meng promptly made to pounce on Xin Zichuan. Xiaoqie held it down and answered, "I'll try my best to return earlier. If anything's the matter, send someone to call for me." Being bathed in the sunlight also made Xin Zichuan sparkle. Avoiding the rays, he squinted his expressive eyes and called out, "A yi." Xiaoqie made to kiss this little baddie, startling Xin Zichuan, capitalizing on his height advantage. Xiaoqie raised his arm against the doorframe and, when Xin Zichuan stepped back, led him back with a hand. The hanging screen covered the back of his head, although Xiaoqie did not bother with moving it out of the way. Xin Zichuan took a kiss to the mouth. Chunyang, busy mulling over the escort tasks they were about to return to Bianbo camp to make arrangements for, was not paying attention to the movement on the other end. Gu Jin saw the hanging screen swing, and then both men were gone. He took off his gloves and said, "The prefectural lord and master." Unable to find the right words, Gu Jin could only look at Chunyang and hinted at the latter with his eyes. Chunyang knew Gu Jin had been alarmed by Xin Zichuan's discussions in the hall last night, so he closed the book and looked over too. After watching for a moment, he said, "Master has had it rough fighting battles on the battlefields after what happened with the former prince of Libei. He may seem fine now, but I fear his heart is still healing like the wound on his back. It's a good thing for them to stick together to each other like glue." After that specific night, many people wanted to baby Xiaoqie. They kept away from the heavy snow as much as they could and watched Xiaoqie cautiously, as if Xiaoqie had already lost his strength and was now no more than a fragile vase. Xin Zichuan was just the opposite. He said not a single word of consolation to Xiaoqie, but the expression in his eyes spoke volumes of his dependence on Xiaoqie. It was as if he would resent the weather for being cold and fault the medicine for being bitter if he so much as stepped away from Xiaoqie by even half a step. In fact, Xin Zichuan was revealing another layer of meaning behind his extreme reliance on Xiaoqie, and that was Xiaoqie was strong. Xiaoqie did not need to be treated as porcelain. He was iron. He was steel. He was also Xin Zichuan's Hongyan Mountains. And this was how Xiaoqie responded to him too. Before the discussion of official affairs, Xin Zichuan had Fei Xing summon Gao Zhongxiong, who stood before the study waiting for Xin Zichuan. When Xin Zichuan arrived, he had him dispense with the formalities. "I had someone take your measurements last night. The winter clothes will be delivered to your residence in a few days. It's cold at present. Do you still have charcoal fire in your house? Gao Zhongxiong was formerly an advisor to Han Jin. When he first came to Cizhou, he knew Xin Zichuan would not employ him, and that was why he had taken such an ill-advised step. It was only because he came highly recommended by Yao Wenyu that he could get a job in the Yamen. But Shen Zichuan rarely spoke to him, and this, in turn, made Gao Zhongxiong somewhat terrified to be speaking to him now. Whenever Gao Zhongxiong was nervous, he would sweat and stutter, an unfortunate conditioned effect of being ridiculed too much when he was in dancing. He wiped away the beads of sweat, his chin lowered so low it was about to jab into his chest as he muttered, "It's as your lordship admonished." "Your lordship!" The advisors in the room were all already in place. Kong Ling was presently standing under the eaves, waiting for Xin Zichuan to enter. Gao Zhongxiong knew he was clumsy with words, and so he was even more worked up with anxiety as he sweated buckets and tried to finish his sentence. Shen Zichuan remembered how bold and spirited Gao Zhongxiong had been when he kneeled in the heavy rain a year ago to denounce the eunuch faction, so he listened in all seriousness for him to finish saying his piece before he added, "You are not married at present. If the monthly salary from the Yamen is insufficient, just let the local government know." Gao Zhongxiong initially thought Shen Zichuan detested him, and that it was only on Yao Wenyu's account that Shen Zichuan did not voice it out. He did not expect Shen Zichuan to be so amicable today. For a moment, his emotions got the better of him, and he choked out a sob. "It's all thanks to the grace and kindness of the prefectural lord that I could have a job in the Yamen. Moreover, the salary is issued on time every month. How can I take more?" With even more gentleness, Shen Zichuan said, "You are also a man of letters in my employ. It will be ill-advised for you to keep on belittling yourself any more." A multitude of emotions welled up in Gao Zhongxiong's heart as he wiped his tears. Shen Zichuan was willing to use him and even respected him. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for the one who understood and appreciated him on his own merits. He was truly willing to serve under Shen Zichuan. He was about to voice some words of gratitude, but Shen Zichuan raised his hand to stop him and gestured for him to keep up pace as they headed for the study. Cizhou initially planned to borrow a general for their mobilization of troops to Fanzhou this time, but seeing as King Yi had long-standing public resentment stacked against him and that Fanzhou was internally empty, Shen Zichuan did not borrow one from the Libe armored cavalry. Instead, he appointed the commander of the Cizhou garrison troops, Yin Chang. This Yin Chang was a high-ranking military officer of the Cizhou garrison troops before the defeat of the Zhongbua troops. After its commander died in battle, Zhou Gui promoted him to the post. Before Shen Zichuan came to Cizhou, Yin Chang was a one-man army commander. This man was about the same age as Ji Gang. He was an avid drinker with a full beard, and he hated taking a bath the most in life. For this reason, he appeared particularly unkempt. He could be considered to be kindred spirits with Qiao Tianya. Before Qiao Tianya quit drinking, they often drank together. Looking hesitant, Kong Ling said, "Yin Chang is advanced in age, and he has not stepped into the battlefield for several years. I'm afraid he is not up to the task if he's sent into battle." Surprisingly enough, Zhou Gui did not agree this time. A veteran general has the advantages of a veteran general. If the prefectural lord is willing to assign him to deploy troops, he will definitely do his best. Other than Yin Chang, Shen Zichuan unexpectedly piped up, "Fei Sheng will also tag along during the deployment of troops to Fanzhou this time." Yao Wenyu's wide sleeves bulged from the crouching cat underneath. He covered it with his hand and said, "Now that the bridle paths are accessible, the military provisions can be supplied by both Cizhou and Chazhou. It takes only 1 day to reach Fanzhou." "That's right." Shen Zichuan set his fan on his lap. He looked at the others. "Time is of the essence now. It's imperative we obtain Fanzhou and Dengzhou. We will have to fight a quick battle for this one." A chorus of acknowledgement in the affirmative rose, and with that, Everyone began to discuss in hushed tones about the arrangements to be made for filling in the vacancies in Fanzhou and Dingzhou's yamen when the time came. Yin Chang deployed his troops as he was commanded to, while Fei Xing went along for the ride with 40 imperial bodyguards as part of the entourage. Fei Xing had only met Yin Chang just before setting off. This commander's hair was even whiter than Ji Gang's. He was not at all tall, and he had a drunkard's nose that was a bright shade of red. Fei Xing paid his obeisances to Yin Chang before the horse, although the latter seemed to have yet to sober up from his inebriation as he mumbled, "Rise." Fei Xing had specially taken a leaf out of Qiao Tianya's book and brought along some fine wine to show his respect to Yin Chang. Yin Chang opened it up for a sniff and shouted out, "Awesome," in a voice so booming that Fei Xing nearly lost his grip on the reins from the force of it. Seeing as Yin Chang was about to drink the wine now, Fei Xing hurriedly raised his hands to stop him. With an apologetic smile, he said, "Elder Yin, please hold on. This wine is strong, and it'd be hard to travel if you're drunk. Let's wait for us to return in triumph, and I shall play host and drink with you into oblivion." Yin Chang twitched his nose. While Fei Xing was talking, he had already taken several consecutive gulps of the wine as though he was starving. The wine relaxed him all over, making his nose even redder. He breathed out several puffs of hot air and patted Fei Xing heavily on the shoulder. Loudly he said, "Lad, there's no need for you to worry. I've traversed Zhongbua for over 10 years, and I can find my way around even with my eyes closed. This wine sobers me up the more I drink it. A great perk-me-up for the journey." Fei Xing estimated Yin Chang's age. He was pretty tempted to leave right now had this battle not been to take down Fanzhou, which part of the senile old man looks like he can fight a battle. Although this was what he was thinking deep down, he still said with a smile, "Sure thing, I'm at your command this trip." He led the horse over to Yin Chang and asked, "Shall I help you up the horse?" Yin Chang tied the wine bag one to his waist, patted it, and grinned mischievously at Fei Xing. "Ha ha, just you watch. I'll get on myself. Whoa." Seeing Yin Chang's foot slip off the saddle, the sharp-eyed Fei Xing deftly supported the old man and hastened to say, "Steady there, man." Fei Xing, in holding Yin Chang, realized that this old man boasted a pair of thick, sturdy legs that weighed a ton. He helped Yin Chang onto his horse, finding this old man to be quite the character. Who knows, maybe he was truly capable. But not long after, Yin Chang felt sleepy on his horse and almost slid off the back of the horse numerous times. It was all thanks to Fei Xing for having someone keep an eye on him that he did not tumble off. Xizhou was not that far away from Fanzhou. It was just a 2-day journey or so. Yet Fei Xing was on tenterhooks the entire way, fearing that the commanding general would first fall to his death before they had even made it to Fanzhou. Their journey was daunting but uneventful, and they finally arrived at their destination. After setting up camp, Fei Xing waited for Yin Chang to make military plans for the siege. But never in his wildest imagination would he expect this old man to lie down and fall asleep the moment he entered the tent. In no time, his snores reverberated throughout the tent like claps of thunder, and no amount of noise they made in their attempts to wake him up could stir him. Fei Xing stood outside of the tent and looked all around him. All the soldiers from the Xizhou garrison troops were new recruits. Yin Chang had not even arranged for a night patrol squad, and as such, they were all stumbling about like fools without so much a dignified air to them. The hell they gonna fight this damn battle? Fei Xing spat, sorely tempted to write a letter to Shan Zichuan right there and then. In the end, the imperial bodyguards could only stand in for them and conduct the night patrol themselves. Fei Xing guarded the camp until the day broke. Both of his eyes were bloodshot as he watched Yin Chang step out of his tent with renewed vigor. He forced a smile on his stiff, frozen face. "Elder Yin, you sure had a good sleep, huh?" Fei Xing rubbed his hands and feet together. "So, when do you think we should lay siege to the city?" Yin Chang sat down and poured wine from the wine bag, although he only drank 2 small cups. No rush. No rush. But the command Fei Xing had received was to fight a quick battle. So he said, "There has been no wind or snow for the past few days. If we miss the opportunity, the battle will be much harder to fight." Yin Chang sipped the wine and looked in Fanzhou's direction. His beard shook as he smacked his lips to savor the wine. "Whatcha in such a rush for? I don't think it's time yet." Fei Xing guessed that this old man was afraid to fight battles. The man called Yin Chang did not exist in the imperial bodyguard's records, and when Fei Xing had been gathering intelligence and taking records, he had flipped through Cizhou's archives. Yin Chang did not have any meritorious achievements prior to the case of the troops' defeat. The reason he could be promoted to the position of commander was because the commanders of the Cizhou garrison troops were all dead. That, and the fact that he had the fortune to meet a nice fella like Zhou Gui, who promoted him on the basis of his seniority. Yin Chang had no sense of presence, even after he was promoted to commander. He was drinking when Zhou Gui and Kong Ling reclaimed the wastelands, and he was still drinking when the bandits of Mount Luo, led by Lei Jingzhe, harassed Cizhou time and time again. Even when the Cizhou garrison troops had been re-established, he still seemed like an ornament merely there for show. He had never played a role in any capacity at all. Xin Zechuan's decision to deploy Yin Chang to war this time was because Cizhou did indeed lack generals, along with the fact that Fanzhou was easy to take down. There was nothing of difficulty for him to contend with. The Cizhou garrison troops needed an opportunity to stand on their own feet, and this was a good chance, for it did not require too powerful a commanding general to lead. All he needed to do was to go with the flow and capture Fanzhou when the right opportunity arose, and that would have sufficed. As Fei Xing thought things over, he saw Yin Chang sit down opposite him, kick off his boots, and start to scratch a foot. Fei Xing wanted to speak up, but was too overwhelmed by the stench of the old man's feet to say a word. He hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists towards Yin Chang before running off to the side for some fresh air. Yin Chang wiggled his toes and picked the crevices clean. He had gone without bathing for almost 2 months now, and even he himself could no longer stand his own stench as he held his foot and muttered to himself. Harigu was presently staying at the Beiyuan military drill grounds. Shen Sichuan had left all the scorpions here. Initially, the scorpions did not get along with the Cizhou garrison troops and were constantly subjected to verbal attacks. It was only after the imperial bodyguards mediated that both sides did not come to blows. Harigu had only just finished cleaning himself up from showering bareback despite it being such a cold day today. On his way back from the well, he saw the gates of the camp open. Dark and dreary suits of heavy armor swept in, stomping over the mud concealed beneath the thin snow and sending them splattering and splashing all over Harigu when they passed by him. He cursed under his breath and wiped his face, only to see that the horse at the head had already turned around and was presently staring at him. Harigu recognized Lang Tao Shuejin. He raised the wooden basin in his hand, towing the line as he greeted. "Hello, second master." Xiao Qia was so heavily armored up that not even his eyes were revealed. He cut an overwhelmingly intimidating figure with his tall, strapping stature on horseback. Lang Tao Shuejin kept closing in towards Harigu, leaving the latter with no choice but to raise his head to look at Xiaoqi. The prefectural lord said to keep me. Harigu was still wearing his cloth shoes like slippers, with heels treading down on the backs. He scanned the surrounding Li Bei armored cavalry, who was eyeing him menacingly, and looked at Xiao Qia again. "I think he's right. I'll give you the horses today." Xiao Qia's voice was low and deep. "Bring your soldiers to the military drill grounds." Harigu understood what Xiao Qia meant to do. In the past few days, he had been training here with the Li Bei armored cavalry. He put down the wooden basin and wore his shoes properly. "I can also bring along my iron hammers if you would try out our new military formation." Lang Tao Shuejin snorted hot puffs of air. The heavily armored horse inched closer once more, forcing Harigu to retreat backward. New military formation. Shaoqi asked. Harigu took a step back and immediately explained himself. I learned it from an old man. He raised a finger to point at his nose. An old man with a red nose. Chapter 197. Unexpected. Chapter 197. Yuan expected Fei Xing could not figure out what Yin Chang was up to. The Cizhou garrison troops had arrived in Fanzhou for 2 days, yet no action had been taken. The few times Yin Chang went out had all been to take aimless strolls after his meals. Fei Xing was burning with anxiety, but he was only an attendant officer tagging along and could not even be considered an army inspecting censor. Fei Xing wanted to write to Shinzichuan, but he was worried that Yin Chang might turn out to be really capable. If it so happened that the garrison troops were to return in triumph, then before Shinzichuan he would become the real villain who made false accusations on the sly for his own selfish purposes. Even if he had been initially justified in doing so, he would still become the unreasonable one. On this day, Fei Xing lay down to rest. He slept until approximately the hour of Su when he was suddenly awakened by his subordinate. Bad news, the imperial bodyguard said. That old crook is gone. Fei Xing swiftly sat up and picked up his boots. As he hopped and stomped his feet into them, he asked in disbelief, Gone? He ran. Fei Xing swiped the tent flap open and stepped out for a look. The entire campground was still illuminated, but there were only 1,000 or so men left. His heart started pounding hard. It's over, he thought. If they lost the Battle of Fanzhou, then his future was as good as finished too. But then he thought that can't be right. No matter how he looked at it, they would not lose the Battle of Fanzhou. Win this battle and take down Fanzhou, and they would be rewarded. Yin Chang could even cement his position as the commander with this one battle. There was no reason for him to flee. Besides, half of Zhongbo was already surrounded by Shinzichuan. Even if Yin Chang ran, he had nowhere to go. Not unless he switched camps and threw in his lot with King Yi. Fei Xing looked up suddenly in Fanzhou's direction. That old crook better not switch allegiance right before the battle. The imperial bodyguards on night patrol returned bearing their whips in hands and sounded the whistle before dismounting. There are traces of troops on the move 3 Li to the southeast. Fei Xing took a few steps forward and asked, The garrison troops or the Fanzhou traders? They are heading our way. The imperial bodyguards hung up their whips and righted their blades. In all probability, it's a night attack. Fei Xing's heart sank. From Kudu to Zhongbua, he had never once served as a general, and he was no expert in mobilizing troops to war. He turned around to survey the campground. So the commander fled. What about the next in command, the platoon commander? Call him out to fight. The imperial bodyguard following behind him answered, He fled too. Fei Xing was really regretting it now. If he had known that Yin Chang would be so unreliable, he would have dragged Gu Jin over. At the very least, Gu Jin would be able to stand in for the missing commander. He calmed himself down and asked his subordinate, How many men do we have left? 1,000. The imperial bodyguard pressed against the hilt of his blade. The old man even rounded it up to a round number. Fei Xing hissed through gritted teeth. Well, I thank his entire family for that. Left without a choice, Fei Xing could only brace himself and step into the role. He shouted for the soldiers to extinguish all the torches and prepare to evacuate. At the very least, they could not remain in the campgrounds as live targets for the enemy forces. Besides, they could still circumvent the enemies once they got to the snowfield. But they had only put out half the fire when he heard the sound of the enemy's running footsteps in the wind. Withdraw now. Fei Xing knew just from the sound alone that he could not win this fight. Retreat. The remaining soldiers buckled up and dragged their blades along to follow behind the imperial bodyguards. They ran with all their might, cutting a particularly sorry sight as they threw everything away while taking flight. Fei Xing had a horse, but he dared not leave these 1,000 men behind and flee back to Cizhou by himself. The battle had not even been fought, and they had already lost the soldiers. Fei Xing could already imagine Sichuan's wrath. Fei Xing had not even run a few li when he heard the sound of troops surrounding them right ahead in the dark night. They had pitched camp here for several days running, and the Fanzhou soldiers, having long gotten a clear grasp on the routes, had surrounded the front and rear of the campground in preparation of rounding them all up with one fell swoop tonight. Fei Xing was caught in a dilemma, with no room to advance or retreat. This situation differed completely from the situation a few months ago in Danzhou. He was exposed in this wilderness with nothing to provide him with cover. Perhaps the 1,000 soldiers he had on hand might be able to ward off small groups of surprise attacks, but they were undoubtedly too powerless to resist an onslaught of attack from a force that far exceeded their own numbers. The Fanzhou soldiers gathered together as they approached. These people were even more of a motley crew than the Cizhou garrison troops were. They had no armors or even standardized weapons. The circle of soldiers shrank as they closed in on them like an ant colony swarming towards them. Fei Sheng's horse and the garrison troops pressed up against each other. Enemy troops that were more than double their numbers were everywhere around them. The wave of enemy forces pushed against the wall of men, crowding the garrison troops so much that it was hard for them to even bend over. The only way to get a slim chance of survival in such a situation was to do or die. Gasping for his breath, Fei Sheng hesitated for merely a fraction of a second. He killed his horse with a slash, and as hot blood splattered, he raised his blade and shouted, "I am a trapped beast, just like all of you. If we cannot fight to the death and break out of this encirclement, then this can only be our burial grounds." The soldiers were already terrified when they were surrounded, and when they saw Fei Xing riding on his horse, they were afraid he would abandon the troops and flee. That consequently made them even more unmotivated to fight. All they wanted to do was to kneel and beg for mercy. But now that Fei Xing had slashed his horse dead and expressed his determination to advance and retreat with them, their morale was instantly boosted. Fei Xing knew very well the effect of taking the lead in battle, and in the middle of his speech he had already charged up to cut down the enemy's troops head-on as he led his men towards the northwest in a desperate fight to break through the encirclement. Right at this moment, a bellow suddenly burst out from the southeast, and a file of soldiers charged into the ranks of Fanzhou soldiers like a sharp blade stabbing into their bodies, tearing them apart with terror and sending sprays of blood splattering all over. In no time, 8 columns of troops had already penetrated their way in. Yin Chang's face was so flushed from drinking that it was hard to tell if he was drunk or freezing cold. He blew his nose, so happy that he leaped in joy and boomed in a loud and clear voice to Fei Sheng across hundreds of men. "Oh, you're still alive." Fei Sheng kicked out at the enemy's chest without pulling his blade out. All the words he wanted to say condensed into one. Fuck! He had been used as bait by Yin Chang, given that a total of 8,000 men from the Cizhou garrison troops were mobilized. There was originally no need to design such a tactic to take down Fanzhou. But Yin Chang sensed something amiss after their arrival in Fanzhou. He had long heard that King Yi did not permit the commoners in Fanzhou to flee out of the territory, and he had installed troops at the borders to stop these people. But they did not encounter any obstructions when they crossed into the border. In fact, they had not even come across a single Fanzhou soldier. King Yi had already received the declaration of war. If he had the intent to surrender, he should have opened the gates a long time back to welcome them. But not only did he not open the gates, he even recalled the troops at the border. He was clearly concentrating his forces in preparation for a fight to the death with the Cizhou garrison troops. Yin Chang guessed that Fanzhou would ally with the Dengzhou soldiers in order to emerge victorious. It was only when they had the numbers to crush the Cizhou garrison troops they would dare to meet Cizhou's attack in such a way. The old man was a crafty one. Knowing that he had not brought along enough men, he threw Fei Xing out as bait for the Fanzhou soldiers to bite. He waited for the Fanzhou soldiers to assemble together in a group, then used the dagger formation 1 to launch a surprise attack from the back to break them up before destroying them one by one. As Fei Sheng wiped away the blood, he saw those dagger squads, 2 cutting through the enemy forces like hot knives cutting through butter, so much that the Fanzhou soldiers were unable to converge together again. The blades of Yin Chang's squads were facing outward on all sides. It was a battle formation clearly drawn on the same one Lu Guangbai used to fight the Bianchi cavalry, although Yin Chang made some changes by lining these squads up in very narrow columns, turning them from Lu Guangbai's square-shaped war chariot into a long-shaped dagger. Such dagger squads were ruthless and swift when launching a surprise attack from the back. The moment they pierced into the enemy camp, they would be able to tear the other party apart from within. The Fanzhou soldiers, who did not even have armors, had no time at all to cover their asses. In the blink of an eye, they were all cut down into bloody pulps of flesh. This old man really is something. Fei Sheng's confidence soared upon seeing victory within their grasp. But before he could open his mouth, he took a hit from Yin Chang's sweeping leg. 3 Yin Chang might have been advanced in age, but his martial art moves with his lower limbs were the real deal, and it caused Fei Sheng to fall headfirst. Fei Sheng had only just landed on the ground when a blade above his head sliced through the air with a swoosh. The Fanzhou soldiers were now beating a retreat, dragging his blade along. Yin Chang chased after them and hollered, "Where are you running off to, lads?" Since Fanzhou had amassed together its troops, then those who had turned up tonight were the main force in the territory. As long as they could defeat these people, there would be no more possibility of King Yi resisting. The morale of the Fanzhou troops was already crushed, while the morale of the Tizhou garrison troops was at an all-time high. This was the moment to fight and win a quick battle. Yin Chang would never let them return to the city. Fei Sheng climbed to his feet and gave chase. But who could have guessed that this old man would have such amazing footwork? He was astonishingly fast as he ran and barged his way through in the night. Fei Sheng could only just about barely keep up. They chased for a few li when Fei Sheng realized that the direction was wrong. He was about to call out to Yin Chang when he suddenly heard the sound of horses' hooves. Reinforcements! Fei Sheng's legs straightened as he came to a halt and tried to drag Yin Chang back. "Elder Yin, it's the reinforcements from Fanzhou." Fei Sheng was just the same as Gu Jin. He had a keen sense of hearing. As he had few opportunities to be the attendant officer tagging along with the army, he did not have Gu Jin's ability to identify the type of soldiers from the sound alone. However, he had extraordinary observational skills, and he could tell that the sound of these horses' hooves was slightly heavy. They did not seem to be ordinary cavalry. The night was starless, with continuous stretches of snow dunes in the wilderness. Fragments of snow slid along the mounds, rustling in the wind as the wind blew them to the feet of the Tizhou garrison troops. Yin Chang, ever the obstinate one charging at the fore, could already see the small number of cavalry. With his sense of smell wrecked from inhaling the fumes of one too many wines, he failed to catch a whiff of the smell in the air, even with the wind blowing in his direction. Fine, delicate bits of snow pounced on Fei Sheng's face. In that instant the snow melted. He caught the smell of gunpowder in the air. His hair promptly stood on end. He braked to a sudden stop, swung his arms apart, and said sharply to the imperial bodyguards beside him, "Firearms!" Before Fei Sheng's voice even fully left his mouth, flames burst out of the darkness like that of a meteor shower. Without even thinking, Fei Sheng sprang into the air like a tiger and pounced onto Yin Chang's back from behind, taking the old man along with him as he tumbled into the snow. That resounding bang slammed into his ears like a blunt instrument smashing onto his skull, the sound so explosive that Fei Sheng nearly lost his sense of hearing. What a miscalculation! Fei Sheng's back, which had been hit by shrapnel, was burning with searing pain. He propped himself up with an arm and shook his head hard. As he could not hear his own voice clearly, he could only shout with all his might at Yin Chang, "This stuff burns! Retreat now!" Fei Xing had seen firearms in the armory of the 8 Great Training Divisions before. This instrument could only be equipped by the Chunquan Battalion of the 8 Great Training Divisions. It was restricted by the imperial court, with the blueprint to forge it left under the charge of the Ministry of War. Xiao Jie and Shen Zichuan both had designs on firearms before, but neither of them had managed to get their hands on the blueprint. No wonder this cavalry stood unmoving earlier. They were loading the firearms. Who knew how long the enemy had been observing them for the night? They were not here for the Tizhou garrison troops, but Yinchang. As the saying goes, strike at the most vulnerable spot, much like hitting a snake 7 inches below its head, and Yinchang was the Achilles heel of the Tizhou garrison troops. Yinchang had been blindsided by this bullet. The old man struggled in the snow, covering his ears as he shouted in alarm at Fei Xing. "Why the hell is there thunder?" Where in the world would Fei Xing have the time to explain things to an old country bumpkin who had never seen the world? He got to his feet and dragged Yin Chang along as he ran back. Yin Chang shifted his palm away and cranked his head to take a look. Another explosion resounded from the cavalry behind them, and the barrage of fired projectiles scraped past Yin Chang's buttocks, hurting Yin Chang so much that he yelled at the top of his lungs. Fei Xing thought Yin Chang had been hit. In a moment of anxiety, he said, "Don't you die now!" No matter what happened tonight, Fei Xing had to keep this old man alive. He knew very well that Shen Zichuan was currently lacking generals, and Yin Chang would no doubt go on to be of great use in the future. The point was that if Yin Chang were to die here, then Fei Xing, a stranger to warfare, would return in disgrace, and when that time came, it remained to be seen whether or not he could still retain his original post, let alone have a future to speak of. Shin Zichuan still had Xiao Tinya at his disposal. Fei Xing was not his only option. Therefore, Yin Chang must not die. Frightened, Yin Chang took to his heels with his hands covering his head. He did not even need Fei Xing to pull him along as he left Fei Xing trailing behind in his wake after a few steps, repeatedly muttering to himself, "Strike anyone but me. This old man has never done anything unconscionable. Strike anyone but bullshit." Following close on Yin Chang's heels, Fei Xing felt pissed. With a sudden burst of strength, he cursed Yin Chang as he chased him. "You old crook, you are too black-hearted. Weren't you the one who threw me in the camp as bait?" Yin Chang turned his neck around to refute. "Warfare is all about deception, deception," for they dashed frantically through the wilderness without letting up. Fortunately, the enemy did not have the intent to pursue them, and they withdrew after chasing the Tizhou garrison troops away for half a li. After running for half a night and fighting with the Fanzhou troops for the other half, the Tizhou garrison troops were now utterly drained and exhausted. It was such a cold day, and yet they were all drenched in sweat and panting like an ox while propping themselves up. As Fei Xing wiped his sweat and caught his breath, realization hit him. He turned around. Looking at the first glimmer of dawn on the horizon, he spat hard and said, "We've been tricked." By the time the military reports made their way back to Tizhou, it was already the dead of night. Shen Zichuan had on in a loose-fitting robe as he finished looking over Fei Xing's report in the hall. The entire hall was utterly silent. No one dared to take a peep at the expression on the prefectural lord's face. Everyone had believed Fanzhou to be in the bag and had not expected to meet with a tough fight. The Tizhou garrison troops had prepared for half a year, and Shen Zichuan had previously invited Li Bei and the imperial army to train them. Yet their first battle was so hopelessly botched. Anyone else would be infuriated. It was so quiet in the study that one could hear a pin drop. Yao Wenyu covered his mouth and coughed for a long time. As he clenched his fist, he said, "Your lordship, please be appeased for the time being. Firearms have always been prohibited by the court, so their appearance in Fanzhou is truly unexpected. Even though King Yi is in possession of such powerful weapons, his defeat is already cast in stone. He won't be able to change the outcome." Yu Xiaozai, who had just returned from Danzhou, had not even warmed his chair yet. Afraid that Shen Zichuan would severely punish the garrison troops because of this, he braved the solemn atmosphere and spoke up. "Cool it, your lordship." Oh no, he forgot to switch to bureaucratic speak. Yu Xiaozai slapped his knees in chagrin, and the advisors around him promptly bowed their heads even lower. With this interruption from Yu Xiaozai, Shen Zichuan's fury cooled. He covered the letter, and his expression warmed up again. Only then did the rest of them dare to breathe. "Yuanjua is right," Kong Ling continued in a soft voice. "Even with firearms in his possession, King Yi can't stir up any waves. Fan Zhou is in short supply of grains. Even if he shuts the gates and stays inside, there is no way he can make it out alive." As Yao Wenyu lowered his sleeves, he said, "But it's rather strange if King Yi already had firearms in hand. How could he have been forced into a corner to such an extent? Just by reselling them to the Mount Luo bandits, he would have been able to earn enough to cover the military salaries for recruiting new soldiers. Moreover, the confrontation this time doesn't seem like King Yi's usual style." Zhou Gui recalled the words Yao Wenyu said a few days ago, and the color promptly drained from his face. Could it be that King Yi has already been killed by the bandits in Fanzhou as Yuanjua had anticipated? This battle feels rather odd to me when I look at it too. Zhou Gui knew Yin Chong well. His promotion of Yin Chong was not what Fei Xing thought it was. Rather, it was because he felt that Yin Chong had the capability to fight wars. If King Yi also had such an ability, then Fanzhou should have launched an attack on Xizhou a long time ago. Kong Ling was also getting suspicious too. As Fei Xing said in his letter, it indeed doesn't look like what King Yi would do. Silence gradually returned to the study as everyone waited for Shen Zichuan to speak. Shen Zichuan raised his eyes to look at the group with an icy expression in his eyes and said, "Reply and tell Yin Chong that either the garrison troops will return in triumph 7 days later, or he will come and see me with his own head in hand." Shen Zichuan gave the garrison troops abundant provisions and even equipped them with superior gear. If the garrison troops could not even take down Fanzhou, then there was no need at all to further consider his grand, ambitious plans to reign supreme. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After this spring, Zhongbu could only have one master. Regardless of whether King Yi was real or fake, Shen Zichuan was set on taking Fanzhou. Chapter 198 Yin Chong. Chapter 198 Yin Chang Fei Xing no longer dared to belittle Yin Chong. The power of last night's dagger had been shockingly terrifying. Fei Sheng had never even heard of that sort of formation before. If not for the sudden appearance of the firearms, they would have already been in the city of Fanzhou this morning. Having been startled out of his drunken stupor by the firearms, Yin Chong held the bowl in his hands and craned his neck to ask, "What the heck are those things?" Fei Sheng was staking their victory entirely on the old man this time. Seeing Yin Chang's empty bowl, he hurriedly filled it up again. "Firearms. Have you never heard of them before?" Yin Chang shook his head like a rattledrum. One, he had spent half of his life in Xizhou, and the highest-ranking official he had ever met was Zhou Gui. He could not even list out all the 8 great training divisions, let alone know of the Chunquan battalion. He was truly an old country bumpkin, a barely literate man who had never read a single book on warfare and relied entirely on feeling his way through battles. What's that? It exploded with a bang, like a strike of lightning. Yin Chong crushed up the dry rations. "We'll get struck before even making it up to the front. How are we supposed to fight this war? It can only play its users for fools." Fei Xing drew himself closer to Yin Chong. Both of them were equally filthy and covered in blood from head to toe. With his fingers, Fei Xing made a circle the size of a gun muzzle and showed it to Yin Chong. The reason why the cavalry didn't move yesterday was because they were loading their firearms. It takes effort to get it to fire from this opening, and it only works if they're in close proximity. They blindsided us this time. Damn it. Now that I think about it, it's possible that those are all the firearms they have, and they used it just for the specific purpose of scaring us. Yin Chang finally kind of understood it. Oh, aren't those firecrackers then? You're absolutely correct. Think of them as firecrackers. It can't hit you if you run far enough. Fearing that Yin Chang would be cowed by the firearms and would not dare to launch further attacks, Fei Xing went to great pains to explain to him. Think about it. If this stuff was really that good to use, why did Chengquan Battalion only use it to perform for the emperor? It doesn't work as well in battles. Fei Xing did not lie. Why did the Chengquan Battalion set the firearms on the back burner? Precisely because it was hard to use. Loading them took time. Use them in street fights, and the firearms would probably still be in the midst of warming up, even when the enemy's blades had already slit their throats. But pull away from the enemy, and the lethality of the firearms would plummet. Furthermore, the recoil would also make it difficult to aim accurately. It even burns asses. Yin Chang was still nursing a grudge over that fired round last night. He thought for a moment while staring at the campfire. Are these things expensive? Very. Fei Xing soaked the dry rations in the bowl and gobbled it down whole. Even the imperial bodyguards don't have the blueprint. They are manufactured by the Ministry of Works under the supervision of the Ministry of War. The quantity is limited every time, and they even come with numbers engraved on them. Yin Chang promptly bared his stained, yellow teeth at Fei Xing in a grin. Then fuck it. I only fear that those firecrackers are cheap. Fanzhou is so broke-ass poor now, so how would they bear to use expensive stuff as they please? It's great if its reach is limited. I don't for the life of me believe they can cower like tortoises in there for their entire lives. Door panels swung and slammed under the intense howl of the north wind. The streets of Fanzhou were strewn with corpses all over. King Yi's tattered banner fluttered in the wind as beggars fought over it to keep themselves warm. The entrance of the Yamen's wind shelter was crammed with hundreds of people, most of which were the elderly, weak women and children. All the young and healthy men and their families had either been abducted away by the bandits or hoodwinked by King Yi into joining his army. These people, so famished they were all skin and bones, were all here to beg for food. This winter wind was so penetratingly freezing that people were dying of the cold every night. Brother Hu wishes to open the granaries and distribute the grains to the people. Yang Qiu, a bandit of Fanzhou, sitting on the Taisher chair too, with his leg propped, said with a merry smile, "It's a good thing. We are all for it. But the Cizhou garrison troops are right at our city gates now, and the soldiers in the front line can't go hungry. As long as the soldiers don't starve, you can distribute the grains to whoever you want." Both sides of the hall were packed with people standing or sitting. They were all bandits from Fanzhou and Dengzhou. Yin Chang was right in his guess. To guard against the Cizhou garrison troops, King Yi had assembled together the troops from both prefectures in the hope of bargaining with Shen Zichuan at the critical moment. But who knew? He invited a wolf into his own house and brought disaster upon himself instead. In the end, he was killed by Hu Lingyun, and these people the latter was colluding with. Sitting on King Yi's seat, Hu Lingyun said, "The city has run out of food, so I will have to borrow grains from my various brothers here. Shan Zichuan has sealed off the routes to the west, and the traveling merchants no longer dare to come this way anymore. After the 10th month, all I've been eating are fucking stale grains." Yang Qiu felt resentful just to bring up the matter. "I was even thinking of borrowing grains from all of you. Old Feng the 10th, you were working hand in glove with King Yi, and must have had your fair share of licking his balls, so don't dare you sit here with us and pretend to be poor." Old Feng the 10th, who had a penchant for men, felt so self-conscious on hearing this that his face blanched with anger. He clenched his walnuts and sneered. "What a bunch of bull. Drop that hoodlum act of yours. My grains have long been used to make up for the military grains, feeding ingrates like you. The fuck we fighting a battle for when we have no grains?" Yang Qiu said with ill intentions. Might as well run while we can. Run. Old Fong the 10th spat. The entire territory to the northwest has been choked off by Shin Sichuan. Either you go over to Tianfei Watchtower and surrender to Commander-in-Chief Qi, or you go over to the Chasha River and work in cahoots with the Bayancha people. Isn't Shen Sichuan going to attack Duanzhou in the second month? Say we mess up the game for him and leave an opening in Zhongbua, would he still dare to throw his weight around here? These people were bandits. At first, they heard Shin Sichuan and Xiaoqia had killed Lei Changming in Xizhou, and then they got wind that Shen Sichuan had killed Kaiyu in Chazhou, followed by Lei Jingzhe in Danzhou. All the big-name bandit leaders in Zhongbua had met their fucking ends in Shin Sichuan's hands. Even if they thought with their feet, they knew Shin Sichuan would never let them off. Yang Qiu initially thought Hu Lingyun was not qualified enough to hold down the situation. He had come here to fish in troubled waters. His plan was to haul King Yi's money vault away before the city was breached, but when he arrived, he found Old Fong and all these other people having designs on the money vault too. Everyone was presently sitting here, mutually scheming against one another, each of them only too anxious for the others to hurry up and die. Although Hua Lingyun was sitting at the head, he was willing to play second fiddle. Without showing any expression, he said, "On the contrary, there's no need to be overly anxious. Shin Sichuan sent an old man this time, one without prestige and capability. What's more, he's timid. He won't get anywhere." It was true that Yin Chang had no reputation to speak of, but Yin Chang had disposed of nearly half of their soldiers with just one appearance. Hua Lingyun himself was the one who went out to fight last night's battle, the details of which he kept mum about. All Yang Qiu and Old Fong the 10th knew was that they had suffered severe casualties. Yang Qiu thought of Hua Lingyun as just a pretty face who was all looks and no substance, practically good for nada. Even so, he still had a smile on his face as he said, "That's right, brother who comes from a distinguished family. The hell does an old country bumpkin like him think he is? I'm only worried about food, nothing else. If we keep up with this rate of consumption, we won't last until spring even if we repel the Xizhou garrison troops. Then what do you have in mind?" Old Fong the 10th said sarcastically, "Let's hear your brilliant ideas." Yang Qiu rolled his eyes at him and looked at Hu Lingyun. "Yan Heru still has shops in Danzhou. Let's trade King Yi's family assets for grains with him. He doesn't acknowledge anything except money, so he will definitely do us this favor. As long as we can survive this winter, the throne of King Yi will be as good as Brother Hua's. It won't be too late for us to recruit soldiers, and buy horses then." Old Fong the 10th listened to Yang Qiu's nonsensical boasts, but did not speak up to warn Hua Lingyun. Hua Lingyun was exactly his type, but he had seen King Yi's mutilated corpse back at the yamen, which the dogs had gnawed until it was all unrecognizable. He could not help but have the sense that he was not beyond sharing the same fate too. Having remained close to King Yi these past 6 months, Hua Lingyun was not aware of the situation outside. Looking as if he believed Yang Qiu's words, he said, "But with the garrison troops besieging the city now, how are we going to conduct this business with Yan Heru's shop? My people are most familiar with the areas in Danzhou. I can use Luer's eyes too." Yang Qiu had some monkey business going on with Suiqing, and he had tagged along for a few rides when Suiqing went to Danzhou for business in the past. "If Brother Hua is willing to trust me, I'll make a trip for you." Old Fong the 10th instantly turned hostile. "So you have it all plotted out, huh?" They snapped at each other and incriminated one another, neither willing to give in. King Yi's money was future life insurance for them, and no one was willing to share it with the others. As such, they remained locked in a stalemate here, making the atmosphere rather tense and heavy. Yang Qiu had no way to refute Old Fong the 10th's words. He grew more and more restless with anxiety as he sat here, worried that Hua Lingyun could not hold up against the Xizhou's garrison troops, so he steeled himself, deciding to kill them all and grab the money tonight. A Fanzhou soldier stationed on the city wall was relieving himself at a corner when he suddenly heard several whistles coming from below. He fastened his pants. Not daring to stick his head out directly, he glanced down from the middle of the battlement. A bonfire was blazing in the wilderness, and the Tizhou garrison troops had taken up formation in front of the city walls with their shields held up, yet they had not sounded the war horn. Yin Chong stood at the very front and took a few gulps of wine before shouting, "Is Kingy here? Call him up the city wall. Let's have a little chat." The taste of being pierced by the dagger squad's sharp blades the night before was still vivid in the Fanzhou troops' minds. Yin Chong looked exactly like an old maniac when he chased after them, and the impact of that encounter still lingered. The platoon commander of Fanzhou, a bandit under Yang Qiu, had been specially assigned here by Huo Lingyun. He leaned over the battlement and spat at Yin Chong. "Chap my ass. Don't even think about tricking us out of the city." Not to be outdone, Yin Chong cursed back. "All of you in Fanzhou are fucking wimps. Cowering cowards like you are not even fit to kiss my ass. Bah, little brats. Do you even have the balls to fight battles? Get your ass down here and carry our prefectural lord's shoes." Yin Chong, having hung out in the streets in his youth, spontaneously blurted out all the obscenities that came to his mind. With wine to add to his fun, he could stand here and curse for 3 days and 3 nights without ever repeating himself. His words were crude and vulgar as he swore with great relish and led the garrison troops to jeer with him. Having such a merry time it was as though he was celebrating the spring festival. The platoon commander, having served under Yang Qiu, had become accustomed to throwing his weight around in Dengzhou. Even King Yi himself treated him with courtesy when he came to Fanzhou. Seething with resentment now, especially after getting chased all around by Yin Chong and even stabbed in the buttocks last night, he propped himself against the battlement and let loose a torrent of verbal abuse. The moment the platoon commander retorted, Yin Chong waved his hand to instigate the Tizhou garrison troops behind him to holler back with a litany of curses. The platoon commander was unable to beat them in might, and his voice was drowned out. Furious, he pounded the wall hard and commanded those at his sides, "Shoot him!" The Fanzhou troops swiftly put up their bows, and the Tizhou garrison troops below them promptly took to their heels. They cursed as they ran while the arrows rained down noisily on the shields they were equipped with. Once they were out of the Fanzhou troops' range, they stood at the perimeter and started to boo in unison at the top of the city walls. Yin Chong leaped beyond the shooting range and raised both hands to signal for them to sound the war horn at the back. The old man's ruddy face was glowing as he yelled, "Fanzhou!" The Tizhou garrison troops responded in chorus, "Is all as chicken as they come!" Yin Chong shouted again, and King, the Tizhou garrison troops continued, "Is a fucking cur!" The Fanzhou arrows could not reach them. Soldiers of all ranks leaned over the battlements, trying to get a swear word in as they cussed back. A pity its effect was minimal. Yin Chong even composed a ditty for the Tizhou garrison troops, which they hollered at an ear-splitting volume from where they stood. Half of the platoon commander's body was already sticking out as he cussed until his face turned livid with rage. He bellowed across the air, "I dare you to repeat that, you old buffoon! I'll slice off your rotten tongues. Bring it on." Yin Chong seemed to be drunk as he stepped on the snow and turned around in circles. As he clapped his hands, he said, "If you don't come, I'll take you as my daughter." "Daughter, heh?" He pinched his fingers and twisted around to look back at the platoon commander at the top of the city wall, imitating the latter as he said in a shrill voice, "I'll slice off your rotten tongues and tear off your faces." Yin Chong was already advanced in years, and he had so many wrinkles on his face he could even make a flower pattern with them. Yet his imitation of a woman was absolutely spot on, having gotten that feminine charm more or less down pat as he stomped his foot and sent pieces of ice beneath it skipping all over. The platoon commander's face blanched. The composition of the Fanzhou troops was a rather complicated one. The men could not be considered soldiers at all. Sworn enemies and adversaries were even thrown into a squad together, so who knows? Perhaps they were all now laughing behind the platoon commander's back on seeing him humiliated. The platoon commander had never before experienced such humiliation. He shoved aside the soldier next to him and ordered, "Prepare the horse!" The soldier hurriedly chased after him and said, "Hua! Fuck that hua!" The platoon commander abruptly yanked up a soldier and barked at him. "I'm Chief Yang's foreman. Hua Lingyun was still a wee kid wetting his pants when I was back there in Dengzhou killing the garrison troops in. Is he even fit to command me? Bring out the guns." The sight of Yin Chong scampering away like a frightened rat from the firearms last night was still fresh in the platoon commander's mind. They had lost half their men in the tussle with Yin Chong then, when Yin Chong had split them up with his formation. But with the city of Fanzhou right behind them tonight, they had even more confidence than they did last night. At most, they would retreat back if they had to. What was there to be afraid of? Either way, they had horses. If Yin Chong still dared to pursue them after they withdrew into the city with their bows at the ready, he would be courting death. Yin Chong tugged up his trousers. The old man reached back for the hilt of his blade. He dropped the merriment, his cloudy eyes as quiet as this expanse of the night sky as he adjusted his breathing, a strategy he had thought of on his own. As long as he calmed his breathing before a battle, he would be able to stand firm on his feet. There were incredibly gifted generals in this world. They were young and were not only ambitious, but also dazzlingly brilliant. But there was also another kind of general who never had the opportunity to make a name for themselves. They always had their backs to the firmament of heaven, their eyes solely on the small piece of land beneath their feet. Yin Chong was long past his prime. The instant the city gates opened, Yin Chong once again felt a rush of fighting spirit coursing through his body. That was the desire that had been burning within him to this very day. He could not see the onslaught of old age assailing him. He was still as young as he had once been. The fervor that blazed anew in him let him draw his blade without the slightest decrease in his speed at all. Win one battle, even if he was no famous general. Chapter 199. Triumphant Return. Chapter 199. Triumphant return. As Yang Qiu left the yamen and stood under the eaves, he saw the commoners who were seeking refuge in the wind shelter. Finding it just his luck to come across them, he spat and ground it with his foot. "Are you people dead?" he said to the men in attendance. "Hua Lingyun may be ignorant, but all of you too? The poor are like venereal diseases. It'll be too late to cry by the time they infect the yamen." The men behind him responded with fear and trepidation and hurried over to berate and drive the commoners away. Yang Qiu got on the carriage and closed his eyes to rest, fuming as he recalled the conversation in the yamen. Midway through his journey, his subordinate suddenly piped up through the curtain. "Chief, there's a message." Yang Qiu opened his eyes. "Tell me." "Old Fong X has not returned to his residence at all," the subordinate said. He resorted to trickery to shake off the informer following him, then swapped out the carriage and made a beeline for the money vault. Yang Qiu promptly pulled the carriage curtain open and glared for a moment. Fearing that he had already lost the opportunity to get a jump on the others, he said, "Quick, gather our men." In less than an hour, the subordinate reported back that the Tizhou garrison troops had attacked the city. The platoon commander had charged out with firearms in hand, but he had not even reached the garrison troops when the imperial bodyguards, who had been lying in wait for a long time, broke his head with one clean, efficient twist. As the turn of events had been so unexpected and sudden, the city gates were not shut in time, and now the banners at the top of the city wall had all been set on fire. Yang Qiu's face turned deathly pale when he heard about the death of the platoon commander. Holding on to the carriage door, he looked towards the city walls, where he saw that there was indeed a raging fire against a backdrop of purplish clouds. The 4,000 men that Yang Qiu had brought along had filled in for half of the spots at the top of the city walls. At first, in order to have a hold over Hua Lingyun, he had arranged to place the fiercely strong men under his command there too. Who could have known that they would be so easily killed by the garrison troops? Yang Qiu flew into a sudden rage. Is he out of his mind? The heck he's defending the city for? It's not even my fucking city. Bring along your broadswords and head right over to the money vault. If you come across that old Fonker, hack him to pieces. Once you're done loading the money and valuables into the chests, leave immediately. A flurry of footsteps resonated throughout the city as the bandits' boots trampled over the slurry of snow, sending the slush splattering over the legs of their pants and smearing it with streaks across the hems of their robes. Sounds of whistles fused into one. No one could tell who was who when the several gangs bumped into one another. Without so much a word, all of them first drew their blades to cut the others down to the ground. Puddles and puddles of blood coagulated in the snow. The bandits, in hankering after the money vaults, were all frantic with anxiety. When Yang Qiu barged into the money vault, he saw stacks upon stacks of treasure chests. He pried open the nearest chest, which was filled to the brim with dazzling gold. All at once, Yang Qiu was frozen in place, unable to move his feet an inch. He gathered them up into his bosom several times and wept with joy. King, he really is rich. Shen Zichuan had locked off the northwest of Zhongbua, and Yang Qiu was feeling quite suffocated from being boxed in. But now that he had gold, he would be able to bribe his way out of Shen Zichuan's encirclement, even if that meant he had to drop a ton of money to do so. Move them, quick. Yang Qiu stared fixedly at the gold in his arms. Move them all onto the carriages. Yang Qiu's horse carriages were parked in the money vault's courtyard, but there were too many chests, and they were all exceedingly heavy. They had only moved half of the chests when Yang Qiu's fleets could no longer take more. However, he was unwilling to leave the rest of the chests behind, so he had his subordinates go and snatch more carriages. Having just arrived, old Fong X got all anxious the moment he got off his horse carriage. Waving his handkerchief, he yelled, "Block him! Don't let him leave!" The door to the money vault was narrow. A great number of bandits, greedy as they were for money, had hidden the gold on them when they were inside moving the chests, only to be slashed to death by Yang Qiu when he found them out. He had already lost his mind and could not tolerate anyone fighting with him over the money. Just as they were moving the chests, old Fong X's fleet of horse carriages entered from the back and mixed in along with the other party's carriages, forming a jumbled mess that completely blocked off access to the courtyard door. Leading his men, old Fong X leaped his way across the carriages into the courtyard and hacked away at Yang Qiu's men whenever they encountered one. Yang Qiu's subordinates were all crowding in the spaces between the carriages, and with their hands full with the chests, they did not even have the chance to fight back. A slash of the blade, and they all toppled over to the ground, dead. Old Fong X cursed, "Sneaky son of a bitch! Return the money!" Wiping away the blood on his face, Yang Qiu kicked the money vault door open and charged in with blade in hand to hack away at the men. They slaughtered one another in this cramped and narrow space. Blood colored the chests a deep shade of red. The carriages at the back were still jostling against one another, knocking over the chests that had yet to be secured in place. Rocks tumbled all over the ground. "Rocks," someone shouted. "Why the fuck are these rocks?" Yang Qiu and old Fong X stopped at the same time and saw the rocks rolling on the grounds. Yang Qiu panicked. Not bothering with killing anymore, he turned and lunged at a horse carriage and smashed a chest open, only to see that it was all rocks inside too. Only a few chests on these dozen or so carriages contained gold. The rest were all rocks. Under the sound of chests being opened, Yang Qiu's legs went weak. He supported himself against the carriage, his eyes so bloodshot they were about to drip with blood. Old Fong X looked all around in a fluster. "We've been had." A carriage at the entrance of the courtyard suddenly moved as someone stomped it through the door. Following right after, the courtyard door banged shut. Liquid poured down from the top of the walls all around. A bandit who was close by took a sniff, and the color promptly drained from his face as he exclaimed in a panic, "Kerosene!" Smashed down the door. Old Fong the 10th clung on to the horse carriages and jostled his way to the entrance of the courtyard, where he yelled, "Quick! Smash down the door!" Hua Lingyun stepped on the snow at the top of the wall. The night was so freezing cold his hands had turned blue. Yang Qiu heard the sound of flint being struck and bellowed, "Hua Lingyun, you son of a bitch!" Hua Lingyun clutched a bunch of yellowish papers. These were all notices that King Yi posted outside the yamen. He set those nonsensical lies on fire and, under the glow of the licking flames, said with repulsion to Yang Qiu, "Go to hell." Trails of fire suddenly blazed forth and swept through the courtyard of the money vault like tempestuous waves. There were not only rocks in the chests, but also flammable weeds. The waves of flames engulfed everyone, and Yang Qiu and Old Fong the 10th struggled in the blaze. They rolled on the ground, cursing Hua Lingyun venomously amidst blood-curdling screams. Hua Lingyun watched the raging fire. Like belated firecrackers, the sound of splitting and crackling flesh exhilarated him. He roared with laughter under the stench of charred flesh, his eyes equally bloodshot from having stayed up all night. Burn! Burn these scums to death. Power and influence were a bunch of crock. All he ever desired was for these people to pay with their lives, from King Yi to Tsueching, and from Yang Qiu to Old Fong the 10th. Not a single one of them shall get away scot-free. Left with no means of escape, the bandits pounded on the wall with their arms and wailed in the raging fire. Kerosene got on them as they rolled about. An inferno tore away their hair and burned them to an unrecognizable crisp. The flames made their way out of the compound, blazing all the way along the eaves of the houses and setting the whole of Fanzhou ablaze. Who's setting the city on fire? Yin Chang, who was carrying the platoon commander's head in hand, was in such a state of anxiety that he stomped his foot. The prefectural lord still has to pay out of pocket for the damages after it's done burning. Fei Sheng wiped away the bloodstains and looked in the direction where the flames lit up the sky. Internal strife. Ha! The city gates had been beached, and no one came to their aid. Distracted and fatigued from shooting all those arrows, the Fanzhou soldiers defending the city did not even put up a decent attempt at resistance the moment they saw the platoon commander dead. Fei Sheng returned to his senses and signaled with his eyes to the imperial bodyguards behind him to search the whole city and seize all the firearms. In the gap of time when Yin Chang was not cussing at others, he had a craving for wine, and he insisted on drinking 2 cups after the battle was fought and won. He scratched his cheeks with his empty hand and handed the still warm head to Fei Sheng as though he was giving him a gift. "Take him. Keep him well." Fei Sheng dodged out of the way to avoid the blood. "Why the hell are you always carrying him around?" Looking as though he treasured the thing, Yin Chang said with a cheeky laugh, "Haha, hand it over to the prefectural lord on returning as evidence for meritorious service rendered." Fei Sheng felt a chill run down his spine the moment he thought of that scene. Xin Sichuan wore all white when he sat in the front hall. Push this bloody thing over, and he would have to die if a drop of the blood so much as splattered onto Xin Sichuan's folding fan. He hurriedly took the head and, while Yin Chang was preoccupied drinking his wine, shoved it to a junior soldier and sent him out to bury it. Sure enough, the Tizhou garrison troops returned in triumph. Zhou Gui set up a welcome reception by the city gates to receive them. As encouragement for these new soldiers, he had the kitchen prepare a spread of roasted meat and grilled fish to let them eat their fill. While the soldiers stopped the gates, the commanding general had to enter to meet the prefectural lord. Yin Chang did not even dare to take a sip of his wine today. He followed Fei Sheng into the residence. The door to the study was open, and Kong Ling and the rest were all waiting by the steps. Upon seeing them enter, Kong Ling immediately came forward to welcome them. "Elder Yin," Kong Ling smiled at Yin Chang, "a warrior's treasured blade, truly never ages. Looks like you still have it in you. Yin Chang was on familiar terms with him. He craned his head to look in and asked softly, "The prefectural lord is inside." "Waiting for you." Kong Ling guided them up the steps. Aware that Yin Chang always went weak at the knees whenever he met officials, Kong Ling made a special effort to say to him, "The prefectural lord was the one who personally assigned you to this battle, so there's no need for me to tell you what that sentiment means. Just answer the questions his lordship asks of you later, accordingly. Don't worry and just relax." Fei Sheng answered from the side, "I'll back Elder Yin. I won't let him blunder before his lordship." It would have been fine if they hadn't mentioned it. The moment they did, Yin Chang's legs turned into jelly. He placed his hands on the steps for support in a panic, scrambled to his feet with an "oh my," and asked after Kong Ling, "What's his lordship gonna ask? What if I can't answer?" Kong Ling turned back and was just about to answer when Yin Chang's body odor, the result of not bathing for 2 months, hit him full on and made him so dizzy he could not continue the conversation. Earlier, he had been standing somewhere windy to receive them, and so did not notice the smell. But now that they were already standing right before the hanging screen, it was too late to withdraw. Kong Ling threw Fei Sheng a look. "Why didn't you remind Elder Yin to take a bath?" Fei Sheng felt suffocated with aggravation building up in his chest. He wanted to respond, "I told him to," but he wouldn't do it, so what was I supposed to do? This crafty old man even had a ton of excuses at his disposal. What was that about winter being too cold, and it was more practical to be dirty since they had to march the troops to war, and the accumulation of dirt could keep them warm and prevent their feet from freezing in their sleep and all that hogwash. The hanging screen had already been lifted, so Kong Ling could only enter. Out of habit, Yin Chang lifted his leg to stride across the threshold, only to realize that this doorway had no threshold. With Yao Wenyu in a wheelchair, Shen Zichuan had long gotten someone to tear down the thresholds inside and outside the residence. Yin Chang gently set his foot down and shuffled in. Shen Zichuan had seen Yin Chang before, but it had been from a distance away. Previously, when the garrison troops had yet to be rebuilt, the Imperial Army was the one who fought against the bandits from Mount Luo. Later, during the period when the garrison troops were recruiting, Shen Zichuan made several consecutive trips outdoors, so both men could more or less recognize the other. Shen Zichuan was wearing a wide-sleeved robe over his regular, where today in a shade, so white he looked ethereally pure and untainted. He sat in the master's seat and watched as Yin Chang entered. Kong Ling said, "Your lordship, this is—" Kong Ling had not even finished his words when Yin Chang fell to his knees on the ground. A series of thud, thud, thud rang out as the old man kowtowed repeatedly in Shen Zichuan's direction. "This has all gone to the dogs," Fei Sheng thought as he kneeled to kowtow too. Once he was done, he hurried to help Yin Chang up. But how would the advisors behind them know what was going on? They had only just entered when they saw those in front of them kneeling, and thinking that the prefectural lord was in a rage, they followed suit and kneeled too. The atmosphere in the hall turned weird. The prefectural lord, suspected of being enraged, grasped his folding fan, the words he was about to say all but cut off by their kowtows. He floundered, for it wouldn't do for him to remain seated, and it wouldn't do for him to stand up either. Yao Wenyu was quick to react. He bent over from his wheelchair and spoke gently to Yin Chang before him. "Elder Yin headed into battle and narrowly escaped death, so it is not unusual for you to feel worked up upon seeing his lordship. But your return in triumph today is a joyful occasion, so let us not be so somber." From the side, Yao Wenyu's words appeared to be praising Shen Zichuan's judicious selection of a general, which inspired such gratitude in the old general that he was moved to the point of tears. At the same time, he was also telling the advisors at the back that this pair of master and servant was on good terms with each other and that all was well between them. It was then Shen Zichuan figured out what to say. "It has been hard advancing the army." Fei Sheng helped Elder Yin up. Gentlemen, please get up as well and sit as you would. Fei Sheng helped Yin Chang up, but how would Yin Chang dare to look at Shin Zichuan? He exercised the caution he applied in battle and did not even dare to breathe too hard. Kong Ling was between laughter and tears. What had initially been a pretty relaxed atmosphere was destroyed by this one kneel of Yin Chang, and now everyone was finding it ill-advised to be all smiles. Fortunately, Shen Zichuan had sway over the atmosphere in the hall. He lowered his voice and was much gentler than usual. He was in no rush as he asked Yin Chang about the food and clothing while on the move and the weather on their journey back. After a series of questions and answers, Yin Chang's answers flowed a lot more smoothly. It was then Shen Zichuan cut to the chase. Fei Sheng had initially planned on covering it up, but Yin Chang's body odor was just too strong. It was not that big of a deal for the old man to skip bathing for 2 months, but having just returned from the battlefield, they were reeking all over from head to toe with the stench of blood, a stench which was presently being amplified by the heat within the hall. Sitting downwards of Kong Ling, Yu Xiaozai was listening to the exchange when he suddenly caught a whiff of a certain odor. Distracted, he attempted to decipher the scent, thinking that it was similar to a mix of rancid rice and stinky feet, and yet it also resembled salted fish soaking in swill. It was a smell like he had never smelled before, a one-of-a-kind odor like nothing else. What's more, this odor, sharp and intense, was a force to behold. In no time, it pervaded the entire hall and lingered at such intensity that Fei Sheng, who had an acute sense of smell, near about fainted. Shin Zichuan's expression remained unchanged throughout. Anyone else could cover their noses with their sleeves, but not Shin Zichuan. Yin Chang had fought the battle for him, so if he were to reveal any hint of disdain here, he would be hurting the old man's feelings. Moreover, in consideration of the earlier defeat, the rewards accorded to Yin Chang were not all that generous, at least on the surface. If Shen Zichuan were to cover his nose, that would give those beneath him the guts to belittle Yin Chang. Unaware of what it was like around him due to his odor, Yin Chang gesticulated wildly as he told Shin Zichuan about the firearms in Fanzhou, his excitement increasing as he rambled on. Xiao Chia, who had been staying over at the Beiyuan military drill grounds for the past few days, was late to arrive. He had hurried over for the specific purpose of meeting this old man when he heard of the latter's return. Having made his way under the eaves, he did away with the briefing. Gu Jin was helping Xiao Chia remove his coat when he took a sudden sniff and revealed a horrified expression. Seeing the change in Gu Jin's expression, Xiao Chia asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" Before Gu Jin could respond, he heard a crash from the hall, followed by Yu Xiaozai's panicked voice. Why'd he faint? Fei Sheng, having heard of Xiao Chia's arrival, was worried that Xiao Chia would also catch a whiff of the odor when he entered. After all, the person sitting here was Shin Zichuan. He could not afford to shoulder the responsibility should something happen to Shin Zichuan due to the stench. Yin Chang had fought a winning battle, so everyone would not blame the old man for sure. That meant that they could only settle the score with him, old Fei the 10th. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be the attendant officer? Everyone around them was close to getting overwhelmed by the stench. This was truly too gross an injustice for Fei Sheng. And so, he simply went the whole hog and made the first move to collapse and play dead before Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan immediately lifted his folding fan and put on the impressive air of a commander commanding his magnificent army. With calm and composure, he said, "Hurry, help him to the side hall and call for the physician to take a look at him. Elder Yin must be tired after the journey. Cheng Feng, send someone to prepare warm water for Elder Yin. Once Elder Yin has bathed and rested, we can start the banquet." The moment Yin Chang heard the mention of a bath, he just about jumped in alarm. "Your lordship, I don't," Xiao Chia called out from outside. "Qiao, Tinya." "Got it." Qiao, Tinya bent to enter and simply hoisted Yin Chang over his shoulder. As the old man struggled, he laughed. "Elder Yin, Happy New Year. Time for a bath now." The gentlemen in the hall were so relieved that they did not even need Shin Zichuan to say the word before they hurriedly stood up to open the windows. The rush of cool breeze across their faces felt so refreshing that everyone sucked in a deep breath all at the same time. Chapter 200 Banquet. Chapter 200 Banquet. No one could have expected it to take In Chang nearly 4 hours to take a bath. All the gentlemen in the study waited until they were famished. Yu Xiaozai glanced at the snacks on the table, his stomach growling incessantly. Yu Jing. Shen Zichuan extracted himself from Cizhou's affairs and said, Danzhou will serve as the supply camp when we mobilize troops to Duanzhou in the 2nd month. Tantai, who doesn't have a clue about the workings of the yamen, so you will still have to go over and keep an eye on things. I'll give you the authority to undertake inspection tours. If anything crops up, you can report directly to my desk without the need to go through the relay stations. Yu Xiaozai was a chief surveillance bureau censor who could be considered a student of Tsinyu. In his early years, he had served as a touring censor one and often carried out field work in local areas. As such, he was very familiar with the ins and outs of the yamen. They were now establishing Danzhou anew, and the key functionaries assigned over were newcomers selected by Cizhou. Using them did not feel all that reassuring. Shen Zichuan did not retain Yu Xiaozai in Danzhou as the investigating circuit. Instead, he gave him the authority to conduct inspection tours and report directly back to him. Although Yu Xiaozai still did not have a definite official post, he carried a lot of weight. This was equivalent to the current surveillance commissioner in Zhongbua, who held sway over the various prefectures and circuits, local administration assessments. Yu Xiaozai hurriedly retracted his gaze from the snacks and rose to bow to Shin Zichuan. It hasn't been long since Danzhou was newly established, Xiaoqia said to Yu Xiaozai as he sat beside Shin Zichuan. As someone in a military post, Tantai who should not be interfering with the affairs of the yamen, but manpower is lacking in the various prefectures, so we are doing away with the taboos for now. He's a tad obtuse in this area, so he will need you to advise him as much as you can when it comes to the major issues. Tantai, who was a trusted subordinate of Xiaoqia, delegating him to a lower position in Danzhou was because they needed him to fill in the vacant post of general in Zhongbua. Getting him to guard Danzhou could actually be considered as doing him an injustice, but with this layer of connection, no one in the Danzhou yamen dared to defy Tantai Hu. By saying what he had, Xiaoqia was actually backing Yu Xiaozai. Now that Yu Xiaozai had an appointment from Shen Zichuan to conduct inspections, tours, and make direct reports in addition to Xiaoqia's words, he no longer had anyone to fear when he made his rounds in Danzhou. It would also help his cause when he headed down to the other prefectures in the future. Yu Xiaozai was practically radiating with delight, but it would not do for him to be standing here and wear his heart too much on his sleeve, so he held his joy in check and bowed again to both of them. This humble subject will definitely do my best to live up to the prefectural lord and the second master's kindness. Yu Xiaozai's answer was loud and clear, but so was the response from his tummy too. Their duet was so resounding that the study was stunned into silence. It's the celebratory banquet for the garrison troops tonight. Shen Zichuan saw it was already getting dark, so I shall not hold you gentlemen back. Let's start the feast. The feast was set up in the side hall. Initially, Shen Zichuan was supposed to be in the host seat, but Xiaoqia was back now, and Yin Chang had still yet to show up, so he simply sat for a while as a gesture of appreciation before he took his leave. Most of those present were the advisors, and they did not dare to drink and let themselves go in Shen Zichuan's presence. With the prefectural lord gone for the night, they were a little more at ease. Qiao Tianya was not around, and with no one keeping an eye on him, Yao Wenyu, unable to turn down the warm invitations of the various advisors to drink up, took a few cups too, seeing him in a rare moment of relaxation. Qiao Tianya did not stride across the door, but let down the hanging screen at the door and accompanied him under the eaves instead. Having found Qiao Tianya, Fei Xing beckoned to him from afar and said across the fine snow, "Let's go." "What are you standing here like a pole for?" "There's a table set up in the duty room too. Everyone's waiting for you." Xiao Tianya did not move. He looked a little unrestrained as he leaned against the doorpost. Has everything been arranged on Master's end? Of course, they have to be. Fei Sheng walked over to Xiao Tianya and looked through the gap in the hanging screen. The various gentlemen tend to break up late, so you can still make it on time when you come around later. Besides, there are guards both on the inside and outside. Nothing bad will happen. Xiao Tianya thought for a moment and lifted the screen. Yao Wenyu looked over from the other side, as if he knew someone was here waiting. After a short pause, Xiao Tianya lowered the screen and said, I still have a few jars of fine wine in my room. You can send someone to get them. Consider it a token of my apology to everyone. Fei Sheng stood still at the side for a moment before he merely said, Who cares about those few jars of yours? How boring. Master has already released us from duty today, and yet you still keep yourself here. Having drunk a little, he was much more talkative than he usually was. Master gave me the assignment to recruit newcomers a few days back. Do you know about it? Xiao Tianya folded his arms and sized Fei Sheng up with his eyes. Yeah. Fei Sheng raised a finger to point at himself before pointing at Xiao Tianya. Holding in a burp, he said, Let me say a word in all honesty. We'll be building a cavalry in Duanzhou in the future. Master favors you the most, since you're pretty good at fighting after all. But look at you now. How did you come to this? You follow Yao Wenyu around as though you have forgotten where your roots are. If you go on like this, you will ruin your own future, sooner or later. Snow fell onto the hilt of Xiao Tianya's blade. He looked at the courtyard and said absent-mindedly, This is where my future lies. You're worrying too much. The Grand Mentor gave you to Master. Fei Sheng lowered his voice, disappointed with him for not living up to expectations. The day Master took you in, he also received Yang Shan Shui. Xiao Tianya once swore to be Xin Zichuan's blade. Courage, insight, temperament, skills, he did not lack them all. Had he been willing, he could have been the kind of guard in Zhongbua like Zhao Hui and Qinyang were. His future would be bright, with boundless prospects, and restoring his clan to its former glory would not be just a dream. But ever since he was assigned to Yao Wenyu's side, he had lost that desire. The tasks Shen Zichuan had handed over to Fei Sheng to recruit new soldiers and accompany Yin Chang's troops to Fanzhou as the attendant officer were all assignments Xiao Tianya did not want. Xiao Tianya blew away the snowflakes drifting towards him and watched as the wind instantaneously swept them away into the pitch-black night, where they disappeared. He did not brush away the snow on his blade, nor did he answer Fei Sheng. Xiao Qie removed his armor and wore just a single piece of unlined garment as he read Fei Sheng's report, which included the details of the deployment of troops to Fanzhou. To think King he could even get his hands on firearms. His capability is astounding. 135 pieces. Xin Zichuan shed off his wide-sleeved robe. They all come from the Chunquan battalion, and there are even numbers from the Ministry of War engraved on them. He's just a mere mountain bandit without a proper army. Xiao Qie set his arms on the chair handles and watched as Xin Zichuan undressed. Who supplied him with such valuable stuff? Xin Zichuan's robe slid across the crooks of his arms and fell to the woolen rug. His regular wear had pearl clasps, which made subtle pop sounds as he flicked them open. That fair, smooth nape of his promptly materialized. Shen Zichuan covered it partially with his fingers, looking as though he was considering something. He was so unguarded in this slack moment, it was as if he would not resist even if he were to be pinned down onto the rug, and with his mind preoccupied with other matters he appeared all the more seductive. It does not benefit Kudu in any way for the firearms to be on the loose out there. It must have been stolen. Xin Zichuan's Adam's apple would bob when he was speaking. Xiao Qie gazed at it without so much a change in expression. He was exceedingly familiar with it. Each time Xin Zichuan dripped with perspiration, he had the habit of tilting his head up and exposing his neck. This was because Xiao Qie was too tall. Even if Shen Zichuan was lying on the bedding, he still had to meet Xiao Qie's kisses in such a way. Xiao Qie conjured up many scenes in his mind, but his expression was so composed and collected that he betrayed nothing of what he was thinking. His thumb was subconsciously caressing his thumb ring, rotating it gently. "Did Yin Chang bring back a captive?" he asked. "King Yi's male lover with the surname Hua. Cheng Feng said that he's the son of Hua Qing, the former commander-in-chief of Dengzhou." Having spoken to this point, Shen Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie. "We can take a look at him tomorrow morning." "This person used firearms to scare Yin Chang into retreating," Xiao Qie said. "Looks like he knows how to use it. Someone must have taught him." Shen Zichuan undid the last of the pearl clasp, and when he released his hand, his regular were slid to the ground. The beauty, finally comfortable now, kicked off the wooden clogs on his feet in passing. With his back to the dim light and narrow waist revealed, he was like the personification of gorgeousness who could not be contained by his clothes. Xiao Qie tasted secret pleasure. This was just like foreplay between the two of them, not privy to others. His desire for Lanzhao gradually crept into his chest, filling it up. "Send a few pieces of firearms to Li Bei tomorrow morning. The military craftsman can draw up a blueprint." Harigu learned Yin Chang's formation on the sly back at the Beiyuan military drill grounds, and I couldn't counter his moves. When we mobilize troops to Duanzhou this time, I want Yin Chang to follow along. Xiao Qie tossed Fei Xing's report on the desk. Shen Zichuan, who was holding up the tea to take a sip, glanced at Xiao Qie on hearing him and asked meaningfully, "Are you not taking me along?" "Sure," Xiao Qie said frivolously as he faced Shen Zichuan. "There's a ferocious tiger too back at home who usually keeps a tight watch on me, so I can only get up to some hanky-panky with you while the troops are on the march." Wickedness twinkled at the corners of Shen Zichuan's upturned eyes. "Your wife is so fierce. I'm scared." Xiao Qie imitated Shen Zichuan's tone the last time. "I'm fierce too." "I'm not afraid of you being fierce." Shen Zichuan held up and pressed the folding fan between their lips. "Like a fox from outside," he said. "But you only come over once in a blue moon." Xiao Qie tilted his head slightly. "What can I do? I'm but a henpecked husband who fears my wife." "If it were me," Shen Zichuan shifted away his folding fan and leaned close to Xiao Qie's lips, where he softly said, "I'll stay at home all day longing for you, making love to you under the sheets, stirring up a storm with you." Xiao Qie kissed Shen Zichuan, breaking up those shameless words of his. He felt his way down, but did not find Shen Zichuan's tail. The light in the room dimmed a little, and the hanging drapes of the bed had long been let down. There was clearly no one else around, yet they both seemed to be having a clandestine affair. Both men rubbed up against the other, suppressing their gasps for breath. "I want all of you," Xiao Qie whispered. Shen Zichuan was bitten to the point of tears. The side of his face chafed against the bedding. Under Xiao Qie's gaze, he strained himself to look at Xiao Qie with wet, glistening eyes and said in a fit of pique, "You greedy cad!" Xiao Qie had spent nearly 2 months on the battlefields, and when he returned to Cizhou, he stayed over at the Beiyuan military drill grounds. As he pinched Shen Zichuan's chin now, he stared at him and whispered with a smile, "You're absolutely right." Shen Zichuan was taken, possessed by Xiao Qie. After so long a time, it felt completely different this time. The change in Xiao Qie was exhibited on full display right here. He no longer let Shen Zichuan off. The feeling of being invaded and possessed from bottom to top gave Shen Zichuan the sensation that he had completely fallen. He was now Xiao Qie's captive. His heartbeats, his voice, his breaths. Xiao Qie wanted all of Shen Zichuan, even as he dominated him. Shen Zichuan could not endure it anymore. Sweat and tears interweaved. He could barely catch his breath now. Xiao Qie even had to seize away tears he had yet to shed. Xiao Qie once wanted the sky, the grasslands, and also the Hongyan Mountains. He domesticated eagles and tamed horses, and he galloped among the vast lands in the dreams. But in the end he no longer wanted them all. He wanted Shinzichuan. Shinzichuan began to cry. He raised his head, his expressive eyes glistening with waves of emotions. At the peak of his euphoria he slurred. Yi! Xiao Qiye thought he was afraid. But Shinzichuan lifted his chin slightly. His face flushed as he licked his lips wet. "Oh, how I love you so!" These words were both his madness and his solace, either of which could easily vanquish Xiao Qiye. The temptation that glistened in this pair of eyes was so much like that day in Danzhou, when he had leaped from Fuxian Peak into Xiao Qiye's arms. The expressions in those eyes were just as equally crazed. Even without the blistering wind and raging fire, he was bad to the bone. For this, Xiao Qiye had feigned anger. At the same time, he was extraordinarily delighted. He had in his bosom the one and only Shen Lanzhao in the world. Xiao Qiye bent down to kiss Shinzichuan as though he was shackling him. He did not want Shinzichuan to leave him by even half an inch amidst the jolts, nor did he want Shinzichuan to break free of his hold amidst the gasps for breath. Every thrust went in deeper and harder, never lighter, making the bedding damp and making Shinzichuan tremble. They went wild with abandon in the dimness, their sweats merging together into an expanse of dampness. There was nothing left but each other. The damp night stirred among the dappled shadows of the trees, and the bamboo blinds came to a silent rest. There was no one waiting in attendance on the veranda, so the whispered confidence in the room remained concealed within the hanging drapes. Bamboo tubes in the courtyard tilted, discharging cool water among the snowflakes and scouring over the frozen moss. Mang folded its wings and rested on the beam in the hallway. It tilted its head to listen for a moment, then tilted its head back into place and closed its eyes to sleep. Occasionally, the caws of a jackdaw rang out, but even that could not disturb the pair of lovers deep in the throes of their passion. Yao Wenyu pillowed his head on Xiao Tianya's back. With some difficulty, he opened his eyes and looked at the overcast sky. "The stars are right within reach. 3, rest up," Xiao Tianya said. "There are no stars tonight." Light snow of the night caressed his face. Yao Wenyu reached out and grabbed at the empty air. The blend of the smell of wine on him and the aroma of medicine puffed onto the side of Xiao Tianya's ear as he suddenly spoke. "What are you all red for?" Xiao Tianya did not answer. "What are you all hot for?" Xiao Tianya still did not answer. Yao Wenyu bowed his head down and buried his face into the back of Xiao Tianya's shoulder. He mumbled, "What good is of talent to me? Getting nowhere with these legs of mine. As unclear as the path ahead lies, for with no lofty aspirations to speak of a blessed man, I am not." Xiao Tianya stepped across the thin snow with the soles of his boots, making soft, squeaking sounds. Yao Wenyu clapped his palm together in tandem with the sound of snow and murmured, "Since time immemorial, dead are the sages and men of virtues. Only the reputation of the drinkers endures." 5 Xiao Tianya felt his own nape getting wet. He knew that was not the snow melting, but even so, he said, "The snow's getting in. Block it out for me, will you?" Footnotes: Turing Censor, a duty assignment for investigating censors twice a year to tour and inspect governmental operations in the various regions and to provide data for consideration in the promotion and demotion of local officials. Xiao Qiye used here, back at home usually referred to a man's wife who is a tigress or a shrew. A line from a poem, Lodging for a Night at a Mountain Temple, by Li Bai. Since this whole line seemed to us like it has multiple layers of meaning, we're just going to footnote them here v. a modification of, or everyone has his own heaven-endowed talent. So in this vein, the line can be read as, "What good is of talent to me?" Although another way of reading this line, albeit more literally, is, "Why am I born? What is the meaning of my existence?" First part can be translated as "can't walk" or "getting nowhere," while the typical translation for, as in, refer to "can explain oneself clear," personally though, could also refer to the philosophical way, Yao Wenyu was talking about in an earlier chapter, especially in relation to the earlier getting nowhere phrase. I feeling lost about his way in life. A modification from the line from the poem Chongjin Jiao by Li Bai. Chapter 201, Intense Desire. Chapter 201. Intense desire. Shen Zichuan could not get up. The inside of his thighs were all covered with teeth marks. He slept with Xiao Chia on top of him, pinning him down, until the third quarter of the hour of SI, when Fei Sheng came to call him. Shen Zichuan had still yet to wake. Xiao Chia lowered his head to kiss him from behind, his kisses so intense that Shen Zichuan near about gave up the ghost. "Please spare me!" Shen Zichuan strained himself to struggle before he eventually sprawled back onto the bedding. He narrowed his eyes and said to Xiao Chia in a hoarse voice, "Mind's in a whirl, can't think at all." Shen Zichuan was red everywhere. There were the bite marks, and then there were the pinch marks. His nape was the most piteous of all, having borne the brunt of it. Xiao Chia's chest pressed against him, making him so hot that he was sweating. The most intense of all last night had been sitting in an embrace, in Xiao Chia's arms, with the crooks of his legs held down in place, and all he could do was to lean against Xiao Chia's chest. Amidst the jolts and thrusts, Shen Zichuan forgot all about the part about it being a clandestine affair as he cried out, "Eh?" and Suen repeatedly until he came, even wetting the bedding under him later as he lay prone on the pillow. He could not remember how many rounds they had gone through, only that his tears had run out. Towards the end he was all dazed and dizzy, but Xiao Chia was still not done. He continued to thrust into Shen Zichuan, making him moan softly like he was begging for mercy. The way his moans trailed off tantalized Xiao Chia right in the heart, causing such an insatiable itch that Xiao Chia was stirred into biting him yet again. "Poor thing!" Xiao Chia clung close to him and whispered, "I'll hold you up." Yin Chang got up early today and waited at the foot of the veranda to seek an audience with the prefectural lord. Fei Sheng saw the old man looking utterly uncomfortable as he glanced left and right. Fearing that he might make a fool of himself later, he said, "You've already met him yesterday. Why are you still nervous?" The icicles on the eaves had been knocked off to reveal just how distinguished the man in the room was. Yin Chang's feet were a little numb. He tugged at his sleeves and said, "I feel uncomfortable everywhere. They rubbed me so hard with such big bars of soap when giving me a bath yesterday that my skin's about to get all wrinkly." On hearing this, Fei Sheng wanted to laugh. 7 or 8 young male servants were sent to attend to Yin Chang yesterday. They bathed him for a full 4 hours and even changed out several big tubs of hot water. It was only in the middle of the night, when everyone left the banquet, that the old man made his escape, holding up the legs of his pants as he ran while evading the servants. "Bathing is good," Fei Sheng said. "You look spirited. I think you look just like my elder brother today. Don't fucking lie to me." Yin Chang did not have a good night's sleep. He murmured to Fei Sheng, "You lad have a glib tongue." Having said that, he looked around furtively again. "Is the second master in the room too?" "Aha," Fei Sheng replied. "He rushed back just to meet you." "Then can I go to Li Bei?" Yin Chang hurriedly asked. "I'd like to meet General Liu." Fei Sheng was in a predicament. He did not know how to reply to him. Yin Chang's desire to see Liu Guangbai was only to be expected. That formation of his was adapted from the Bianjuan Commandery garrison troops. But Li Bei was fighting a war at present, and the areas along the Chaosha River were unstable. So how could Yin Chang run around as he pleased? As he was thinking about it, there were movements on the other side. "Let's see his lordship first," Fei Sheng said. "We'll talk about it again after meeting him." A window was opened from inside to ventilate the room. The weather was not considered cold today, but Shen Zichuan was especially sensitive to the chill, so he layered up with a coat. During the journey back, Fei Sheng had checked up on Huo Lingyun's background and reported it all in its entirety to Shen Zichuan, regardless of significance. Shen Zichuan did not have the time to read it before sleeping the night before, so he looked through it carefully now. The firearms seized by Fei Xing were handed over by Huo Lingyun himself. Xin Zichuan turned the folding fan between his fingers around and rested it on the side of his hand. This person is interesting. I do have to meet him. All that separated Xiao Qia from Xin Zichuan was a small table. With his arm propped up, Xiao Qia looked a little playful, but the expression in his eyes was wicked. Just a glance over was an invasion. His eyes swept back and forth between the words male lover, bitten to death, and arson. He said he's a tough nut. If Huo Lingyun had not thrown a monkey wrench into their plans with the firearms, Yin Chang would have been able to take down Fan Zhou during his first battle. He would not have given Shen Zichuan the opportunity to even tell him to bring his own head on a platter to meet him. Afterward, Yin Chang employed the use of verbal provocation to launch an attack on the city, thereby stepping onto the battlefield for real this time. But Huo Lingyun's acts of arson diminished the battle in Fan Zhou. With merits and demerits offsetting the other, Yin Chang's reward was once again reduced by half. Perhaps Huo Lingyun genuinely wanted to throw in his lot with Shen Zichuan, but he did not use the most optimal strategy. Instead, he fought a battle with firearms with the intent of letting Shen Zichuan know he was useful and even more valuable than the current commanding general of Cizhou. People who climbed their way to the top by trampling over others were all tough, nuts to crack. Yao Wenyu was the first to enter while they were in the middle of their conversation. Kong Ling followed behind him, pushing his wheelchair, and finally Yu Xiaozai stepped through. The various gentlemen bowed to Shen Zichuan, who prompted them to take a seat. "It's so cold," Shen Zichuan said to Yao Wenyu. "You should have asked Xiao Tinya to come over and drop me a note, and I would have shifted the meeting venue to your courtyard so that you wouldn't have to make the trip." Yao Wenyu did not sleep well the night before, and his eyes were slightly bloodshot. He had even brought his cat along today. "It's just a stone's throw away. There's no need to go to the extent of having your lordship put everyone to the trouble." I saw Elder Yin and Fei Xing both waiting at the foot of the veranda. "Will you let them in for an audience now?" "Let them in," Shen Zichuan said. "I've kept Elder Yin waiting for almost an hour." Fei Sheng led Yin Chang in to pay their obeisances to Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qia. No matter how worried he was about Yin Chang, he did not dare to glance over at this moment, lest the master noticed. Xiao Qia looked at Yin Chang and asked, "Did Elder Yin sleep well last night?" This was the first time Yin Chang was meeting Xiao Qia. He had not taken a good look yesterday, but now that he had a closer look, holy moly, he thought to himself, isn't this second master way too tall? His legs, as he sat on the couch, were almost as long as two of him. Yin Chang tensed up again. Wringing the hem of his clothes, he vaguely answered, Not too bad. Elder Yin, take a seat too." Shan Zichuan was aware that Xiao Qia was an imposing presence, and he did not come across as an easy one to get along with. Thus he spoke to Yin Chang gently. "We will be discussing some military affairs with the various gentlemen today. With the troops soon to be deployed to Duanzhou, Fanzhou cannot be left unattended. Based on the report, Huo Lingyun is inextricably tied to this battle at Fanzhou. Kong Ling was familiar with Deng Zhou. He could be considered to have come from a military family. His father was Hua Qing, the commander-in-chief of Deng Zhou who repelled the bandits in the territory during the 6th year of Xinda. The feud with Yang Qiu and the rest of Deng Zhou's bandits was probably formed during that time. I have some impression of Hua Qing." Yu Xiaozai picked up the thread of conversation after taking his seat. During the suppression of bandits in the 6th year of the reign of Xinda, he submitted a memorial that could be considered a report of victory to the Ministry of War. However, in the next few years, the prefectural prefect of Deng Zhou impeached him for being a headstrong and conceited commander who resorted to arms without due consideration, which in turn caused the bandits in the territory to seek revenge on the commoners, subsequently plunging Deng Zhou into extreme misery. The Ministry of War deliberated over and over again before they finally did away with the notion to promote him. Shen Zichuan got Fei Xing to stand up as he addressed the gentleman. The local governments are a mixed bag. From the time the two factions of Pan and Hua took over control of state power, the impeachments that came from the lower levels were a mess, with the majority of them arising from personal grudges. The procedures in which the cases were handled during the reign of Xianda can't be counted as valid, so this Huiqing might not necessarily be a headstrong and conceited person. Xin Zichuan was right. Apart from the reason for his dislike for Emperor Xianda, it was true that both factions were as irreconcilable as ice and fire when they were in power. At that time, could have depended on side-taking to distinguish between enemy and ally, and the dividing line in the local governments was even rigid. So a conclusion on whether Huiqing's impeachment was legitimate could not be made based on just those few memorials. Huiqing is Huiqing. Hua Lingyun is Hua Lingyun. Xiao Qie had now drawn a clear distinction between father and son. You people were the ones who detained him and escorted him back. What did you think of him during the journey? Yin Chong was an honest man with a one-track mind. Fei Sheng did not let the old man speak, but he could tell from Xiao Qie's words that the second master did not like this Hua Lingyun. He did not like Hua Lingyun either. Fei Sheng served Shun Zichuan, and he had plenty of opportunities to render meritorious service in the future when they established a light cavalry. But Yin Chong might not necessarily have the chance. The old man's hair and beard were all white now, and he only got to battle this one time after waiting several years. But then a male consort appeared out of nowhere and took most of the old man's credit with a bit of dirty, underhanded tricks of his. Fei Sheng was displeased deep down, but his expression was natural as he said, "For the sake of revenge, this person could endure great hardships and steel himself to achieve his goals. He sure is something, and I respect him as a man. But when I arrived at the Fanzhou's yamen, I saw the furs of the mastiff's king, reared all glossy. Only when I asked around that I found out Hu Lingyun had fed King Yi and Suiqing to the dogs. Since he has a feud with King Yi, why didn't he communicate with us earlier?" By bringing up Hu Lingyun's feeding of people to the dogs at this point in time, he was tactfully telling Xin Zichuan in a roundabout way that it was hard for this person to be of great use. Contrary to Fei Sheng's expectations, Xin Zichuan did not go along with it. Instead, he said after a moment's pause, "Since everyone is here now, call him over." Hua Lingyun had been in the cell for 2 days, and the wardens who delivered his meals to him never spoke to him. Fei Sheng took special care of him and tampered with his fetters and shackles, so that it was much heavier than the usual ones the others used. But he hardly moved around and merely remained in the same spot, as though he had countless never-ending thoughts on his mind. Hua Lingyun stepped into the courtyard, and Gu Jin sensed something amiss from the sound. With Ding Tao and Li Xiong in tow, he watched from under the eaves as Hua Lingyun walked past. "So heavy." Li Xiong pointed at Hua Lingyun's feet and said to Ding Tao, "It's the set of chains I wore." "Seems to me he can move freely." Ding Tao told on Hua Lingyun to Gu Jin. "Jinji, he's trained in martial arts." He was far from just trained. Gu Jin lifted a finger and motioned to the guards hidden in the courtyard to be on the alert. He patted Ding Tao and Li Xiong on their backs and pushed the 2 children to a side, while he stood by the hanging screen himself and signaled to Qiao Tianya, who was on the other end, with his eyes. Qiao Tianya turned his head aside to stare at Hua Lingyun's back. In a deep voice, he said, "He's a rather formidable one." Xin Zichuan did not size Hua Lingyun up. However, Hua Lingyun did not shy away from sizing up Xin Zichuan first. The prefectural lord was 22 years of age this year. He was a beautiful one, with the upturns of the corners of his eyes just perfect. Any higher, and they would give him a come-hither look. Even so, they looked like they were swimming in emotions at a quick glance. Yet he was extraordinarily cool and detached. His gaze, when he did look over, was chilling. He was an unfathomable, bottomless pit that looked all the more dangerous the longer you laid eyes on him. Hua Lingyun did not know if it was because Xin Zichuan had been in a top-dog position for a long time, but Shin Zichuan had an overpowering air to him when he did not speak. Not the kind that came assaulting head-on in the face, but the kind that gradually grew ice-cold as it crept along your limbs to your heart. This was Shin Zichuan. Since Shin Zichuan did not open his mouth, the gentlemen present did not dare to speak. Silence momentarily reigned in the room, making Huo Lingyun appear undaunted instead. Xiao Qian nudged his thumb ring. His posture remained unchanged, but his imposing aura was like a kick dealt to Huo Lingyun's face. He looked askance at Huo Lingyun with an air so oppressive that the other man almost could not lift his head. Shen Zichuan was the precious jade Xiao Qie held between his fangs. Any sort of prying eyes must die before they ever get within a few steps of Shin Zichuan. This was an affront to Xiao Qie, and he was now offended, even if the other party was perhaps only looking out of curiosity. The gentlemen in the room could hear nothing amiss, but they could sense that the second master was not very happy now. Very subtly, the atmosphere began to grow heavy, so much that it crushed down on their chests for no rhyme or reason, suffocating them until they could not take deep breaths. Your confession statements leave out the details. It was only at this moment Shin Zichuan looked at Huo Lingyun. You reported the firearms, but you didn't explain their origins. It's most pointless to say things halfway. As someone who had traversed both the overland and water routes, one Huo Lingyun could figure out a little something from the expression in Xiao Qie's eyes. He retracted his gaze, and the shackles on his hands clanged. Naturally, there are many matters that can only be discussed when I have seen the prefectural lord, he said with a calm expression. If what you say makes me unhappy, Shin Zichuan said with cool detachment, there can only be one outcome whether or not you get to see me. There will be the scorpions in addition to the Bianchi cavalry in Duanzhou during Xizhou's use of military forces in the second month. Huo Lingyun looked toward Xiao Qie without so much a trace of fear. Without Xiao Fengshu, can the Libei armored cavalry still make it? The break in the thumb ring stopped between the pulps of the fingers. Xiao Qie finally moved. Very slowly he leaned over, and his shadow enveloped Huo Lingyun from top to bottom, forming a trail of a phantom wolf with an injured eye across the ground. Fei Sheng, who was standing at the side, swiftly dropped to one knee on the ground and lowered his head without uttering a sound. Beside him, Yin Chang felt the pricks of fear running down his back. With his heart thumping, the old man almost slid to the ground as he kneeled after Fei Sheng. Dead silence descended inside and outside. Xiao Qie was angry. Chapter 202, Connecting the Dots. Chapter 202. Connecting the dots. Huo Lingyun had seen wolves before. In the wilderness of Dengzhou, those wolves that were all skin and bones had their tails between their legs as they ran on King Yi's hunting grounds, their eyes glowing with ravenous hunger. But at this moment, the wolf he was seeing was one that hailed from Libei. Not only did this wolf possess a strong physique, but it also had an aura so oppressively intimidating that he gripped his chains tight. Even the muscles on his back had tensed up with tension. Huo Lingyun must not gasp for air, because if he opened his mouth again, Xiao Qie would throttle him and snap his throat. Xiao Qie completely dominated the atmosphere around him as he remained kneeling in place. It conjured the illusion of being pinned down by the back of his head. Xiao Qie wanted Huo Lingyun on his knees, with his head down. Huo Lingyun broke out in a sweat as he simmered in that unending silence. He did not want to compromise, but by the time he returned to his senses, he had already averted his gaze and bowed his head. Since that bout of heavy snowfall, the Libei armored cavalry had never won again. The battles they were fighting on the battlegrounds at present all proved to be aggravating. Gone were the days when the armored cavalry reigned over the battlefield. Huo Lingyun initially planned to crush Xiao Qie's spirit and level the playing field for both parties during the negotiations. Yet he had run right smack into an iron plate and was now being held down to the ground by Xiao Qie instead. Xiao Qie's shadow did not shift. His lowered gaze locked onto the back of Huo Lingyun's head as he repeated with cold detachment, "Can it?" Hua Lingyun clenched his teeth as he deflated and swallowed down his indignation. To think he had gotten afraid. Xiao Jie was completely poles apart from Shinzichuan. He would not feign civility at certain moments. Instead, he would dominate and dictate. He would hold down the heads of all of those who provoked him and offer them only one way out. The imperial army in its earlier days knew this very well from experience. Shen Zichuan covered the teacup with the lid and tapped his fingers against it intermittently. He possessed the ability to warm up the atmosphere after a cold spell, and through this subtle action, he curiously unraveled the tension in the hall, allowing Fei Sheng, who was still kneeling, to resume breathing. Outside the door, Gu Jin exhaled lightly and released his grip on the hilt of his blade. It was only until Hua Lingyun's entire back was drenched in sweat that the shadow enveloping him pulled back. Xiao Jie did not withdraw his gaze. He merely leaned back into his comfort zone, as though he had lost interest in the Hua Lingyun, who had his head down. It was at this moment Shin Zichuan opened up the lid and said in between sips of tea, "You're very well acquainted with the situation in Duanzhou. These two men took over from one another seamlessly, yet they both exuded a dangerous aura." Hua Lingyun's palms were all sweaty. He retracted his contempt, all the more certain that he had been right in his decision to come. The Scorpions came looking for King Yi before. Hua Lingyun decided to show his sincerity. During the 12th month last year, he instigated King Yi to ambush Chazhou and cut off your contact with Qidong. To that end, he gifted King Yi with a shipment of firearms. In a flash, both Shinzichuan and Xiao Jie thought of the White Scorpions. These Biantia spies concealed themselves deep in Dazhou, collaborating with AMUer from within and without to pierce through the heart of Dazhou. The 12th month of the previous year was the turning point when the Libei armored cavalry switched from offensive to defensive. Had King Yi been gutsy enough to launch a surprise attack on Chazhou at the Scorpions' instigation, Shen Zichuan would undoubtedly be held in check by this diversion and reduced his aid to Libei. Additionally, they only had to cut off the route to Chazhou, and Qi Juin would have to make a detour from the eastern side of Tianfei Watchtower to head up north, where she was bound to pass through the territory of Fanzhou. With the Scorpions lying in ambush en route, the Commander-in-Chief's life would be in peril. They're keeping a close watch on Commander-in-Chief Qi. Shen Zichuan looked at Xiao Jie, the expression in his eyes conveying all the words he left unspoken. Hasin's encirclement of Xiao Fengshu to kill him was not only to deal a blow to Li Bei, but also to capitalize on the opportunity to lure out Qi Juin. As expected, Amuer knew Dazhou like the back of his hand, but King Yi didn't make his move. He was most willing to remain in Fanzhou like a cowering coward, and then he had his head blown off by you with a gun. Xiao Jie's words were scathing. "So, did the Scorpions come looking for you?" Hua Lingyun stared at both his knees. "No, you're lying." Shin Zichuan skimmed the tea foam and raised his eyes to say with certainty through that willowy spiral of steam, "You've had contact with the Scorpions before." When Shen Zichuan was in the imperial bodyguards, he successively served as the southern and northern judge, and the amount of time he had spent in the imperial prison was not exactly short. He naturally had his own means of interrogating people, just like how he had once tricked Jilei and Shi Hongxian through his conversations with them. He was adept at using environments to manipulate the atmosphere. Sometimes, one had to keep their words short without revealing more than necessary, and the other party would naturally let his thoughts run wild. Hua Lingyun had to remain clear-headed. If he so much as gave a wrong answer again as he kneeled here, he might end up literally losing his head. He held up against the pressure from both men and exhaled deeply, as if exhorting himself to remain calm. He was already at a dead end, and the worst that could happen was happening now. Thus, when he lifted his head once again, he regained some of his composure. "That's right," Hua Lingyun said. "I've had contact with the Scorpions long before King Yi. My father fought a winning battle during the 6th year of Shinda, and he dispatched someone over to persuade my father to give up Fanzhou. He also promised my father a noble title, but my father turned him down. Shen Zichuan inclined his head slightly, concealing the lingering redness at the corners of his eyes under the slanting, backlit shadows. You said, not they. Hua Lingyun recalled the night a few years ago, when the horse carriage from Kudu brought along a valuable letter of significance. Hu Qing stood by the candlelight and opened it, where he touched the heavy promise within. If the Bianjuan Commandery was the most wretched station for troops in Qidong, then Dengzhou was the poorest prefecture of Zhongbua. These two places were similarly poor. Dengzhou's one and only advantage was that it did not have to face the onslaught of attacks from the Biancha cavalry all the time like the Bianjuan Commandery had to. After the Zhongbua's troops' defeat, the rampant banditry put Hu Qing in a terrible fix, and he remained stranded in this corner, unable to get any assistance from the imperial court. That letter was the last chance Hu Qing had to get out of his predicament, but he did not take it and ended up as dinner in the dogs' bellies. Yes, Hua Lingyun enunciated the word through clenched teeth. This man is hiding right in Kudu, and he's by no means an ordinary person if he can make such a promise. After my father refused the bribe, he was impeached by that Peng dog. Consequently, the Ministry of War refused to promote my father. They believed that cursed Peng's one-sided lies and stopped giving Dengzhou the military funds it was due. That was when the Dengzhou bandits resurfaced. Yang Qiu went to Fanzhou and joined hands with Cuiqing to set up a brothel trade and got back into the business of selling women. He also took the opportunity to make contact with Lei Changming of Mount Luo. The dots were all connecting now. Shen Zichuan remembered his puzzlement when he was checking the Yan clan's accounts in Danzhou. How did Biancha not leave any traces behind when they stole away such a large batch of resources from Dazhou? The reason was that they were not on the Danzhou, Mount Luo, and Duanzhou route at all. From start to end, Lei Changming and Lei Jinjia had merely been a smokescreen AMUR set up in the northeast of Zhongbua. No wonder Yan Heru was so sure about this. He had indeed never touched these goods before. However, he must have been in the know, because the merchants in his hands all had dealings with Cuiqing. Coupled with what Yu Xiaozai had said about Peng Fengmiao's impeachment of Hu Qing during the 6th year of Xianda, Shen Zichuan was even more certain of his guess. The goods were transported from Fanzhou. Shen Zichuan held the teacup in his hands. They sent the goods directly to the banks of Chashi River without even passing through Danzhou. He initially wanted to use a noble title to bribe Hu Qing into being a white scorpion and turn the Dengzhou garrison troops in Hu Qing's hands into delivery escorts for the goods. After Hu Qing turned him down, he sought out the prefectural prefect of Dengzhou, Peng Fengmiao, who accepted the bribe and subsequently started to impeach Hu Qing vehemently. Yu Jing. Shen Zichuan suddenly asked Yu Xiaozai, which year was Peng Fengmiao transferred down to Dengzhou? Before that, whose student was he? Yu Xiaozai racked his brain, but all he had to say was, I can't remember. Zhongbua was negligent in its administration after the 4th year of Xianda, and the prefectural prefects in Duanzhou, Danzhou, Fanzhou, and Dengzhou changed frequently. All I can remember is the impeachment memorial. The officialdom was as vast as the sea, with innumerable key positions of varying importance, just in Kudu alone. The trivial posts in the local governments were even more complex. Even without Kudu in the mix, it was impossible for Yu Xiaozai to remember all the various vice magistrates under the 13 cities of Jueshi, not to mention minute details such as the year the other party was transferred or the person they had received advice from. It had to be known that in Kudu, when someone sent in a visitation card to call on a powerful household in Kudu, all it took was for the head of the clan to be willing to see said person and exchange a few words, and said person could proclaim themselves as the other person's student the moment they stepped out of the door. They were also sure to address the other as teacher whenever they met. On top of that, the Hua and Pan factions had countless of lackeys after the reign of Xianda, when both factions plunged the imperial court into turmoil. Ding Tao! After a moment of silence, Xiao Jie called out, Come in. Ding Tao anxiously stuck his head out. Frightened by Xiao Qia's expression, he walked in with the same side of his arm and leg moving in tandem. Everyone in the hall looked towards Ding Tao. He opened his eyes wide, wanting to look at Shen Zichuan but not daring to. Xiao Qie was in no hurry. He shifted his arm slightly, then asked Ding Tao, "Do you still remember the name Peng Feng Miao?" Ding Tao shook his head blankly. Outside, Qiao Tinya had a sudden brainwave and piped up, "Tao Zi, this person should be in the Ministry of Personnel's reference list after the 4th year of Xinda. Think again. Hua Xiqian, Wei Huaigu, or even Pan Rugi." During the 4th year of Xinda, when the Bianchi cavalry slaughtered the city, the people left in Dengzhou were Tantai Hu and the others, all of whom were taken into the imperial army by Xiao Qia. The original prefectural prefect of Dengzhou had also died during that massacre, so Peng Fengmiao could only be a court official assigned over after the 4th year of Xinda, other than his exemplary ability in writing. Ding Tao's memory was also rather astounding. His family's notebook was modeled after the record-taking of the imperial bodyguards, and Ding Tao had grown familiar with the procedure during the times he tagged along with his father. Back in Kudu, Qiao Tinya had once visited the residence of the Prince of Libei at night, but was turned away by Ding Tao and Gu Jin. Ding Tao could tell the origin of the concealed weapon he had tossed out at just a glance, a feat that Qiao Tinya still remembered to this day. Ding Tao fished out his little notebook, staying silent amidst the rustling of pages being flipped. At this sight, Yu Xiaozai also began to remember. Without realizing it, he spoke out, "Our chief surveillance." Ding Tao's eyes abruptly lit up. He bookmarked a page. "Chief Surveillance Bureau." "That's right, the Chief Surveillance Bureau." "Young master." Ding Tao looked toward Shen Zichuan as though he was seeking praise. "The assassination case in Kudu. The Imperial Bodyguards and Chief Surveillance Bureau wanted to investigate Master at that time. There was someone surnamed Fu." "That's him." "Fu Linya." Of course Shen Zichuan remembered the assassination case. He had sensed something amiss with the Quanqing silk while he was investigating that case. At that time, the person who had shirked responsibility for searching the prince of Libei's residence and passed it on to him was the right censor-in-chief, Fu Linya. Yu Xiaozai suddenly slapped his thigh and even stood up. He was so miffed with himself, he just had to laugh at the ludicrousness of it. Chortling himself silly with Ding Tao, he said, "I remembered it now, too. Your lordship, before the assassination case, everyone thought that Fu Linya was an official of humble origins. It was precisely because of Fu Linya that second master suffered so much back then. So that son of a bitch had long been colluding with Wei Huaigu. The tussle between the noble clans and those of humble origins happened after the 4th year of Xinda. Back then, Hua Xiqian led the Grand Secretariat, and he also had the help of the Empress Dowager and Pan Rugi. Hai Liangyi thus had no choice but to rely on the Chief Surveillance Bureau's evaluations of the various officials for promotion and delegation to hinder the minions of the Hua and Pan clans from running amok in the local region's governments. Fu Linya, who was at that time pretending to be a gentleman of worth, had considerable influence over Hai Liangyi and the other officials of humble origins, consideration of those on the Ministry of Personnel's reference list. If Fu Linya was the one who assigned Peng Fengmiao to Dengzhou, Shen Zichuan paused for a moment, then Wei Huaigu and even Qi Hongxian could be this he. Chapter 203, Songyu. Chapter 203. Songyu Hua Lingyun obviously did not know who exactly he was, or he would have been able to voice out the name the moment he opened his mouth. However, regardless of whether it was Wei Huaigu or Qi Hongxian, they were all already dead. During the 6th year of Xinda, only the Hua and Pan factions had the capability to make promises of noble titles to Huqing. Yao Wenyu stroked the back of the cat's neck with 2 fingers. At that time, Qi Hongxian had yet to join the imperial court, and Wei Huaigu was far from having the ability to do so. "Why did your lordship put your guess on these 2 people?" "Noble title." Xiao Qie stressed the 2 words. Trace this promise up the hierarchy, and you don't even need to guess to be able to list out the few who could do so. It's as good as not covering it up. Based on the speculation of Peng Fangniao's official career afterward, the promise of a noble title is very likely a sort of disguise. The real bribe used was something else. Talking about the scorpions had made half of Kong Ling's body break out in a cold sweat. Although Qian Jin was the Minister of Revenue before the 8th year of Xinda, it was still Wei Huaigu who held genuine control over the Ministry of Revenue, starting from the 1st year of Xinda. Qian Jin was dismissed from office along with Hua Xiqian during the rebellion at the Nanlin hunting grounds. However, the key to Dazhou's money still did not fall into Hai Liangyi's hands. Wei Huaigu stepped forward immediately right after and took over the office of the Minister of Revenue, where he continued to go around in circles with Hai Liangyi. It was not until Wei Huaigu was imprisoned during the Li Bei's military provisions case that the noble clan's embezzlement of state treasury during the reign of Xinda, which resulted in a deficit that eventually led to the Zhongbua troops' defeat, finally surfaced. This was an intricate, complicated web that involved not only the officials from Kudu, but even the officials of the various Dazhou local governments. Think about it. If he had used the same method to plant covert pawns and chess pieces in Jueshi and Qidong, then how many of them now were scorpions? It makes one's blood run cold. Kong Ling could not refrain from blurting out. This is simply corroding Dazhou from within. Panic not. Shun Zichuan looked around at the various gentlemen. The calm tone he used flicked away the anxiety that was beginning to permeate the air. It's all too easy to give themselves away when there are too many threads of clues. Even the most astute scheme is bound by the limitations of the mortal body. Manipulating such a game is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and having too many people involved will only prove to be counterproductive. After all, too many cooks spoil the broth. Jueshi and Qidong were both not the same as Zhongbua. Zhongbua was the result of a lax administration, while Jueshi had Jiang Qingshan who, during his investigation of the deficit with Shuexiuzhua, did everything in his power to thwart the noble clans and the scorpions. Meanwhile, Qidong had Qi Juyin, the commander-in-chief who was in charge of all the territories in Qidong. She had her own core team under her command, as well as Qi Xiu to assist her in governmental affairs. She would never collude with the scorpions. But Shan Zichuan was certain at this moment that the person who had tampered with the Bianjuan commandery's grains was a white scorpion hiding in Kudu, and this scorpion had not been trying to force Lu Guangbai into rebelling, but to drive him to his death. Xiao Qia, however, once again fixed his eyes on Huo Lingyun. Since the scorpions were the ones who gave the firearms to King Yi, then who's the one who taught you to use it? Firearms were not broadswords and swords. As a native of Dengzhou, Huo Lingyun would not have had the chance to come into contact with them before this, so he would have had to undergo training if he wished to use them with proficiency. Xiao Qia had sniped and touched them before in Kudu, and thus he knew them like the back of his hand. Leaving aside the question of whether King Yi himself knew how to use it if he had known that Huo Lingyun knew how to use it, he would not have kept Huo Lingyun by his side without so much as a precaution against the latter. Huo Lingyun pursed his lips, his expression solemn in the silence. After a moment, he answered, "Old Fang the 10th." This was one of the reasons why Old Fang the 10th had been willing to join hands with Huo Lingyun to remove King Yi from the equation. He was a fast learner when it came to using firearms, and he was able to move around by King Yi's side. What's more, he could pump him for information on the money vault, as well as keep an eye on King Yi's movements. After Denzhou was reclaimed, Yang Qiu and Old Fang the 10th started feeling uneasy, Huo Lingyun continued. By the time Cizhou reached an agreement with Li Bei and Qidong, Fanzhou and Dengzhou were already facing the situation of having armed forces being sent to quell them. They were afraid that King Yi could not hold up under threat and ended up opening the gates to surrender, so they thought of making the first move to do away with him and empty out the money vault. Huo Lingyun used the money vault as bait and burned Yang Qiu and old Feng X to death. This sum of money was now in his hands, and he was the only one who knew where it was. This was also what gave him the confidence to dare to negotiate with Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie. Hua Lingyun's gaze alternated between Shen Zichuan and Xiao Qie. I can use firearms, and I can teach the Libei armored cavalry and the Cizhou garrison troops. He looked at Xiao Qie. You want to attack Duanzhou in the second month. You can swap me over to the vanguard squad. I can lead the remaining garrison troops of Dangzhou. Kneeling at the side for a long time, Fei Xing's countenance promptly changed. It was only after he composed himself for a moment that he said, "It's not my place to interrupt before Master, but this matter concerns the safety of both Duanzhou and Second Master, so I'm left with no choice but to say a few words. This man is dodgy, and it's inappropriate to put him by Second Master and Master sides. Second Master has no lack of generals either. Besides, there's also Elder Yin following along this time." Fei Sheng was really exercising due diligence now. His misgivings towards Hua Lingyun were not without reason. Yin Chang was clearly the one who conquered Fanzhou. If not for this Hua Lingyun's underhanded tricks, Yin Chang would not have gotten a dressing down. This was just great now. Yin Chang took down Fanzhou, but Hua Lingyun ended up getting the lion's share of the credit, making it look like it was only because of Hua Lingyun's act of arson that they managed to take down Fanzhou. And that was not all. Fei Sheng found Hua Lingyun to be a man who could endure and dared to be ruthless. When he made his move, he struck with efficiency and decisiveness. His vindictiveness was almost on par with Shen Zichuan. Such a man had both capability and a mind of his own. To let Hua Lingyun remain by Shen Zichuan's side was to threaten Fei Sheng, and Fei Sheng had no desire to give Hua Lingyun the opportunity to stand out and steal the show. Fei Sheng was very clear on how things worked, and he also knew where his own opportunities lay. He dared to speak up to interrupt now, because he could tell for sure that Xiao Qie did not like Hua Lingyun. Sure enough, Xiao Qie did not want to answer Hua Lingyun at all. He needed the firearms, but he did not need Hua Lingyun. Duanzhou could only be his Xiao Suan's playground. He had stopped over in Cizhou for such a long time, spending every single day at the Beiyuan military drill grounds and donning heavy armor to train with Heriga's scorpions, all just to find a breakthrough that could change the current situation in Libei and turn the tide in its favor. If he were to change the vanguard to Hua Lingyun, then it would undoubtedly be a heavy punch to the guts of the Libei armored cavalry, whose morale was already low to begin with. Shen Zichuan's waist and back started aching after sitting for a long time. The swollen teeth marks on the inside of his thighs had yet to subside. What he had told Xiao Qie in the morning about his mind being in a whirl was not a lie, and now his mind was in a fog all over, no thanks to the white scorpions. They still had to start sending provisions to Danzhou in the afternoon, and the rations needed for the battle in Duanzhou had to go first. Then there was also the thorny issue of whether Hua Lingyun could be put to use or not. Since young master Hua has his mind set on it, Yao Wenyu said to Shen Zichuan, "Your lordship, the imperial bodyguards have been recruiting new recruits recently, haven't they?" "That's right." Shen Zichuan understood Yao Wenyu's intent right away. Put Hua Lingyun in the imperial bodyguards, and Hua Lingyun would not be able to act as he pleased given Fei Sheng's misgivings of him, and with Xiao Tinya at the side watching over them. Fei Sheng could not go too far trampling over Hua Lingyun either. Not only could they put him at a distance away from Shen Zichuan by doing this, but they could also put him to use instead of letting him go to waste. What's more, leaving both Xiao Tianya and Hua Lingyun as double restraints to hold Fei Sheng in check could also serve as a warning to Fei Sheng, who was gradually becoming more and more aloof, reminding him not to let success go to his head. "Fei Sheng," Shen Zichuan said, "pick from the remaining Dangzhou garrison troops. We'll take everyone who meets your recruitment standards, including this young Master Hua." Fei Sheng only had to think about it to understand the intent of this order. His heart sank, but he had to put on a show of accepting it gladly. I shall respectfully follow master's arrangements. But these Dengzhou garrison troops are all Hualingyun's old acquaintances. They may not necessarily be willing to serve in the imperial bodyguards. That will be because you are not rewarding them enough. Xiao Qie raised his left hand and turned the ring on his right thumb back to its original position. There was no smile in his eyes. Once they join the imperial bodyguards, they're no longer natives of Dengzhou. Their names in the previous military register of Dengzhou can be struck off. Xiao Qie said just enough to make his point. The imperial army the second master took in during his early years was even harder to deal with than the Dengzhou garrison troops, and his way of managing his subordinates had been none other than to be fair in meting out rewards and punishments. Xiao Qie was reminding Fei Sheng that these remaining soldiers of Dengzhou could break away from their registered place of origin once they joined the imperial bodyguards, and even be exempted from field taxes in Suzhou. As long as he could do a good job carrying out the task Shinzichuan had instructed him, what could he not achieve? Fei Sheng understood what he meant and hurriedly acknowledged his orders. It was already late by the time the meeting was over. Qiao Tinya pushed Yao Wenyu back to their courtyard. The slab-stone paths in the courtyard had all been cleared, with not even a speck of snow on it. They had gone out of the way to sprinkle salt, too, for fear that the wheelchair might skid while going up. The newly planted plum blossoms had all withered, the fallen red dead in the embrace of its branches. Encased in ice and snow, they presented a scene that appeared particularly bleak and desolate. The road today was damp, so Qiao Tinya walked slowly, keeping the wheelchair stable and steady as he pushed it along. Yao Wenyu's cat was called Hyunu. One, if it were not stretching itself and licking its paws under the eaves, it would be nestling on Yao Wenyu's knees, sleeping soundly with its belly exposed. At present, it was a little bundle of energy as it kneaded its paws on Yao Wenyu's sleeves and nuzzled itself hard against Yao Wenyu's palm. Yao Wenyu lowered his fingers to scratch Hyunu. The lanterns at the sides shone upon the sides of his face. He had gotten a little fleshy lately, and he looked a lot better as compared to the time when he had first arrived. This was the Yao Yuanjua of distinguished demeanor and ethereal appearance. Qiao Tinya did not speak. His gaze shifted to Yao Wenyu's collar before he averted it to the cuff of Yao Wenyu's sleeves. They had not exchanged a single word today. The wheelchair entered through the door, and the attendant under the eaves headed in to deliver hot water. Yao Wenyu sat in the inner chamber and read his books, while Qiao Tinya took off his blade and stood outside to look at his own zither. A long time elapsed, and the servants all withdrew from the room and closed the door gently. Usually, Qiao Tinya was the one who personally bathed Yao Wenyu without any help from the others. Yuanjua liked to be clean, and he would not sleep if he did not bathe. Every time Qiao Tinya wiped his hair, he would sit quietly. He seemed to have accepted the sorry figure he was currently cutting, but only to the extent that no one else other than Qiao Tinya was permitted to look. This was the limit of what he could bear. Qiao Tinya stood for close to an hour before he finally heard Yao Wenyu call out in a low voice from inside. Qiao Songyue. Qiao Tinya's fingers that had been strumming faintly across the zither strings came to a halt, but he did not respond, as though he had not heard him. After a moment of silence, Yao Wenyu continued, "Time for bed." The wind chimes beneath the eaves stirred, drawing in the loneliness in the wind as well. Yao Wenyu saw through the hanging drapes Qiao Tianya's shadow cast upon it. He seemed to have stood there for quite a long time. On hearing Yao Wenyu, he paused for a moment before lifting the drapes to enter. The candlelight was very dim. The Yao Wenyu of this hour did not yearn for light, for this was the beginning of his frailty and helplessness every day. Hyunu burrowed into the bedding and swatted playfully at the corner of the blanket, completely unaware of the awkwardness in the room. Yao Wenyu had yet to school the expression in his eyes when Qiao Tinya bent forward with calm and composure to carry him up from the wheelchair. Their clothes touched, and Qiao Tinya placed Yao Wenyu's arm on the back of his shoulder. At the same time Yao Wenyu made contact with Xiao Tianya's back. His fingers curled slightly. Yuan Jua was a very reserved man. That was the effect of his upbringing as a gentleman of virtue. Xiao Tianya untied Yao Wenyu's hair. It was at this moment the expression in his eyes was focused, so focused that Yao Wenyu could not bring himself to meet them. All he could do was to lower his own eyes to avoid Xiao Tianya's gaze. When he had been stripped down to his inner garment, Yao Wenyu muttered softly, "Don't!" Xiao Tianya paused for a moment without letting go of the belt he had been pulling at. Yao Wenyu suddenly clenched his collar with an expression similar to indignation. He repeated, "Don't." "Don't what?" Xiao Tianya, who had been silent this whole time, looked at him, his face a picture of calm. Yao Wenyu's "Don't touch me" caught in his throat. He stared at Xiao Tianya with bloodshot eyes, as though Xiao Tianya was some great scourge. His palms trembled slightly, yet the word that came out of his mouth was still, "Don't." Yao Wenyu pursed his lips tightly and started to struggle. He pushed against Xiao Tianya's chest, rejecting the latter's touch. The rattan chair creaked. Flashes of green and white shook in the blurred mirror as wide-sleeved robes and black hair struggled in the crooks of Xiao Tianya's arms, like spring leaves that were all too anxious to make their escape with the wind. Xiao Tianya let him make a scene as he pleased. Just when Yao Wenyu was about to slide onto the ground, Xiao Tianya suddenly overturned the rattan chair, grabbed Yao Wenyu's wrists, and pinned him down forcefully onto the woolen carpet. "What do you want?" Xiao Tianya held down Yao Wenyu's wrists with one hand and gripped Yao Wenyu's face with the other hand to correct its direction. "Do you want me to throw you in like this, or throw you here?" Yao Wenyu was forced to tilt his head up. His breaths quickened as he shut his eyes, biting down on his lip until it went pale. Xiao Tianya released the hand that was grasping his chin and pressed them between his lips to prevent him from biting down on them. He wedged his fingers in, only for Yao Wenyu to clamp down on them as if he was venting his anger. "What are you afraid of?" Xiao Tianya let him bite, his expression slightly cold. "That wasn't your fault." The intoxicated Yuan Jua of last night was very different. He briskly forgot the pain of his legs and had a reaction to being touched in the bathtub. A noble young master was still human. What he had lost were his legs. Not all that made him a man. He was still so young, and he still had all the same unspoken desires that he kept secret. But he did not even have the opportunity to pleasure himself, and yet he was laid bare and exposed in Xiao Tianya's eyes every single night. Even so, he never accepted such a powerless self. "What's wrong?" Xiao Tianya asked in a harsh voice, "Feeling aggrieved because I'm not a woman? My handjob can't be that bad, right?" "Stop it!" Yao Wenyu's face betrayed his agony. All he could do was to yell dispiritedly as he lay here, "Don't say a word more!" The rattan chair that had rolled to one side knocked into a small clothes rack, which tilted over and smashed into Xiao Tianya's back. Xiao Tianya did not even blink. Under the flickering candlelight, Xiao Tianya did not know which part of him was in a rage either. "How do you see yourself?" Xiao Tianya asked. "Do you think of yourself as a banished immortal? Too, is it wrong to have desires? I don't." Yao Wenyu's eyes had gone thoroughly red. His voice trembled as he struggled to say, "I don't have that sort of. I don't need them." He could not sink to such lows and have his very last shred of dignity destroyed. What would he be left with then? He only had this bit of dignity left, and it was this bit of dignity that sustained him so that he could sit before the others in this weak and frail state and accept all of their pity. As Yao Wenyu trembled, tears trickled out of his eyes. They did so against his will, but his tears were beyond his control, just like his crippled legs. He was ashamed to face this side of himself, just as he did not dare to face whatever remained of his desires. Xiao Tianya's chest heaved. He abruptly flipped Yao Wenyu over. With a sense of foreboding, Yao Wenyu's eyes widened in panic as Xiao Tianya pulled him into his arms from behind and undid his inner garment. Yao Wenyu struggled violently, pushing against Xiao Tianya's arms as he resisted. I don't want to. Xiao Songyue, release me. Let. Xiao Tianya groped for Yao Wenyu's hand, pulled it into his palm, and let it down to hold Yao Wenyu's object of shame with his hand over the latter's. It was in this way he embraced Yao Wenyu and heard Yao Wenyu crying when he was neck to neck with him. The dim candlelight went out as they clung close to one another in this space. Yao Wenyu's face was to the woolen carpet, his cheeks wet with tears from the unbearable shame and indignation. A suppressed cry escaped his throat, a cry for the dignity he lost in Xiao Tianya's hands, and for the self he had gotten a clear look of. He panted for breath in between his sobs, his free hand clutching tightly at Xiao Tianya's sleeve as the pleasure of being defiled and broken into pieces in Xiao Tianya's masterfully sliding palm washed over him. Kill me! A choke escaped from Yao Wenyu as he rasped, Xiao Songyue, I hate you to the core. All the while that Xiao Tianya's palm was gliding up and down in that darkness, he was pressed up against the side of Yuanjua's face, listening to Yao Wenyu's sobs and ramblings, as well as Yao Wenyu's pants and rasps. You're not in the wrong. As Yao Wenyu shuddered, Xiao Tianya whispered into Yao Wenyu's ear, his voice raspy as he said in all seriousness, Hate me all you want. Chapter 204, Empress Dowager. Chapter 204. Empress Dowager Xiaoqie deployed troops to Duanzhou in the second month, and Shen Zichuan had the grain wagons set off first. Tan Tai who was in Dunzhou, was all prepared and ready. To the north, Xiao Jiming dispatched Wu Ziyu to lead 5,000 Li Bei armored cavalrymen to stand by at the northern side of Mount Luo. Once there was a change in situation, they would be able to combine forces with Shaosen camp to jointly attack Duanzhou. Fine snow danced at the spurring of the breeze on this day. The outskirts of the city stretched on into the distance, where a panoramic view of the empty, boundless horizon provided a treat for the eyes. Xiao Qie was clad from head to toe in his heavy armor, which sank into the thin snow. He looked just like a block of wall standing before Shen Zichuan. There are still bandits remaining on Mount Luo. Shen Zichuan, wrapped securely in his coat, gazed at him. You have to be careful when passing through the territory. Meng landed on Xiao Qie's shoulder. I'll remember it. This has to be a quick battle. I'll be back in the third month at the very latest. If the soldiers you send to Dengzhou aren't enough, let the commander-in-chief know. She can transfer soldiers from Tianfei Watchtower. No problem there. Snow brushed past the hair on Shen Zichuan's temples and landed on his collar. Xiao Qie raised his hand to set his palm down on the top of Shen Zichuan's head. A quote inexplicably came to his mind. For my wife is still in the springtime of life, and tender are the words to comfort my beloved you. Lanzhao was only 22 of age this year, and he would be by his side for decades to come. Xiao Qie, however, would be fighting battles on all fronts in the days to come, regardless of life or death. Overthinking and dwelling too much on it would only serve to make him timid. Shen Zichuan was the reason Xiao Qie became tough. He was also the reason that Xiao Qie mellowed. Xiao Qie wanted to protect this man until the very end of his life, and as such he was willing to give his very best in every single battle. But even the strong, like Xiao Fangxiu, would also come to an unpredictable end. Xiao Qie thought plenty after that incident. He loved this man, but he also worried for this man. Perhaps other people in this world did not need him, Xiao Suin, that much. But Shen Zichuan did. I'll wait for you here. Shen Zichuan raised his palm to caress Xiao Qie's cheek. In a soft voice, he said, Don't fool around with others on the way. Not even a glance. All of a sudden, Xiao Qie hugged Shen Zichuan. In this snow, as he huffed breaths of hot air, he felt as if he owed Lanzhao too much. The latter clearly could not even leave him in his sleep. Ensconce yourself in the throne at the Hall of Distinction. One Xiao Qie nuzzled against Shen Zichuan's temple and whispered, and let not the snowstorm come unto you." Without waiting for Shin Zichuan to answer, Shao Qie released him. He put on his helmet, flipped atop Lang Tao Shuejin, and turned his horse around to lead the Libei armored cavalry into a gallop east. Seeing that Shen Zichuan did not move, Fei Sheng held up the umbrella to shield the prefectural lord from the falling snow. Shen Zichuan stood in the snow, clutching his blue handkerchief until it was silent all around. Kudu experienced consecutive days of clear skies, and one could occasionally catch a glimpse of the birds flying in diagonal formations between the double-eaved roofs of the imperial palace. The heir apparent was a fast learner. Although she still did not possess the authority to make decisions, she was allowed to listen in on the discussions on state affairs in Mingli Hall. She rarely spoke up, yet in that pair of eyes of hers, Tsinyu saw her dedication to government affairs. Other than reading and practicing calligraphy in the past 6 months, Li Jianting had no other hobbies. She rose early each day and did not even slack off on the days when she fell ill. The Chief Surveillance Bureau, which used to lecture Li Jianhing in the past, gradually could not find any shortcomings in Li Jianting they could admonish her for. In the eyes of these fastidious censors, this heir apparent was one who was the most like a proper crown prince since the crown prince of the reign of Yongyi. Even Kong Qiao, who was initially quite critical of her, no longer took to talking about her lightly. No one knew how Xue Xiuzhua had done it, but he had completely destroyed Ling Ting, and now only Li Jianting existed in this world. The Empress Dowager had been plagued by headaches lately. Initially, incense had been lit in the hall, but she had matron Liu Xiang snuff it out as the scent made her feel unwell. The amount of gray hair along her temples had increased. Old age was eroding this person of power who had a hand in the storms and turmoil of Kudu for as long as 30 years. In the face of Li Jianting's youthful appearance, she felt all the more willing in spirit but lacking in strength. Yesterday, Han Cheng presented a memorial to the throne. He's still requesting for troops to be deployed to Tizhou. The Marquis of Helian sat below and groused to the Empress Dowager. Conflicts are now abound between people on our own side. Why is he still thinking about Zhongbua? The Empress Dowager let matron Liu Xiang massage her shoulders as she leaned back on the couch. She looked over Han Cheng's memorial, then said, Shen Zichuan has taken down Fanzhou, and now he even intends to use military forces in Duanzhou. After spring, he will become the Tiger of Zhongbua. He harbors a deep-seated hatred towards Han Cheng for the murder of his teacher. It is only natural for Han Cheng to be afraid. The Marquis of Helian did not want to bother with Han Cheng's personal feud at all. What he was currently worried about was of another nature. After the 9th month last year, the Practical Doers faction, led by Xue Xiuzhua, collaborated with the Chief Surveillance Bureau to investigate the crop fields of the 8 cities in preparation for the resurveying of the crop fields. This had always been the case for the past years, but those had been merely done for show. The officials going on inspection tours simply went through the motions and visited the 8 cities as a mere formality to get things over and done with, then submitted a figure that everyone had agreed on beforehand to the Grand Secretariat to muddle their way through the process. But it seemed that Xue Xiuzhua was serious about it this time. I told all of you in the past to tell the rural manners you have in your names to restrain themselves. But did anyone listen? How many people froze to death in winter last year, other than the 3 cities of Diqing, Jincheng, and Quancheng that provide disaster relief to save the people? Everyone else would rather be cowering cowards. The Empress Dowager tossed the memorial onto the small table. The eastern pearls by her ears swayed along with her voice. Why did Pan Lin have to antagonize Xue Xiuzhua? Now, Xue Xiuzhua is going to work with Tsinyu and the rest to investigate the accounts. Was this not an opportunity Pan Lin himself served up to him? The Marquis of Helian married Commandery Princess Zhao Yu to Pan Lin's younger brother, so their Fei clan and Pan clan were now both in the same boat and would sink or swim together. He had initially thought the marriage would be an insurance against future troubles, given that 3 members of the Pan clan, Pan Xiangjie, Pan Lin, and Pan Yi, were all significant officials of the imperial court, but who would have expected this Pan Lin to be such a pain in the ass? The Marquis of Hellion did not dare to take the blame for Pan Lin, but he could not let Pan Lin continue with his ways either. Pan Lin was currently stuck in the opening that was the Minister of Revenue. The job he did was significant and crucial, yet he did not receive a promotion in name. Everyone was wrought with anxiety, fearing that Pan Lin would keep on getting defeated in this tussle between both sides, and ended up handing the Ministry of Revenue on a silver platter to the officials from humble origins. Qingji is impatient by nature. I have no idea how he offended Shuexiuzhua. The Marquis was restlessly burning with so much anxiety he was like an ant on a hot pan as he pleaded. But Pang Xiangjian and Pan Yi are both loyal to your majesty. You have also watched our Zhaoyue grow up into a lady. She and the third Missy are the gall of you. The Empress Dowager cut him off and even righted herself to berate him. How dare you push political disputes of the court onto my little baby? Back then, when I wanted Zhaoyue to marry a lad of the Han clan, you refused and insisted on coveting the bit of petty advantage the Pan clan could offer you. Now that things have gone south, you have to shoulder the responsibility for it yourself. The Empress Dowager rarely flew into a rage like this. The palace maids and eunuchs both inside and outside the hall hurriedly fell to their knees and bent low over the ground, holding their breaths. How would the Marquis still dare to sit? He fell to his knees in a fluster, shuffled forward on his knees, and slapped himself several times as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, please be appeased." The third Missy has already been married away to Qidong, the Empress Dowager declared solemnly. She is the first lady of Qi Shiyu. With a proper rank now, every word she says and every action she makes comes under close scrutiny. The encroachment of the commoners' fields by the rural manors under you people has nothing to do with her. So don't bring this up again. You're already at such an advanced age. Do you still need me to teach you to watch your words? You're right. The Marquis of Hellion was not a man with guts to begin with. The only lawful descendants of the Fei clan in this generation were the younger Marquis Fei Shi and the commandery Princess Zhaoyue. Fei Shi spent his days fooling around, and even now, he still did not hold a proper official position. Because of this, the Marquis of Hellion hesitated over the commandery Princess Yue's marriage for a long time over every little thing. Who would have known that trouble would still come knocking on his door? The Empress Dowager rose to her feet. With matron Liuxiang supporting her, she made her way over to the Marquis of Hellion's side. The Marquis was up in years, and for what it was worth, he was still a noble. It was a disgrace for him to keep kneeling like this. The Empress Dowager calmed down some and said, "Get up. This is so unbecoming of someone your stature." The Marquis of Hellion scrambled to his feet and stood helplessly by the Empress Dowager's side, not daring to stand too close. The Empress Dowager raised her head back slightly to look along the palace eaves at the bright and clear sky. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Fei Shi has also come of age. If his inclinations do not lie in scholarly studies, then he can join the military. There are so many vacancies in the 8 great training divisions. Let him learn from them. He doesn't need to carve out a distinguished career as long as he can temper himself and settle down. Once he has put in the hours and has the record of service to prove it, he will naturally be promoted to the Ministry of War." The Empress Dowager had pointed out the Marquis' sore spot. He only had Fei Shi, this one son, and he had kept him sheltered back at home ever since the latter was young. After Fei Shi entered society, he was adept at all things related to the drinking of wine and the soliciting of courtesans, except for learning. What's more, he was an obstinate one who was close friends with Pan Lin. To date, he was not even willing to show Shuexiuzhua due respect. He spent his days wallowing in vice on Donglong Street, typically listening only to what the courtesans had to say. The Marquis of Hellion's eyes momentarily grew moist. He lifted his sleeve to wipe his tears. "Your Majesty is the compassionate mother of all in the world. your graciousness knows no bounds." This humble subject originally wanted him to join the 8 great training divisions as well. But with that temperament of his, alas! The Empress Dowager was fed up with the Marquis of Helion. She knew what he meant. The 8 great training divisions were no longer a glamorous, lucrative post that managed Kudu's patrols. Given its proximity to Zhongbua, they might even be deployed to fight wars in the future. The Marquis of Helion was reluctant to send his son in to give his life for the cause for fear that Fei Shi might meet with a mishap on the battlefield. So he was hoping the Empress Dowager could get Fei Shi into the 6 ministries instead. But Kudu was now no longer the playground of the noble clans. Domestic strife and foreign invasion were imminent. Xin Zichuan was not eliminated from the equation, and in just a short 6 months he had become the overlord of Zhongbua, working in collusion with Li Bei. If not for the pressing threat of the Bianchi cavalry, he would have already fought his way to Kudu by now. Qi Juyin, on her end, had also written a letter to Kudu saying that she was going to use military force against the Qingshu tribe in the 4th month. Meanwhile, Xue Xiuzhua was pressing in on them every step of the way. Although he professed it to be a private feud with Pan Lin, his impeachment memorials were all legitimate. The 8 cities did indeed encroach on the people's fields, and it would be a tough battle once investigations started after spring. The situation was already at such a stage, and the Marquis of Helion and a few others were still only thinking of themselves and those small tracts of fields their rural manors, half for fear that they would be confiscated. The Empress Dowager recalled the times during the reign of Xinda, from Hua Xiqian to Wei Huaigu, which of them was not a capable minister or general? And now, the Marquis of Helion was a bungling oaf who was good for nothing. Pan Xiangjie was a fence-sitter who swayed where the wind blows, and Han Cheng was a rapacious one with wild ambitions. Dealing with the Grand Secretariat exhausted the Empress Dowager, both physically and mentally. Xue Xiuzhua's investigation of the 8 cities' fields is meant to pave the way for the heir apparent to ascend to the throne. The expression in the Empress Dowager's eyes was deep. It's still not time for the heir apparent to step into the limelight. Go back and make it clear to Pan Xiangjie that he should open up the granaries in Danqing and Chuanqing to distribute the grains as aid relief while the snow has yet to melt. Clean up the accounts in his hands as well, and return all those unnecessary fields to the people. Xue Xiuzhua does not have the power to abuse as yet. If he wants to investigate, then let him investigate. Alarmed, the Marquis of Helion exclaimed, "If those accounts were to fall into his hands, it'd be hard to exculpate ourselves." The Empress Dowager looked at the Marquis of Helion and said, "Pan Lin has served in the Ministry of Revenue for so long, and the appraisals of him have been good. He also has capable men working under him. Xue Xiuzhua wants to assist the Chief Surveillance Bureau, but even so, he can't sidestep the Ministry of Revenue. The previous year's field records are all in the Ministry of Revenue, which also manages the auditing of the account books. Pan Lin can avoid arousing suspicions. Just get him to appoint someone he can trust over. Get through this, and Xue Xiuzhua won't have any way to force the issue." The Marquis of Helion pondered it over for a brief period. Pan Lin has a man named Liang Tsuishan under him. He was originally promoted by the Emperor Tianqin during the public ditch incident, and he has also been guided by Pan Lin before. This person's appraisal last year was outstanding, and he also has a good reputation with the officials of humble origins. His home is in Kudu, and he doesn't have much of a history, which makes it most convenient for us to hold him in our grasp. "As long as the Pan clan can survive this," the Empress Dowager said, "they will be able to come out of it for the better." Since there were problems with the fields in the 8 cities, then just how clean could the Xue clan's Quanqing be? Xue Xiuzhua's audacity in touching the 8 cities' fields account was tantamount to laying a hand on a slice of the noble clan's pie. This matter concerned the future interests of the noble clans, and no doubt heads would have to roll if the field taxes were to be investigated. The Empress Dowager wanted Pan Lin to use Liang Xueshan to choke off the opening in Danqing. As long as the investigation could not move forward and the bookkeeping was messed up, they could make things difficult for Xiuzhua on the imperial court and turn the tables around to investigate his Shui clan's Quanqing first. Under the sunset glow of the setting sun, the Empress Dowager took off the prayer beads on her wrists and tossed them on the couch. Incense smoke from the prayer hall behind her rose in spirals, accentuating the Empress Dowager's dignified and poised appearance that almost belied her old age had it not been for her gray hair.